things, and like he would jump in and say things against them too. I've heard him before say stuff against other people, but it's always been kind of a passive aggressive kind of thing. That is just, yeah, it's not good. No bueno.
He kind of LARPed his way.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Kim.
I was just gonna say muy bueno.
Sí, muy bueno.
He sort of LARPed his way saying some things at first to get like the flat earther role, thinking that would give him cover later on when he started acting like a shithead, like you guys are saying. Yeah. Like earlier, like last year when they were doing that things where they'd have people come in and get VC verified and then hand the account over to some sort of toxic dude. And they realize that you don't last long, okay? You might all that time and effort for like a 5-minute squawk at most.
Yep.
Is it really worth it? Or is it better just to come in here and act like a human being and have a real conversation?
That's all, man. Well, that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all.
There's no magic trick to it. Just being here, just be real. Like, don't. It's like the thing is, you hate this forum so much, then kick rocks, man. Leave. Nobody's holding your hand to stay here.
Yep.
Don't go away angry. Just go. Jeez.
I get butt hurt. Sometimes. I get butt hurt and I move on, man.
Oh, we just want to keep it moving in here. Who else is in there right now? We got player 1 in here. Rachel's joined us. Hey, Rachel, how's it going? Who else is in there? Richie's still hanging out. Timbo, what's up, man? I haven't talked to you in 3 days. Ever since I was in here last.
I just got the live stream back up. So
we got Airstrike 9s in here. Who's that? Airstrike 9s, I'm going to mute you. Go ahead. You have control of your mic. Airstrike 9s. Are you there? Airstrike 9s, are you there? Hello? We got no one there.
Huh. Well, would you expect anything else? I mean, who's gonna talk?
Well, same to you, buddy.
Who's gonna talk to a flat earther on New Year's Eve?
I would.
Yeah, me too. Like, bitch, what you got to say? Oh, I have a lot to say. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it, but I have a lot to say. This is funny. I was about to come in and say something, but I forgot what I was going to say. So, Kim, what were you about to say?
Don't refer to me. That's not fair.
You were about to say something.
I've never been a shit.
I was just listening. I've been like starting the new live stream, which we're a brand new live stream now. So
I just seen
Kim. It's on you now, or Miggy. It's on you.
No, I just seen Cousin Sueño. He has the Globe Earther tag. Not here to learn. Damn, space herpes. Cousin Sueño. He's got the Tom and Jerry mouse on his avatar.
I have a quota tonight, by the way.
Did you say you have a quote or a quota?
Quota.
Wow, what's the quota? You're going to have to explain that.
My husband bought me a series of drinks tonight because we're staying in a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Or motel.
So he was
I have limiting, a quota of drinks.
He was limiting you to drinks with the quota.
Okay. It was 3 beers and 4.5 shots.
That's a lot. For a lady, I don't even know how big you are, but that's a lot. That's a lot of liquor.
I'm 5 foot tall. But here's the thing. I haven't opened the third drink yet.
Oh, okay. So we're good to go.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
So what's the next topic?
I have some crazy ass neighbors getting down.
Well, we have EX. Hang on, Kim. We got EX.
Yeah, I'm just letting her speak. I wanted to ask something.
Go ahead, man. What's your question?
Okay, yeah.
I was just listening and I'm looking at this site from this guy, Walter, and you said that he's Globe Earther.
Absolutely. 100%.
So I wonder, so he made that site and all those calculations and didn't even once bother to go out and check those numbers. Is that the point?
No, the point is that this guy, well, him and Mick West is a science communicator. You can probably look his name up. He's all over the place. But they do this so they can provide evidence for the claim of the shape of the Earth being a globe. What it does is it helps. And honestly, it actually backfired on them because what we're using it for is a hostile witness is showing that this is not a way to provide evidence for what they think it. So basically what it was just an answer to the reason why we can't measure curvature. So they came up with this as a way to do that, to measure the curvature.
Yes, I understand that. But what I was asking is it implies he didn't go out and check those numbers in a real world, with a telescope or something.
Yeah, whether he did or not, EXH, that's, I don't know. I wouldn't debate that because I don't know if he did or not. But he did come up with this. So if he did, to say he saw it or whatever, then, I didn't see any mention of that. But all I know is that he did this. So it's out there now. It's look what it says there in the paragraph. Use this calculator to calculate and visualize what we can see of a target of a certain size and distance from any observer altitude. Taking refraction into account, you can compare the results between flat Earth and globe Earth. Many more values are calculated. You can customize and store the settings. So just a tool that he created.
Yeah, but the strange thing to me is that this is so easily to check out, in real world.
Well, yeah,
it's not complicated. So I don't get it. How he could be so wrong,
It's more of, I think it's a case of just having something there for posterity to give to anyone who wants to ask the question and that. So they have this, we have an Earth curve calculator kind of stuff, man. Because the conversation for flat Earth was too much, and it was let's put a stop to this. So let's give them a calculator and that. So that way they have something to rebut the flat Earth with. And that wasn't actually a rebut. It was more like the thing that sunk their ship. Well, in the case for at being a evidence for globe, it was actually not. It backfired on them big time. It did. Because anytime you use this, like you said, and go out into the field, you're not going to get the positive result of seeing or measuring the curvature. You're just not going to do that.
So how much this refraction is important in my test if I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it?
Yeah, there's formulas out there, EXH. Man,
what can I expect over 20 kilometers, is it important in that distance?
These guys say that it is because, they would claim that it is. But it's another rabbit hole for you, but that's what I'm saying. Doing it their way is still okay. If you're going to measure the curvature of the Earth and you're going to do it with refraction in the value has in the formula, it has the value of R, which is radius, bro. So they're already presupposing the radius of the Earth in the formula for refraction. Yeah.
You want to say that they are assuming already?
Bro, they're begging the damn question. It's straight away. But I can't talk about that until the person actually, what I want to happen is the person who's inquiring, like Bloomberg, for them to go out and do it, and then have them look at this whole thing themselves and seeing if because it doesn't. You go to the field test and you're not going to get a positive result for the globe. You're not going to get that. That's obvious, but you have to go and do it, right? Other than that, like I can tell you, just by what it says here, that you need refraction. But how do you get refraction? You need the value of R. That needs to be in the formula to figure it out. And every time that you're going to use it, you're begging the question already. Because how did you get refraction to have the value that you did in the first place? It is begging the question.
Were there any tests done that can ignore a refraction? Is there any test?
Nah, they no. According to them, it's always taken into account. They always.
Yeah, but you don't have to look at it. You can, I don't know, put something in a straight line, or I don't know how to check it out.
I mean, yeah, there's. I mean, you can do a lot of things, but is this? I mean, that we didn't put them this way. They're actually coming out with these things. Now we're just examining all their programs and stuff. And I'm telling you, EXH, there's nothing that they're doing that's going to provide that positive results for them. There's nothing. It's really just smoke and mirrors, man, just to get your mind distracted.
Yeah, it's so mind-boggling that something like this could exist. I can wrap my head around it.
Well, it's so bad though, because these guys, I don't know if you know what lore is, like on a fantasy, like let's say Lord of the Rings or Narnia.
Yes, okay.
So lore is attached to like that whole fantasy, and it's a story, right? It's the lore of the globe Earth that they like. So they want that fantasy to be reality. So they'll try to make programs and concepts and models and map projections and everything just to prop up the fantasy or the lore. You have more lore added to it every day. So you got cosmic stuff happening, black holes colliding and sounding like birds. You got dark matter space bullets. You got weird stuff, man. Stuff that is obscure. And
I read this.
What? Like all this kind of crazy. It's off the wall stuff, man. So what we do is kind of show the people, like, look how absurd this is. This is supremely, like, just nonsensical.
Yeah, I read some time ago a quote from Nikola Tesla that said scientists in today's world replaced real world observation for mathematics, in calculations.
Well, that is the case, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the case. Because what we see now is mathemagic, and it's what it is. It's mathemagic. So what they do is they conjure up. They conjure up within their mathematical construct. They conjure up like whatever they want, And you could even say like there's a formula for Superman to fly, like in a mathematic form, for his ability to fly. So you could do anything with math. It's a language. It's just a language.
Just like Legalia. Legalia is an actual language for legal talk.
Yeah, Lubo, I don't know what you coming up and saying. Thousands of people from space, from Earth. You can do it yourself. I don't know what you're saying, bro. Like you're gonna have to speak. I think you had some trouble speaking last time. Maybe it was your heavy accent or something. At any rate, maybe you got people sleeping where you're at. Who knows? Hey, chime in, dude, if you want. I don't know if just saying, well, thousands of people know that the Earth is a globe. Like, what did he do, man? Like, there's thousands of people that are indoctrinated, Way to go. Who cares? We want to know about the evidence. demonstrate something. Or just say stuff. And you're using obscure things from space, from Earth. You can do it yourself. Do what yourself? We don't know. You can measure angles to stars. Great.
From space, yeah.
Great. You can measure angles to stars from what do you... This is all very obscure, Lubo. There's nothing... You're not standing on any evidence that we can look at. You're just saying things right now. Yeah, if you can't understand this, then I'm sorry. Wikipedia didn't explain it to you. Like, that's your easy way just to not be accountable for any of the things that you just said right there. So I can actually, that's the thing. When you say things in here, you get held to them. So is there anything that you said within whatever you said about thousands of people from space, from Earth, you can do it yourself? Do what yourself? Measure angles to stars? And what are we doing after that? What's that going to tell us? There's an angle to a star. Nice. Now I know where I am on the Earth. Okay. Navigation's complete. Now what are we going to do about the shape? The geometric shape of the Earth. What are we doing with that thing? Interesting. Any answer, Lubo? We know that the stars give us like navigational positioning where we're at. That's wonderful. But how does it tell us what the geometric shape of the Earth is, Lubo, in China? Yeah, take your time, man. Must be hard. If you can measure the angle from Polaris from your location, drive 60 nautical miles south, and do it again and again, and what? Find that you're in a different location on the Earth? We can thank Captain Obvious and his faithful sidekick, duh. Jeez Louise, man. Like, what are you... What, dude? Like, and? You're in another place on Earth. Whoopity friggin' do. Oh, and when you move 60 miles to another place, you're in another place. Well, guess what? Everywhere you go, there you are. That's pretty obvious, right? That doesn't mean anything, dude. Just because
bro,
you go...
show us the physical evidence that the Earth is a globe, and we'll shut this place down.
Bro, check this out, man. When you go to a different location, you're in another place. You know that?
Exactly. Yeah, when you move somewhere else, you're somewhere else.
It's like, dude, that's so profound. That's some deep knowledge right there. I think we got it. My mind's just blown, dude.
It's so fucking hard to understand.
I can't even believe how profound that is. Like, somebody's got to write a book about that. He's like, every 60 nautical miles equal 1 degree. So then you know you're on a globe. Look at
they're actually describing the path of the sun across Earth.
No, that's Helio, man. He says every 60 nautical miles equals 1 degree. Okay, you're moving to a different location. Let's just say, and then he just all of a sudden with just a slam dunk. Then you know you're on a globe. It's like,
actually looking up the nautical miles versus.
Yeah, but how did you go from the leap of logic to, okay, I'm over here on the Earth. Okay, moved over here. Now I know I'm in a different location on the Earth. Oh, wait a minute. Now the Earth's a globe. What? How'd you make that leap, dude? Like, where did you go from knowing where you're at on the Earth to now the Earth's a globe? Like, this is dumb.
He just simply begged the question.
Nautical miles. He's never been on a ship or an airplane or anything like that. That's not. It really has nothing to do with anything about shape of Earth at all.
Yeah, the thing is, right? Okay, you're in another place. Great. That's wonderful. You're in another place. Okay. Now what? And he's like, well, you're on a globe. What? You just moved to another location. How do you know what geometric shape you're on, dude? From just that. Geometric shape, Lubo, in China. That's what's that question here. How do you know?
That one hurts, right?
Oh, he says, if you cannot understand. Oh, yeah, sure, buddy. That's how it works. Let me just say, if anyone doesn't understand where they go to another location, they're in another location, but now the Earth's a globe. Ha ha, I win.
I got a message from Professor Phil. Said, do you think the team at 24/7 FE Discord will have the courage to unban me this year, or will it be yet another year of fear?
Well, he had to stop harassing women. My understanding was that he was messaging a bunch of women who asked him to stop. Said, "Don't message me, Professor Phil." So he said, "Yeah, I think that's all it would take to get him unbanned, so he'll stop creeping on women."
And we don't need the Colonel Sanders lookalike. He's a poor man, Colonel Sanders, I guess, trying to come in here.
Like who likes Professor Phil? I mean, who wants him to be involved in the conversation? I really think he's a fucking weirdo.
He doesn't contribute. There's no contribution. And I mean, like, if there was some discussions to be had, this guy's.
I've heard him talk.
He's too far gone.
He really has nothing to offer to the conversation.
There's nothing to offer, man. There's no meat on that bone, man. It's been picked clean, like what, since 2017, I think. 2018.
What's interesting, like, he tries to frame himself as a professor and the educator.
Did he message you too, Crit?
No, I've talked to him on other servers.
On other servers, yeah.
Probably has a conversation.
He has nothing to offer in this room at all.
Like, no answers. Like, you can't get an answer from that guy. Like, never a straight answer. He makes NASA look like they're forthcoming. You're really. Dude, I said you said you're a professor. You've got the answers. No matter what question I ask you, I never get an answer.
And guess
not
what?
Once.
Professor Matthew learns, but he's welcome here. I mean, he makes his own observations. I won't say he's good stuff, but that's
Professor Phil.
Hell no, Matthew learns. He has a decent style and he's respectful. That's why we allow him to,
Yeah, did you see that, Hero Tatsunis? He lost focus. It's like he saw the shiny quarter in the ground. He's like, "Ooh, quarter!" Just like totally misdirected, dude. What happened to the bendy cranes? He's like, dude, we were talking about how you went from going from one place to another place on Earth and then saying, "Voila, globe." Dude, that ain't gonna work in here.
Isn't it weird? I mean, you're like going into. I mean, we're talking about the new year or whatever. I mean, they're just. Why do these idiots beg to actually have a conversation with us and then totally show themselves as shitheads when they actually do come and have a conversation? It's really weird.
Yeah, lack of social skills.
It's
I don't know,
weird,
man. It must be.
They're like this in real life.
Don't they have anywhere else to talk about this to somebody else? It's like, bro.
Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares.
There you go.
That's what it sounded like you were going to say, Helio.
Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares.
Listen, if you're going to do Travis Tritt, you have to give me a
I know. Yeah, please. You're right, Kim. I need to.
Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares.
Yeah, I don't think I could pull Travis Tritt off. His voice is so awesome.
He's so good. He's so good.
Yeah. I freaking love
that. I've seen him live. That boy gets it on stage. Don't you think he's not able to get it on stage? He is.
Dude, yeah. I've always. I used to hate country music, but there's some that I love, like Travis Tritt's one of them, bro. Yeah, he's brilliant.
Why don't you come off of mute, man? We want to talk to you, buddy. What is that? What you got there? What is that image of? Is that what?
Oh, by the way,
Star Wars?
Everybody, just for the record, I mean, EXH.
Is that the TIE Fighter? What you got going on there,
been here for, I think, 24 hours. He's hanging out, curious about the conversation. So,
Yeah, EXH just chimed in a while ago. I was just
I just heard you talk to him. So, cool dude.
But I'm like really interested in why Lubo is posting this image. Like, what is this image about? ISS and Chinese space station size comparison. What you mean, man? What does that mean? Size comparison? Size matters? What's going on here, bud? What you talking about, man? Because you're Lubo in China, so are you saying Chinese got a bigger station or what? What did you say?
Got a bigger station.
Is that what's going on? You're just trying to show.
Well, it's just like that. Matthew Learns was posted that image of the partially obscured Earth, from the dark side of the moon, from a Chinese satellite. He didn't even know what that was, but I did. And anyway, so it's just like, bro, stop even trying, man. This is weird. Don't make it weird, Matthew.
Lubo's making it weird, man. Lubo, you're making it weird in here, man. With your fanboy art that you're bringing in here. Oh, look at my ISS. Isn't it pretty? It's bigger than yours. Yeah, we get it, dude. Everything's made in China. We know. You have to be strutting your stuff in here. As a matter of fact, you're probably the only Chinese ever to be in here. That's saying something, bro. Like, you got to get your people on the horn. Tell them what's going on.
Yeah, he has a bright future.
Yeah, you're the only Chinese person from China in here.
Yeah, man. To be honest, I think, if it wasn't for their limited internet over there, we'd have a shitload of Chinese people in here.
Yeah, well,
their limited access to the West, we'd have a shitload of Chinese people in here talking to us.
Look at Donato posting that picture. China's Shenzhou 14 astronauts complete second spacewalk. See highlights. And they got a flat earth at the Way to go, China.
China, that shit flies because no one questions the government.
Look at their shit, man. It's all flat. Man. They just really bombed out. They bombed out, man. They're just like, screw it, man. We're just going to show them the reality of the situation. They still don't. They'll still be indoctrinated. Anyways, if somebody talks against us, we'll just throw them in jail. That's the thing with you guys over there, man. You put everybody in jail and shit.
Yeah, bro. I mean, there's a billion people in China that have no access to the West, right? But I guarantee if they, because they have their own internet over there and all that kind of stuff. If they had access to what we have going on, they would be here already.
What are you talking about? Look at this guy. Fisheye lenses. You cannot see. Please don't tell me you cannot recognize fisheye lenses. That's what we tell you guys, man. Why are you arguing our point against yourself? Are you weird. Trying to convince yourself or something? Like what?
Lubo, are you from China?
No, he actually did chocolate. Like last time he spoke in here, he was with an accent, so I don't think he's opening his. He lives there. Yeah.
Oh, you live in China, but you're not.
You better be. China. You better be looking out the peephole of your door, man. You see the friggin' government's gonna be coming to your place. They're gonna be wanting to know who you're talking to. What's this flat Earth business?
No, sure. I mean, but this is coming through on the live stream. This talk in the chat or whatever.
I'm gonna give him a change of heart real quick. Dude, so what
China, they can do? You can open your microphone and talk to us,
bro. He's saying things in the live stream text chat, voice chat. But Chinese people can do math, so you cannot fool that many people. What the hell does that mean, bro? That's great that they do math. That's wonderful. Well, what does that got to do with all the tea in China? That's a great way for me to even say that. Appropriately. I actually appropriately said that once in my life. To somebody from China, no less.
I don't know. I doubt this dude's even in China. He's probably just trolling the shit out of us.
I think he's in China, bro. Like this guy has no trouble speaking English.
I always wonder, because we don't hear from a lot of people in the
he's
West,
this guy is
unless they're from Australia.
I think he's underground, bro. Like this guy here, he's probably.
He might be using.
What if he's like farming social credit score? Like he somehow got lost credit, so that they took an organ, and then now he's got farm his social credit back up.
Crit, what the hell is that?
Idea. Crit's got some stuff.
This is their Supreme. Go check this out. Their supreme leader of China is so triggered by Winnie the Pooh. It's illegal to have Winnie the Pooh images in China.
No shit, dude.
Yeah, I'm not joking. Look it up.
Dude, Lubo just left, dude. You've offended him, dude, with that meme. Dude, he's supremely offended by the Winnie the Pooh.
Supremely offended.
Yeah,
I figured that's what it would take. Just
great, you just dishonored us. So he's just
I don't think he was really from China, but
dude, I've heard him speak, man. I don't know.
You really think he was from China?
I'm hard pressed, man, to think he's not. He had this heavy accent.
If he's from China, it'd be the first person I've met in 4 years that we've been doing this that is from China.
Yeah, I agree. He might be from China, but talking live on the internet from China, I don't think so. That's not.
Man, you'd have to be underground and shit to get it. Like,
yeah, you have to have a certain internet connection, and your VPN has to be set up right to access.
I'm in my bunker right now, but I can only be brief. Like, they don't want to stay too long and shit before they find out where he is.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
ching chong ding dong. You guys are crazy.
Ching chong ding dong. What did you say that?
You guys are crazy.
Fucking racist.
Thank you.
They're gonna be coming in now for sure.
Dude, I'd love to hear from people from China. I mean, there's a whole shit of people. I bet you there's freaking hundreds of thousands of flat earthers in China, but they can't talk to us.
Yeah, I know. They get arrested, bro. Can you imagine not having critical? Like, damn, that's next level, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, he does kind of look like Winnie the Pooh.
I know.
He does, bro.
Don't you know the Winnie the Pooh song? You could sing it to him.
You're gonna have to Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. All right.
That's the one.
That's as much as I remember of it. Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh.
Nice.
That's as much as I remember about it. I don't know the entire song.
Dude, God Rocket, we needed you here like, what is it, 30 minutes to an hour ago?
What happened?
Guy was in here with he was trying to measure curvature using a theodolite, and then he used a water level. I was like, dude, we had God Rocket in here. God Rocket was like, you can't do that shit, man. Come on, what's wrong with you? Pull your hand out your ass. Like, I know God Rocket would say something like rough like that to the kid, make him think twice. Like, I mean,
check it out. If I had a, well, I could get a theodolite. It's not that I don't have one, but I could get one. If you took a theodolite, and I'm telling you, this would absolutely prove that the Earth has no curvature, because what you do is you set it up like find a beach, or even you could do it on Highway 101 all the way down the highway. And you could shoot the grade on the road and then shoot the grade at the beach right on the water level. And then you would know exactly how many feet above the road is above the ocean, okay? Then you go down the road 100 yards or 200 yards and take a shot there. And then you reference it back to the beach. So you know exactly how many feet above the beach or below the beach you are. You do the simple little math. You go down 200 yards, take the shot, do the math, and then do the math so that it always references it back to the very first shot that you do. So you know exactly how many feet above or below the very first shot you took. And you just keep doing that, going to the next spot, and walking. If it took you 30 days to walk all the way from California or Washington or whatever, all the way down to Southern California on Highway 101, you would be able to by the time you got all the way from Canada to Mexico, you would have a measurement that would be accurate within, I would say, within 10 feet. There's no way you could do, I think it'd be actually even be more accurate than that, but you would know within exactly 10 feet of how high or how far below that spot was from the very first shot you took. It would probably take you, a month or more to do it. But if you did it and you had someone on the globe side, someone on the flat earth side. You had 2 or 3 people, and then you had someone to check the math to make sure nobody's cheating, nobody's lying like they're going to say we did. And when you got done with it, you would know without a doubt, for a fact, exactly how much curvature there was between those 2 points. And there would be no way to argue it. There would be no way to argue it.
There's no curvature at all.
Sauce, man.
Huh?
I said, look at God Rockin' giving away the secret sauce.
Yeah, this is why I love God Rockin' Miggy, man.
No, I mean, like, he needed to be here when that kid was in
he
there.
He knows what's up.
Like, all over the place. But, you know, we had Matthew Learns in that. But I don't really care about, like, Matthew just didn't want us to teach him anything. He's like, no, I disagree. Like, I know you do. Because you're a bad teacher.
If Matthew ever tries to pull that shit again, no.
No, I told him too. I was like, dude, if you sandbag any one of us in here when we're talking, like, you're toast, bro. Like, your account might as well just be, your name might as well be Mud, dude, because, like, you're not going to be in here at all.
My name is Mud. Might as well be. What is that Primus song? It's My Name is Mud. Might as well be something Peter Dennis. Well, that's my name. So, no. And that's my name, Dennis.
I know.
So, thank you, Primus, for
Dennis the Menace.
mentioning me. My name is Mud. So yeah, Matthew, don't try to pull that shit anymore, please, brother.
Yeah, that's pretty sad that he tried to do that. I mean, I've seen him do it before a little bit.
Yeah,
but he was full on because the guy was okay. So the Jesse Gordon is his name, and he was like standing on the unsure like information that he like from what he did. So he's prime right now. He thinks the Earth's a globe. Preponderance of evidence leads to like it's a globe to him because he doesn't know anything else. But he's like, I'm open to like, you know, I don't know if it is or not. Like, so he said that openly. So now it was a great time for us to have the discussion about it. Well, I was until Matthew chimed in and like, well, he was doing this. I'm like, dude, just relax, man. And he didn't let up, and then I had to get onto him. And when I was getting onto him, Jesse Gordon left, so I didn't have a chance. But that's what I'm saying. If you were here, you could have carried that knowledge that you had. You just could talk.
Yeah,
about
you
it.
missed it, God Rockin'. Yeah.
So sorry.
Jesse Gordon is his name. If he comes in here,
hey,
I was online.
None of us could be here all the time, so whatever.
Yeah. You can check. I was online. You could have DM'd me. I was just in a different server.
Oh no, I mean, like it wasn't as important as like whatever you're doing.
Well,
more important.
I'm just saying.
But
even that situation actually shows what Matthew was trying to do.
Yeah, that's not good. That's dirty. That's dirty pull there.
I told him too. I was like, he's like, well, he didn't like that method. I was like, I know you do because it's damning to your case, man. Like that's why you don't want us to continue. I didn't know exactly why you don't want us to say it because your globe's gonna go bye-bye, and you know that if
you're afraid of words, Matthew.
Well, he doesn't want any more converts, and so he'll drop himself over the grenade so he doesn't let the other guy, get his paradigm.
Bury himself. I mean, you don't even know this guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, because he took the bullet and that was the last one. It's like, dude, you're not wearing a bulletproof vest anymore. Like you just took it off right there.
Right. That almost makes me think that he might be being paid to do this shit.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's going pretty far.
Well, no, I'm saying God Rockin' to your point is he is getting paid because he's teaching globe stuff in his whatever class that he has. He's getting paid. He's an active deceiver. He's an active one.
Yeah,
he has a YouTube channel where he teaches classes and stuff. But
I don't care how nice.
As far as I know, I'm not saying I don't know this for a fact, but I'm not sure that Matthew is actually teaching in college anymore. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah,
I think he's just kind of like lazing around, kind of like a fight the tight.
Yeah, but he used his get out of jail free card today. So there isn't any more like, okay, I'll just don't do it again.
Don't ever do that again.
I told him, I was like, dude, if I hear any one of these flat earthers are like, you sandbag their conversation, you're Audi 6,000, man, quickly.
Yeah, man, I don't know anything about his personal life, and I don't care. Whether he's a professor at a university anymore. I've seen
or
some
that
of
he
his
can.
videos, but I mean, you came in here and
I disagree with that. I was like, so what? I don't care if you disagree. That the reason why you disagree is because you don't want me to. He didn't want me to talk to that guy. He did.
Well,
That's
not only that, the kid came into the Flat Earth server obviously looking for knowledge about the Flat Earth. He didn't come here looking for Matthew.
No.
I don't think. You know what I mean?
So yeah,
looking for someone that's going to pump up the globe.
Here's
well,
the
sure,
thing, man.
Even today, we've had several people jump in from other Discords that came in as a group, which I personally love that when people jump in from other servers, they find our server. It's like, hey, let's go talk to these flat earthers. Freaking bro, open your microphone and talk to us, man. I love that shit.
If you hear him in here do that again, let me know if I'm not around.
Yeah, well, if I hear him doing it again, he's on check.
He's on notice. He's put on notice.
But yeah, man, when new people jump in, sometimes they join like 3 or 4 or 5 at a time. And we that's what we're here for. We want them to do that.
But yeah, this conversation was on how the gentleman can get like a great way to do a method so that because he already done something. So we're going to talk about it, and Matthew just didn't like it. So
he already did it. That kid already went out and tried to make a measurement on his own or something. Is that what you said?
Look at live stream voice text God Rockin' if you got a chance.
Okay.
His name is Jesse Gordon. So you'll see his name.
All right.
It's in red. And by the way, I'm gonna have to get going here, so it's getting.
You don't got to go nowhere. No, not tell us that.
Well, you know what? That's literally true. You don't have to go anywhere, but you can hang up, and then you'll be where you are.
You sound like Lubo in China, Helio. Everywhere you go, well, there you are.
There you are.
Wonderful.
Every time.
He's dropping some major knowledge bombs, man.
See?
Freaking mind.
I'm not as dumb as everyone thinks I am.
That was truly some Zen. That was some Zen shit there, Helio.
That's beyond like shit, man. Like, yeah, no, he was like, oh, let's talk about navigation. When you go 60 nautical miles over here, you're in a different location. And when you take another 60 nautical miles, you're in this location.
No shit.
Yeah, yeah. You kind of shut me up when I was really trying to get. But anyway.
But no, he said, and
there's plenty of opportunities to go through all that shit.
And so, however many angles that you measure to the stars, you're in a different location. Oh, great. And then it's like, oh, and the Earth's a globe. After that,
I know.
You went to different places. Now the Earth's magically a globe. Explain that shit. Like,
it's the dumbest shit. No, once you really understand it, to consider that as a proof for the globe, I mean, you should realize it's dumb. Not because you're dumb. It's not because you're dumb. It's just because you consider it as proof of the globe. The idea of the globe is dumb, not because you're dumb. You actually consider this, so you understand what we're saying.
But he even said that, Helio. He was like, well, you guys just don't understand. Understand what? Like, what? Can you get to the meat of what you're trying to say? Because you only said like a few things where it only sounded like you knew you were this place on the Earth. Then you moved to another place, and now you know you're here. And then the Earth's a globe. Like, what the hell is this leap of logic shit that you're doing? Like, what? You didn't even get to the bit where you're talking about how that even correlates. Like, no. Nothing. Just
there's no correlation there with. I mean, the going 60 miles, moving laterally across said globe. That's
if
not
you
even.
did move,
I mean,
if
that's
you did
not
move,
the way people. That's not even the way people travel. Anyway, so they're making this shit up in their mind.
well, at least they have a mind to make it up in.
that's true.
That's because God gave that to them.
We just need to show them how to use it.
Well, we're actually trying to diffuse the whatever
The incorrect
the
methods they're using.
indoctrination that they've been introduced to. I mean, because yes, of course, the longitudinal lines across Earth are functional for across the map, and we see. I mean, we have calendars made on the path of the sun and all that kind of stuff. And that's where for the most part, where the calendar comes from. But for you to say that if I move 60 was it 60 miles or 60 degrees or whatever degrees they have planned in their pretend
I'm gonna head out.
Earth.
All right,
pretend globe Earth model. It's not going to work. Doesn't have anything to do with you. Your functional reality as you move across Earth.
I did, but Helio won't be quiet for you to say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm just saying real quick. I'm leaving, Helio.
All right. Peace, Miggy. Thank you.
Have a good night, man.
Hey, definitely contact me about what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, we do need to do that though. Like at some point, like we be intentional about that.
Yeah, we'll do it 2023. Look out, y'all.
Let's go. All right. Later, guys.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, see you too.
Yeah, it's just like, do you think longitude lines actually exist? And they prove the globe Earth? You're a dumbass if you actually think.
Dumbass.
Well, I mean, it could be dumbassery, I guess. I mean, I used to think it was true, as far as that goes, but do what it do. I mean,
well, he was obviously just
either you're a dumbass or a believer. That's the line. You either a dumbass or a believer in this globe nonsense.
And generally speaking, it's both in a lot of cases. They're just dumbasses that believe.
Sure. Dumbasses that believe in these longitudinal lines, proving that the Earth is a globe because of the path of the sun.
That doesn't work. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. But in their mind, it does.
Right. Just because they just think they're on a globe, they just say it makes sense because that's what we've been taught our whole lives. And obviously, you've moved from here to there, and you've moved across the globe. Yeah.
How many longitudinal lines are there?
I don't know.
But I would say
100 parallel. I think isn't there 100?
It's 23. That's when the sun repeats its cycle, and we all experience that. So it starts, it's 23 ends it, then 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 24, which just never reaches 24. 24 is 1. So that's what the longitudinal lines are.
Which ones go the same direction as the equator? Is that the latitude or longitude?
Well, latitude is that's
north to south or east to west. Which one?
As far as latitudinal lines go, it's just a measurement of It's not a measurement at all. I don't even know what the question is.
It's east to west. Which one's longitude and which one's latitude? The ones that go from the North Pole to
is path of the sun. Latitude actually is path of the sun as well, but they're in conjunction.
Okay, the equator, is that a longitude or a latitude? The equator.
Equator, you could say that would be that's where the path of the sun meets equilibrium. Once it's over the equator, when it moves across Earth.
I know that, but is that a longitude or a latitude line? It's one of them.
Line. It's a latitude line. So right. Longitude determines time. Or like I was saying, if in the vertical position, it determines time. After 23 hours, it restarts, and then you go 23, then 1 again. But as far as the latitudinal position of the sun, it moves through cycles. That's what creates these seasons. Because when the sun is
makes a bigger circle.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if it's a bigger circle, but it takes a different path.
Yeah, but we can't necessarily prove that it's a bigger circle or anything.
I know.
Yeah, but because we don't have a real map of the sun and all that kind of shit. But it definitely works the way they say it does in the northern.
We don't have a sun measurer, do we?
We sort of do.
Like what?
I don't know. How about you ask the motherfuckers that come in here from Australia all the time?
They think they can measure the sun?
Yeah, they can. In Australia, yes.
Wow. I never knew that. I thought I was part of the Flat Earth Society. I didn't think that Australia even existed.
No, there's plenty of people that live in Australia that come in here and talk all the time. No, we've had some.
I'll believe you.
You don't have to believe me. You can talk to the.
I don't want to talk to anybody else right now. I believe you, for hell's sakes. Let's just end it there.
Anyway, so as far as hey, let's. As far as the path of the sun, it doesn't. Now, sun, moon, and stars don't create shape of Earth at all, and that's what we all agree upon, or not all of us, but all together. Now, when it comes to the argument, people go like, "Oh, well, explain seasons on a flat Earth." It's like, what Earth are you talking about? The Earth is obviously a level stationary plane, so you're gonna ask me how I'm gonna explain the seasons, and I can explain it simply. The sun moves over there, it's cold, and the sun comes back over here, it's hot. It's really simple. They call it the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. It's a very simple explanation. Now, their idea would be their idea is the only reason that happens is because we're in a solar system and we're tilted at 24 point, at 23 point, whatever degree, and then we're in the galaxy and we're spinning around the globe in a wide circle, and the sun is hitting part of the Earth, and that's why it's hotter when we are experiencing that. It's a totally different scenario. Now, whether we can prove that's true or not, that's up to them. And the idea of the globe has been introduced to us from this scenario about this. I think it's dumb, stupid, dumb. Dang it! I think it's I don't think that anybody can prove that we're the third rock from the sun, and the reason we experience seasons and all this kind of shit. The only thing we can experience in reality is what
life.
happens.
Here we are.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing we can experience is life, the here and the now, the right where we are.
Right, when you see the sun moving, dude, we experience the same thing that people before supposed recorded history, and they made their calendars and everything. All of our ancient,
and they made their sundials.
Our ancestors, they made their sundials. They made the same conclusions, but the only time this globe Earth idea, third rock from the fucking sun.
My fucking neighbor upstairs, I'm gonna fucking have to turn her into the fucking office. She stomps around. She stomps around up there like nobody lives below her. She slams. She vacuums at 3 a.m, right above my head. Says in the fucking rules you can't vacuum after 10 p.m. But boy, 3 a.m. she's got that motherfucker just rolling across the floor.
I shit you not. No, I actually believe you. But yeah, I mean, this is the idea. It's just like where does this idea of third rock from the sun? We're on this earth, even Christians. I mean, most Christians think, hey, I mean, just like you with God Rock, and you live in Utah. There's
you want to know where I think it comes from?
Where do you think it comes from?
I think it comes from when the wandering stars, which are the ones that follow a different pathway than all the other ones in the sky, and their pathway just happens to be
it's retrograde, right?
Yeah, retrograde path. Yeah, and it just happens to be so that it can be mistaken for and
that's like happening right now.
An elliptical orbit around our plane. So people, I think that when they pathway.
No, I get you. Yeah, exactly. I get you because I was looking. While I was listening to you guys earlier, I was looking into. I was looking on Facebook or whatever. It's just like, hey, Mars and Venus, they're in retrograde. Which retrograde is just. It just means that Mars is moving slower across the sky and sort of backwards according to the spin of the Earth, in the heliocentric model. Now, does that mean the Earth is a globe? It certainly doesn't. No, it certainly doesn't. So when Mars and not Mars. I mean, it's Venus, and it's Venus and Mercury. No, Mars would never be in retrograde. Never mind. Yeah, I said it wrong, but yeah, it would be. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying that I think that those wandering stars, because I'm a biblical cosmologist. I believe in the biblical cosmology, and I believe that those wandering stars took their own pathway in rebellion. It says, and that's what it says in the scripture, that they rebelled against God and they went on their own pathway.
What do you think Mars is called Mars? You know what that means?
The planet of war or something, isn't it?
Yeah, Mars is the god of war.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I think that they were in on the deception with Satan. That's what I think. The deception of the globe. I think it was planned from the very beginning, and I don't think there's anything anybody could do about it.
Yeah, but we have to participate necessarily. Once you understand this,
I know. I'm just saying that I think that it was planned from the beginning by Satan to cause this deception.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. I mean, I'm open to being wrong, but I think I'm kind of close.
All about understanding that part of like Mars being the warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Is actually you're the warrior.
Well, Venus has something to do with the woman, isn't it?
And Venus is the woman, right? And she's the warrior too. It's just like, see, and people say like, "Oh, I've gotten a lot of shit from some of the stuff I've talked about." Comes with this. I mean, I'm reluctant to actually talk about what I've come across as far as all of the information when it comes to just this to me it seems simple, basic information, but a lot of people are just like, well, that's complicated. Well, it is complicated. But,
yeah,
flat globe. Yeah, that's a dichotomy, but that's not the entire plan. It's not.
No, but
nothing to do. That the Pope died yesterday.
I didn't.
Yeah, he died.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Huh. So,
do you want me to shed a tear or what?
I'm just telling you. No, I'm just telling you. I don't think it really has anything to do with. And maybe he did or didn't die. I mean, just like with all the Hollywood actors. I mean, some of them died, some of them didn't.
Who knows, huh? They like to cause deception, don't they?
Yeah. So he died yesterday, and the Queen died earlier this year, probably on a day that has numbers involved.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, so it do what it do. Do what it do.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm a biblical cosmologist. After studying the Bible, I've been doing this for about the last 6 months, digging deep into it and about what the Bible says, what the earth is. And you'd be surprised how much it talks about it. It's not just in Genesis. It's not just this, the 7 days of creation and this and that. It goes into some detail.
Yeah, the Book of Matthew as well. I mean, as far as spirituality, Book of Matthew is really freaking, really, it's good stuff. And the Book of Matthew chapter 5. If you haven't looked into some of that, just read it. Okay. It will tell you more about yourself than you'll ever know. So. I mean, Matthew chapter 5 is a Sermon on the Mount. But
oh, is it? Okay. I've read that before.
Read it again.
I will. It's probably something I should probably read 20 or 30 times, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. But every time I read it, it's like, whoa. It's like, are you talking about me?
Yeah. Yeah, you.
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, you. By the way, yeah.
It's all good. And you don't have to believe in God or
no, you don't.
The story, but when you read Matthew chapter 5, Bro, it's about you. It's about you. Every time.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what the Bible says about the face of the great deep below us? It says that it's frozen, solid ice, the face of the great deep.
Sure, but in Genesis.
And that's nope. It's in Psalm somewhere. I can't remember exactly, but it says the face of the great deep is frozen. And if we're set on a foundation, like it says in Genesis, and if we're set on pillars, like it says, and the pillars go down into the great deep, well, they're going to hit the face of the great deep first, because it's the face. It's what you hit first. The face of the water is the top. The face of the great deep, the very first part you hit. It's frozen. So the pillars go down into frozen ice. That's why we can't be moved. That's why it's so stationary. It lays it all out, bro. I mean, there's more than just that. And I mean, you can find this shit all through the Bible. And when you put it all together, it paints this pretty little picture of this realm we live in. And it explains all the things why it can't be moved. All that stuff, how the firmament separates the waters from above from the waters below.
The Genesis book gets way more involved with the people that are after the establishment of that. Yeah, that's when it gets personal.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, I've just been searching for stuff that references the Earth for the last 6 months, and there's a lot of stuff in there. And then when you finally find all of it, I don't even know that I found it all yet, but the amount that I've found so far gives a pretty good description of where we live.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's not doesn't talk about a globe at all. I'll tell you that.
Ice necessarily is the foundation, man. I think the word is the foundation, but yeah, I mean, maybe the word is ice, or maybe it's hot.
No, the Earth is put on a foundation and then on pillars. It says.
Yeah.
And the pillars go down like pilasters underneath. It's set on pillars. They go into the ice.
Yeah,
that's what it says.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's right.
No, I agree with you.
But that's how I interpret it.
Yeah, when you go further into Genesis, I mean, you find out what God was telling you about the people that he wanted to carry his word and carry the message. And guess what? They were just like us.
Yep. That's right. That is right. No. Well, fuck, Helio. It's 2 p.m. It's 2 a.m. I think I'm going to say goodnight to you, brother. And Happy New Year.
How's that you?
And all that. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to sign off for the evening and bid you a good day, good night, Happy New Year, and I'll catch up with you next time I see you or hear you.
Yeah, brother, man. I mean, good to talk to you again.
Yeah, you too, man. You know I love you, Helio. So you have a good night, brother.
It's all good. So if nobody else is going to talk, I'm going to start
playing some music.
I'm going to play some music or maybe an old talk that we had.
There you go. Might as well.
appreciate you, brother. God rocking, man. We not to be redundant, but I do respect you, brother, man. I appreciate all.
Yeah, same here, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. Have a good night, bro.
Peace, man.
Yep.
Shalom. God rocking. What else we got here that we might be able to that would benefit humanity that we can play? Hmm. 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 You know, I might as well listen to that tune talk we had the other night. No, which I wasn't involved, but I do what I do. No, you know what? I don't feel like anybody's gonna be. This one's a little bit longer.
Join in the discussion.
I'll listen to this one. This is Mr. Sensible had a talk with some of the admins here. And if you haven't heard it before, here it goes. Not doing this right. Copy link.
Join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. Yeah, just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. and they're like, "Well, I'll go somewhere." Go ahead, man. Like that's the point.
That's
There's
right.
other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief. And I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secret. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, me.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You can bring him back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure. I
just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, Meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why, your position basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, the alternative. No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, I mean, and astrophysicist.
He's well known. Yeah.
No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has And let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, that they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I had, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of that star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic. And also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, Hold My Beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come, somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So like he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of like what we hear on the critiquing side of like what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, yeah, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. Yeah, no, I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Katz character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? Like, oh, this is what he's gonna do, and he's gonna make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveler.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you want to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length. because
So
the
in
surface of the water, 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters.
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not
I'm
much.
sure that's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper.
Yeah.
There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
Sorry,
just
do I
in
have
the rail?
what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the Cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
Got it. Yes.
The one here. So.
Okay.
You should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Does he have image perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He needs image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here, this is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. If you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile, Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately 1/13 of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dogpile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the Cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Wait, which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the sagittor for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above. And to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months, and then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you? How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water and adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no, and it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Mm-hmm. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e., maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say toe tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah, because I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete,
exactly.
of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint. And they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye. But it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
Got two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filmed in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? A half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand a quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
level
guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
they never account for anything. Linear lines every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
Right. And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curved is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level of capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level.
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
Yeah,
now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level
yes,
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation? of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not. Yeah, what but it's not. About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's so not.
If you're just talking,
and the point with, hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from two spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
if
and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
It's the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plumbs, and at each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plumbs, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but
exactly.
No, they would.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter height, if you like. So over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters, so no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much, hold on, how much is 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter?
Yes.
Half a millimeter?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have
wouldn't.
point. No, yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 100. Over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
to label your level and our level. Your level's
guys,
called radio
guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known or known, but
I just put 100.
Sorry, I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that. But we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this and see if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's 1/10 of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's 1/10 of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? It's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's a way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us what give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes, they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just want to either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from. Just a
quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't. It has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible. But everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be right. What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be right something else subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that is they're 100% sure, and you don't know that, because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat earth, globe earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
So are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point
You're
is,
pointing out to me we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, oh, it's not our guess.
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just, well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality. And we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
This is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have, that is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
You're rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Audience, let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Don't know anything then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you that we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counterexample. Here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my patron or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of them things
absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it. I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual form. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual form that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir.
Science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know. But
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair. And
Okay, well, then
I'd say
that's
that's
the
yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's
Yes,
okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on, if I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go. Whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers, it's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
But that's with what science, you're doing. You're sensible.
Well,
you just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
no. What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
Well, we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science? Do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore, you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like, I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore, because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
no, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on. We know. No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed something out to you. But look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we know.
Those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive at
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. Fact. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. Lawyer speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We all were.
We have a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you all
have to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So let us know.
Listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. Like, we're not going to leave this because it's important for you.
It's 100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. No, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different that come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there.
Wow.
The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, delirium. That's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
So you want to bring something up to get it?
Your take.
This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because listen, this is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.99999% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
Oh, it's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes.
Oh, well,
you take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the curve naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up, Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold on. I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live stream.
Yeah, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go.
Maybe you did.
Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because
it?
I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that go and explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometers up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see, if you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
I have evidence.
It's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his. And it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labeled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right. Well, you can see the two lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God. Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh
because all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You just got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down.
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then leave.
Come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
anything. If you're 100% sure on anything, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced yourself.
Propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon.
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out that someone's
playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Sure he's a guy? Are you
there is
sure
a
he's
clip.
a guy?
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me speak.
Are you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't read evidence. You won't. You are in a position. Guys, is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No. He said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're
okay. Which means by definition you're not scientific about this. And not honest
your
about
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock
It's
yourself out.
already
Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So.
Okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Are we live 100% flat smacked?
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just
bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not a direct measure.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure of recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time. Recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it.
Man.
Must have been terrible.
Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.
Just started the live stream. Go ahead, Cyclone. Thanks, Julio, and thank you, Corvo, for having us over again. We've had some good events in the past, and we always appreciate you reaching out. This is the best conversation and subject to be discussing on the Earth, in our opinion. So we appreciate it, and we know it's a sensitive subject for some, but it's a gold mine of information, and it's a great thing to get into. So I would just kind of like to frame it beforehand with a bit of introductory comments. So if you're new to this and you've not really looked into the flat Earth before, you're probably going to have a few ideas in your head about what you think we're talking about here. Primarily a disk in space, like a disk Earth floating around a heliocentric solar system. That's not what anyone's saying. That's not what we're saying. That's the images that are put out and the idea that is put out in the mainstream to make curious minds turn away from the topic because you dismiss it as obviously ridiculous. So that's not actually what we're saying, but there's a lot that you can get into in terms of what we actually are saying. So that's what we're going to try and focus on. It's going to no doubt have some points of debate in it, and I would just say pay attention to who is presenting empirical evidence, observation, and data, and who is presenting ideas, concepts, theories. Right. Another thing I would say is that it might sound like a ridiculous idea, and it sounded ridiculous to most of us when we first heard about it. But in reality, this is what we experience in our everyday lives. It's all we ever experience, which is that the Earth is a flat and motionless Earth, as far as we can tell. So that's not to say that that's the beginning and end of the question, but it is where you start if you're honestly wanting to figure out where you live. Another thing I would say is come at this from an open-minded position and understand that the more valuable thing to do here is not to try and argue with a concept that you don't necessarily like the sound of, but you don't really know that much about, but rather interrogate your belief in a globe, right? Which is what we all ended up having to do. Most of us got into this trying to prove the globe and debunk flat Earth. So it's more useful for you to think, right, what is it that makes me believe that what I live on is a spinning ball in a vacuum? And then raise those points to us and say, okay, I think I live on a ball because this. And then we'll give you our explanation as to why that isn't actually proof that we live on a spinning ball. That's what a lot of this comes down to. So it's more worthwhile for you to ask the questions about what you believe and how they pertain to the globe than it is to kind of try and argue against a concept that you maybe don't fully understand. But we're looking forward to taking your questions. And if you follow the text chat alongside, we'll be posting articles, images, and information to go along with what we're saying. So we'll try and keep that relatively on topic if we can, guys. And yeah, we look forward to taking your questions. So unless any other flat earther wants to kind of jump in with some more intro remarks, then we can get going.
Let's begin with a simple question. Why is the Earth not a globe? I'll just start off the discussion with that.
Okay, well, I'd say the simplest answer to that is that a globe requires physical curvature of the surface, right? A ball requires physically a necessity that the surface is curving at a certain rate. NASA and the mainstream give us this rate, approximately 8 inches per mile square, based on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the official story, so it necessitates physical curvature. So this is what people are testing. This is the crux of the whole discussion. If Earth is a ball, if the stories about the satellites going into space, going to the moon, if the stories about any of it, gravity, everything that you think proves a ball, if any of those are true, then it necessitates physical curvature of the surface. And people are doing long distance observations, laser tests, radio wave tests, to test the convexity or lack thereof of the surface over bodies of water, salt flats, things like that. And they're finding no curvature. There has to be curvature of a very specific rate for the story to be true, and there's none when physically tested. We can see too far. Our line of sight is too far for there to be a curve going down and away from us at a certain rate, like they tell us. So this is the craziest thing about this subject. If you're into conspiracies and you've looked at things like 9/11, the moon landing, JFK, all this kind of stuff, flat Earth sounds like the most ridiculous, but it is the one with all of the evidence that you can actually verify. That's the difference. You can test this yourself once you understand the globe model, but it requires actually understanding the globe model to a depth that you don't get taught in school. None of us are taught what we're going to talk about tonight in school for the most part. Not in this detail. And you need to know that detail to be able to test it. So it's now being tested. It was being tested in the 1800s and the 1900s as well, but again, they were kind of just shouted down. But yeah, there's no curvature. No curve, no ball. Cannot be a globe. Physically cannot be. So that's the main argument, I would say, in terms of empirical, verifiable. But I mean, it's endless. You can get into motion of the Earth. We can get into the vacuum of space and gas pressure requiring a container. Physical reality and natural law debunk the globe model. And it's just about going and learning those things, learning the globe model in detail, what its actual claims are, claims which are physically essential to the story. And they're nowhere to be found in reality. And reality actually contradicts them directly. So it's a crazy pill to swallow, but that is what you'll find if you honestly go looking at the evidence. Right, so it's like you'll be taught like discursive writing and debate in school, and they'll tell you need to know both sides of an argument. Right, we're only taught one. We're only taught the heliocentric globe model. We were taught nothing about a geocentric flat Earth model, which has been believed for the majority of all of human history and was still widely debated between the best scientists in the 1800s and 1900s, contemporaries of Einstein. They were still debating heliocentrism and geocentrism because the reality is our observed worldview is geocentric. What we see is that the sun is moving, not that we're moving. So there is a positive burden of proof on the side saying, okay, I know we don't see us moving and we only see the sun moving, but in reality, we're moving as well, right? We're the ones moving, causing that apparent moving sun. Okay, cool story. What's the evidence? And this is where it falls short. And you believe, like all of us did, that, well, someone's done it, someone's figured it out, someone's done some test somewhere at some time and has proven this because everyone's saying it. This is what our world is currently thinking. But you haven't actually looked. You haven't actually checked. You're just presuming someone has. Well, therein lies the rub. They haven't. No one has. No one ever did. It was always an assumption. It was always a model created by Copernicus at the behest of the Catholic Church, saying, come on, Copernicus, give us the math for how this observation could be possible on a spinning ball. And Copernicus was like, oh, I don't know about that. They'll eat me alive. I don't want to do it. But they pushed him. And they actually published it for him. And he even said himself, it isn't necessary that this is true. It isn't necessary that I even believe it. But this is how it could theoretically work on a spinning ball. And he did the math. Right? That's not proving anything. That's creating a theoretical model and backwards engineering from existing observation. So this is a lot of stuff to get into, but I would implore you to think with an open mind and ask questions about the globe that you currently believe in, right? Because that's how you learn, right? It's not going to do you much good to challenge an idea that you don't believe in, but it might do you some good to really interrogate your own beliefs and figure out what the evidence is for them. So yeah, let's do some questions with some new people, unless anyone else wants to jump in from the far side.
I think I saw a nice warm dad you might have lit up. Do you have a question?
Oh, no, sorry. I have my push to talk keys mapped to something else also.
All right, it's fine. So any questions, any challenges? I'll go ahead, God420.
For our drift, that we all
Major, including me with my gyroscope.
Your microphone is barely audible. Like I don't know, there's too
very
much
low.
static.
Yeah, it's very low. Sorry.
Can you explain the 15 degree per hour drift that all of our gyroscopes pick up? All of them.
Sorry, Corvo, just quickly. Could you give Indio perms now he's here?
I got you.
Okay, so who's with the question there? Who are we speaking to?
15 degrees.
The 15 degree per hour drift.
Drift of
Explain it. The rotating globe that we are on. Explain the 15 degree per hour drift on a flat Earth.
Wait. The rotating globe that you're on.
Correct. It has the 15 degree per hour drift. And
So
it's not the 1,000 mile an hour silliness. It's 15
So
degrees
the
per hour.
land, the globe that you're on, you're saying is rotating.
Once in 24 hours.
Okay, so where do you detect the Earth to be rotating?
All of my gyroscopes, all of
Your
my pendulum
gyroscope?
gears, all of my testing gear will pick it
No,
up.
we're talking about the Earth rotating.
Yeah, you can pick that up using mechanical means as well.
Okay, how do you pick it up using mechanical means?
An ultra low friction gyroscope.
Right, so the gyroscope's moving.
Didn't understand.
So how do you link that to the Earth moving exactly?
Only true explanation, period.
Oh, so because you say it's the only true explanation, you don't have to provide any evidence for a causal link. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I could bring up the readings for the scopes and stuff if you need me to, but you know.
But you're assuming this motion. What's that assumption based on exactly?
So high altitude observation of the sun and the planets and the stars.
So you see the sun moving, right? So how is that telling you anything about the Earth moving?
They are all rotating.
Right. Okay. But the Earth is
It's
not.
just
right?
it's just too obvious that the rotation is there.
They're rotating. Okay, so they're rotating. How do you get to the bit where you're rotating?
Develops some argument.
Is that an assumption?
So it's an assumption. Just
Thank
out of
you.
kind of nowhere.
Measured evidence from my own personal equipment proves to me that it is rotating.
But you just said it's
Tested
because
here.
the sun and the stars are moving. But that's just the sun and the stars moving. I'm asking, what makes you think that you're the one moving?
My gyroscopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk and I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. You can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what
measure-
I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I will do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Well, look, dude, if you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your refutation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right?
I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true that you can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree per hour drift that is on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
you're
yes or no question.
Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
no, because you're lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah, you won't do shit. You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees. Okay,
let's do this.
Camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject first?
Some more.
Corvo, guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah. I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys are interested.
How about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared, wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yes, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just gonna have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were gonna go and set up your gyroscope that you were then gonna say, "I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation," and we were gonna say, "Okay, how do you link that?" And you'd say, "Well, just because we know." Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob, or not Dr. Bob, but Bob. What's his name?
So just to the new people as well. This is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get. Program. Who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to kind of bring it back.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola, all good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it. That was all I had to say, really.
Well said.
I agree completely with what you said.
Respect.
Yeah, exactly. And just like I said at the beginning, right? Pay attention to who's speaking about empirical observations and measurements and who's just kind of getting a bit emotional. So yeah, Corv, I don't know if you want to open up to see if anyone else has questions or.
Yeah, anyone else has a question? Want to try to be the interlocutor? Could be interesting.
I have a question.
Let me just see which name.
My question is, if the Earth is flat, how come there are time zones?
Time zones, classic. Crypto, you want to answer this, or someone else on Flat Earth side?
Yeah, if someone else wants to go ahead, otherwise I'm happy to.
You're good, Crypto. You take over, man. You explain it very well.
Yeah, go for Crypto.
Yeah, it's really simple. So, let's say that you were, living on a table, right? You, me, and a few other people were living on a table, and there was a light going around above that table. It's really quite simple. When the light is above your head, that's midday. As the light moves away from you, that's called evening, afternoon, and then evening. And then as it becomes dark, that's nighttime. So your proximity with midday defines the time, right? So it's got nothing to do with the shape of anything. It's got to do with the cycle of day and night. And that's all it is. Because it's a repeated cycle, you call this 6 p.m. and you call that 3 p.m. and this is 10 a.m. But they're just... think about it as like sections of a day rather than sections of a ball. And, yeah, it's easy enough to understand.
Also, most people have confusion about the nature of the sun because they've bought into the heliocentric model, which is entirely theoretical, including the alleged distance of the sun as being 93 million miles away. There's no hard evidence for that, so there's no reason to think that's true. In fact, there's lots of evidence to counter that idea. So that's another reason why sometimes people get confused about the sun and the daylight.
I have a question.
Oh, I was actually hoping to ask the guy who asked the question, like a counter question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'll be very quick. I don't know who it was that actually asked.
That was me.
Sorry, what's your name?
Shamron.
Shamron, why do you think that time zones would only be possible on a ball?
It's a fact.
Based on the way you're saying that, the way that if it's like a light shining on a flat surface, essentially. Okay, how do I put?
You think that the sun would illuminate everything, right?
Yeah, wouldn't the sun
like a table lamp over like a dinner plate or something, right? So everything should be lit up.
In the text.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to ask this question, because often that's what people think. So I wanted to kind of lead into this. Think about a massive warehouse, right? So you've got a massive warehouse and you've got one light in the middle of the warehouse. Does the light in the middle of the warehouse illuminate the entire warehouse?
Well, if it doesn't illuminate the entire warehouse, but I've worked in a warehouse myself, and if there's a single light and it's in the middle of the warehouse, you'll see some of the light from even the farthest corner of the warehouse, as long as it's bright enough.
Absolutely.
Well, the warehouses you've worked in aren't the same as the one that I've worked in. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I've worked in massive warehouses where you can't see. Like, every inch of the warehouse needs to be lit or there's no light.
Or either way, imagine that warehouse is like 20 miles long and there's a light at the far end. Then you won't see it.
Would you then say that the size of the Earth is like larger than
way larger?
Yeah, the sun is more small and local than they tell us, and that movement over the face of Earth is what dictates day and night. Like a small light over a flat table.
Would you have proof to provide that? I mean, proof to justify these claims?
Well, do you know how you see the sun move every day?
Yeah.
And do you know how when you see the sun move away from you, it starts to get dark?
Yeah.
Okay, so prove to me that that's not what's occurring. Because you're saying that's not what's occurring, right? You're saying you're the one spinning, and that's the reason that it's actually going dark. But in reality, you just see the sun move away from you, and when it gets a sufficient distance away from you, it gets dark and it's nighttime.
Crepuscular rays help too.
So
another distraction.
Really, that's your logical axiom. The sun moves over your head, and eventually it gets far enough away that it becomes nighttime. The light is not reaching you. This matches what we observe of light. It doesn't go forever.
How can you see the sun rise?
Because that's when it's moving towards you. But it's not actually rising from beneath the Earth, right? That's an optical effect. Okay, so with it over distance, due to the way optics work, it'll appear to compress with the horizon, but it's an optical thing, right? You can demonstrate this if you have a long table and you take an object and you draw it away from you, get a friend to pull it away from you, you'll see the bottom of it start to disappear bottom up, right, on a flat surface. So when the sun's moving towards you, it has kind of the reverse of that effect. It appears to rise from the compression point of the horizon, but it's just traveling towards you over a distance. And we can show you footage of the sun not doing that, not appearing to optically sink, but rather shrink into the distance as it travels. You can see this in areas on the equator when the atmosphere is a bit drier generally, and Africa and places like that.
I'd like to counter that because if you measure the disc, it doesn't change in size. So that makes no sense what you're saying.
Boris, it's good to hear you again. Been a while.
Yes.
So what
That's
was your
factually
measure?
incorrect.
Boris.
Boris is back.
Where's Natasha?
Yes. So I want to ask you. I asked this a long time ago, and no one was able to answer it because you believe there isn't a vacuum. So why does the ISS not burn up?
What are you talking about?
What's that?
Because it's at Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas, and it's climate control.
No. You can see it with a telescope. You can see it with a telescope. You can.
That
see
was
it
a
with
good answer.
Good pair of binoculars. You can even see it with the naked eye. But
So
you
what do you see?
clearly
What
what
do
it
you
is,
see?
and it doesn't burn up.
It's not clearly what
how
it
do you
is,
Explain
dude.
that.
It's not clearly what it is.
It doesn't matter. It's an object that's
It's an object that is way. Listen, now tell me, if the ISS, what you think is the ISS, was at 40,000 feet, was 7 feet across and going 350 miles per hour, would it look any different than what you see now?
That's not my question. I'm asking why does.
Well, I'm asking you, you think that you positively ideated a space station flying at 17,000 miles per hour, 400 kilometers in the sky, and 300 feet long, that you positively ID'd it with a telescope or binoculars? And I'm asking you.
I don't care what it is. It's an object that you can see. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it could be at 40,000 feet.
Why does it not burn up?
Why would it burn up at 40,000 feet?
Because things screaming that fast tend to get
350 miles an hour is not fast.
What's that?
He wants it both ways.
Listen, the International Space Station would be where you think it is would be visually identical to an object that's going 350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet and 7 feet long. That's the same angular size. It's the same angle that it would travel across the sky. It's just everything is identical. Be visually identical, where you could not tell the difference. But why would it burn up?
Because it's going so fast in an atmosphere. But if there is
350 miles per hour, that's actually smaller than a commercial airplane.
I thought this is a question and discussion.
Well, if you don't look. So we start with a false premise, and then you continue.
Yeah, the ISS is going so fast that if there was no vacuum, it would burn up.
No, it's not.
Okay, so prove the speed of the International Space Station.
It's not, huh?
Prove the speed of the International Space Station from observation.
It comes back over my head every 90 minutes. That's
not what I asked.
First of all, that's not true in the first place.
It does.
Oh
it
my
comes
God.
Over.
The
Well,
International Space Station does not pass over the same location. If you look up, if you go on spot the station, so then why are you saying it?
Well,
it's going to go over the same spot.
Well, of course it doesn't go over the same spot because it's around the spinning globe. But I'm not arguing that. I'm only arguing is why this thing that goes so fast, and you can actually measure its speed with
so you just keep saying it. Prove it's going so fast, dude. That's what I'm asking.
What's that?
You can measure it.
Prove it's going so fast. What's the evidence it's going so fast other than a press release?
I just told you. You can measure its speed with a ham radio when it sends out its beacons. You can measure hang on, you can measure the Doppler shift of the frequency.
Boris, come on.
I've measured it with my ham radio
Can you show us any data of measuring the Doppler shift of the ham radio operator? Can you show us any data supporting that?
Oh yeah, you can do it
okay,
yourself.
Okay, so post it in flat earth text.
It isn't that I need to show the data. You need to do it yourself and see that. Oh, this.
That's called an owner's probandi fallacy, where you're trying to switch the burden of proof to me.
No.
Yes.
You're. I'm just asking you, why does this thing that travels so fast not burn up?
You don't know that it does. It's like you say it over and over. Yeah. Can I just get in here very quickly?
For a minute. Go ahead.
You can't just keep claiming the same thing over and over.
Well,
and when I didn't finish. You can't keep claiming the same thing over and over, and when asked to prove it, you just assert it again and again and again. At some point,
Well,
you have to actually. I'm still talking. Didn't finish.
Sort of thing. But
moderator, can I be allowed to finish my sentence, please?
No, you are. What am I?
Boris, chill. Let Crypto finish his sentence.
Yeah, you can't just keep reasserting the same thing over and over. Obviously, anyone listening knows that that's the case. If I tell you over and over that unicorns exist, it doesn't matter that I tell you they exist.
No, I get what you're saying.
I didn't finish.
But you don't
didn't finish.
You don't need to repeat.
Why are you talking over me, bro?
Let him talk, dude.
Fuck me.
Chill.
Like, I'm just trying to emphasize the point that over and over again, saying unicorns exist isn't proof that they exist. India has asked for proof. You haven't provided it. It's the second time tonight the claim has been made with no proof. Just worth knowing. You know, the audience that doesn't listen to the stuff very often, you guys should be considering this. Many claims, zero evidence. And that's going to be the theme for the night.
Yeah, I feel like all Globers try to use these sneaky debate tactics.
He left. Still waiting. I would like to add that in order to have the speed of the ISS, right, you must first assume that you have a distance between the center of the Earth and the distance to the ISS. Then you're going to be figuring out, you got me, bro. Then you're going to have to be figuring out how long it takes to make a circle around the entire Earth. And from this, you can calculate how fast it's going based on the assumption that you know the radius. So at some point, we should talk about how that was proven.
I think he left. Are there any other Globers in here?
There's a question in the text there. Grumpo is asking, I would like to ask about tides. How would that work with the flat Earth?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a simple. It's very simple. Like they're gonna be, you're gonna ask a lot of questions about how things work that in reality since we can't scientifically provide evidence for how something is working. You have an assumption on one side, and then there's a burden for us to say, well, how does it work if it doesn't work in the heliocentric model? When the reality is, you're standing on the beach and the moon is heading over you. You don't feel the hairs on the back of your neck or the top of your head stand up. Nothing is happening. There's no change. There's no difference. It's quite obvious that that's just a story that's told.
Yeah, if I could just add on to this point. So tides it's a good question, but again, like we're saying, it's not really something that you can scientifically test all over and empirically validate any of these stories that they're giving us. But an important thing to note is that they'll give you the story that the moon's gravity is causing tides. So then wherever the moon is, those tides would have to be occurring, but they only occur in oceans, right? Salt water. They don't occur in inland seas and lakes and any other body of water, which should experience it if it's simply the moon's gravity. So observably, you can see that the heliocentric globe model story isn't correct, but what it actually is a bit more complicated. Sorry, just quickly, I think Indio wanted to add something, and he's usually got some good info on this. Indio?
Oh, yeah, hold on. I was muted at my mic. Anyway, and it doesn't even tides don't even occur on over 50% of the ocean. There's something called tidal nodes in which there's absolutely no measurable tide difference at all. So there's that. It's like nearly the entire like southern ocean.
Yeah, let me just remember to add. So tidal nodes is a good one to look into, but also if you join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where someone can post a link in the channel, you scroll down to the additional information section. We've got loads of channels, all alphabetized, and Currents is one of them where it speaks about tides, but it goes through, we've got channels on gravity, NASA, astronauts, sun, the moon, stars, all this stuff. And it's stuff that you won't find on YouTube or Google because they censor Flat Earth. So it's worth joining the server. So I'm getting some background noise. High viscosity liquid. Could you chill? I'm gonna pop you on mute.
Sorry, I was actually.
But yeah, so check out the Discord server that someone will post a link to, and there's loads of information on this kind of stuff. But
you can join the Discord in announcement page.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give the gentleman that underwater currents probably are the best explanation for why tides happen.
Well, I would say this about tides, that there is a weak correlation with the position of the sun and the moon, but not really that strong. So if you look at actual tidal data, so the theory is that the moon is pulling the water along, and that sometimes the sun, if they're in the right position, interacts. But if you look, let's say, the tidal data for the UK, right? So the pull of the tide, high tide should follow the moon when it's at its local meridian. That would be directly overhead, right? The water should be going towards the moon, like where it is. But if you look at just the island of England, you'll see that the difference in high tide can be up to 12 hours, and England's not that big of an island. So the tidal theory, the gravitational tidal theory, is demonstrably wrong just from data. This thing on?
Yep, we heard you. That was good.
Okay.
Good answer.
And if you actually want, I'll actually post it. Oops, sorry about that. Actually post.
There's another question in the the text channel, unless someone else has something else to say about tides. King of Kings wants to know, in the flat Earth model, the sun is smaller and closer to the surface than on the globe Earth model. Is there something preventing the light being emitted from the sides of the sun from reaching the outer edge of flat Earth? I don't really understand that question, but maybe somebody else does. Is there something preventing the light being emitted?
I answered him previously. He didn't understand what I was talking about. So there's something called Laplace's extinction theorem. There's this idea that air is transparent. It's actually not transparent. And it falls off as a double exponential with the distance. It's not the inverse square. Because there's something called optical extinction. In any other medium, absorbs and attenuates light. So because it has to travel through this medium, for example, if you just measure just the sun at solar noon versus when it's on the horizon, sunset, the difference in brightness is a factor of 23,000. It's 23,000 times less bright just at the horizon. And that's just from the change in angle. That has nothing to, that's not even a calculation for distance. So if you want the physics mechanism why the sun can't illuminate the entire surface of the Earth, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think high viscosity liquid had a question.
Yeah, I was just about to say thank you, Aaron. I'm gonna mute high viscosity. So just a second. High viscosity liquid is a glass blower, so he has some interesting devices running in the background. But Mr. Liquid, do you have a question for guest?
Not a question so much as a comment. I unmuted myself earlier because I was wanting to interject, but I was waiting for a chance to talk, and I've got too much background noise here. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that freshwater lakes do indeed have tides.
I believe also rivers, maybe. Like I know I live in Stockholm, and sometimes the water gets like lower and higher during the day.
Absolutely. Rivers tend to experience more of what's known as a tidal bore, where you get the water flowing backwards upriver, and it's held back by the river, so that you end up with an actual wall of water. When it does manage to push upriver, it's pushed into a wall and so the tides rise incredibly quickly in rivers. But that's ocean water coming upriver. But lakes very much do experience tides.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What's the mean tide level change in the Great Lakes, say like Michigan?
I missed that. Say again.
What's the mean, the average? What is the mean change in tide on Lake Michigan? Like, what's the difference between high tide versus low tide?
Lake Michigan is the one that Google offered me an actual number for as well. So if you're
and it's something.
If you're testing my knowledge is, according to Google, it's 1.5 inches.
Okay, so 1.5 inches, which is like what, 2 centimeters?
If that's how you do your math, fair enough.
Okay, so my point, I'm trying to make a point here, is that this change of high tide versus low tide is not within this, it's within the uncertainty of the measuring device. Okay? That means the measuring device does not have enough precision to draw a conclusion from the measurement. Okay? Random variation of water level can account for change in height of the water.
Okay, so first of all, you want to round 1.5 inches down to 2 centimeters. And then you've already cherry-picked Lake Michigan, which isn't that big a lake.
Well, I can also do Mediterranean Sea. I mean, pick one. I mean, seriously, it doesn't even matter because the measuring device
it's
itself.
It's just funny how you come with all these.
Okay, I was told to pick one. How about Lake Malawi? It's nice and big.
Okay, what's the difference in tides?
I don't know. I would have to Google it. But the fact of the matter is, there's that information to be Googled. And you're telling me, their measuring apparatus isn't accurate enough to measure 1.5 inches. It's like bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
What does it measure?
Find someone else to talk to. I'm not wanting to argue. I just wanted to interject that you were wrong saying that freshwater lakes don't have tides.
First of all, I didn't say that. And when we say does not have tides, which means they are not measurable to any precision where you can separate it from noise. Understand?
You did say that there were no tides in lakes and stuff.
Yeah, no, that was
but when we say no tides, it's not measurable.
Was essentially that, but my point was that they're not the same as the coastal tides. That is what people are talking about, which have variations in the feet, right? These ones that they're talking about, and only in recent years have they started really saying that places like the Great Lakes have tides. Like Indio is saying, they're a few centimeters at best, and they do not correlate to the movement of the moon, which they would have to in totality if the theory about the moon's gravity causing tides was true. So even if you want to quibble a few centimeters variance in freshwater lakes and rivers, that's not the same as the coastal tides, and it doesn't correlate to the movements of the moon. So what's the point? It doesn't say anything for the globe.
All I have found is that
I'll just underline that. I'll just underline
5 centimeters.
Yeah, can I just underline that just by saying that the real point here, which Cyclone, more or less touched on, is that when people say lakes have tides too, it's a massive oversimplification and it doesn't actually mean anything. And again, it's just another claim without evidence that doesn't actually support the globe, even though people think it does. And I'd like to also add that most people don't even know what the actual theory of tides actually is. The theory of tides, the gravitational theory of tides, is not that the moon is pulling the water and making a tide. It's that the moon is pulling the water at some place, and this displacement of water is creating a hydraulic pressure that's pushing the water up and creating a tide. So it's creating the tide in another location. And I'll post a link to this. The title of the video is actually why most physicists get tides wrong. The tidal theory, the gravitational tidal theory, is just, it's utter garbage.
Can I mention something here also? So when I was talking about the hair on the back of your neck, I was being serious, right? So now if you think about the vestibular system, it's the liquid inside of the semicircular canals in your ear that helps you stay upright, right? And so I would think that this small amount of liquid in your ear would be affected, right? If the tides are being affected, then why wouldn't some small change here affect you in the sense that you might become a little dizzy? This never happens. Is that crazy to say?
Well, if we're 70% water, surely the moon should affect.
Are you measuring your 15-degree drift with the vestibular apparatus in your ear?
Yeah, and the common theme here is that we don't, there's no proof of the cause of any of these things people have been asking about. There's another question.
I'll tie both of these together. So with the vestibular system, I would assume that this would be affected the same with the tides. Because it's like, okay, well, we're going to make a correlation somewhere and say, well, the moon causes tides. And I'm like, okay, well, if the gravity of the moon causes tides, then shouldn't it affect other things? And that's the same way for this, the gyro that's supposed to be detecting a 15-degree shift. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't we experience the movement of the Earth? Like, say, when you send a drone up in the air. So when it's in the inertial reference frame, shouldn't the sun or these other things that are also in the inertial frame not be moving?
Well,
Yeah, and I
just a
think it's
comment.
good since. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, Dandy, you go first.
Well, I was just going to talk in general about the nature of science. If you got something specific about that, then go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to make the point that to any objective and independent listener, the three kind of points that have been tried to use to counter what we're saying here is nothing relating to Earth being a globe. We had a begging the question fallacy about a gyroscope, where someone's observing a gyroscope spinning and saying, well, that means Earth is spinning. No, it doesn't. Then we had Boris talking about the ISS, something he doesn't know what it is or where it is, begging the question that it's in a vacuum and that it should burn up. And then this one about quibbling whether or not the Great Lakes changes by 1 or 2 inches, right? These are nowhere near proof that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. But these are the points that they have to really labor, and it gets you nowhere.
Can I address that comment you just made?
It wasn't finished, bro.
I'm asking
Boris,
you
you're
to
back.
explain it. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
No, but Boris, you're begging the question to begin with. You're saying your default is that this object is in a vacuum. You can't even prove that there's a vacuum there. So no.
No, I'm not saying there is a vacuum there. I'm saying is that you claim that there is gas. So I'm asking, why doesn't it burn up when it's flying at 27,000 kilometers an hour?
You don't know that it's flying at 27,000 kilometers. You're just saying that. That's the whole point.
No, you can measure it with the Doppler shift.
No, you can't. You can say that.
We asked for that data.
Yeah,
asked
you've not
for
shown
that.
anything, Boris. We're not doing this again right now, Boris. We'll come back to it if there's a lull. I think
No,
Dandelion said there was another
I
question.
wanted to ask one more question relating to that. Is if there's perspective, like when the sun goes down, is there perspective when it comes to radio signals?
Absolutely not.
Then why can't I detect ISS all the time?
So again, this is just another insane reach into nothing. We're talking about the Earth being a spinning ball here, Boris. Have you got anything for that?
No, I'm not. I'm
No,
asking
you're not arguing
you
that
to
Earth is a spinning
demonstrate
ball because
that
you
it's
know
flat.
there is no evidence for Earth being a
how-
spinning ball. So stop wasting our time.
Yeah, this is a whole bunch of misdirection, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not.
May I? I'm actually curious in where this leads. Can we go down this road for?
Please, let's do it.
Let's give it.
What is
Hold on.
Boris?
May I just moderate quickly? Let's give it 5 minutes back and forth. One question, one answer, one answer, one question, and be fair. All right. I want to see what this leads.
Can I ask the Globers just generally a question?
I want to see where this. First, let's do the Boris thing. Let's see where it leads.
Sorry.
Let's give it 5 minutes. Does that sound fair to you, Boris?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it
Right.
probably won't take that long. I just wanted to address the claim is that the Earth is flat, and Globers claim that the Earth is a globe. I'm just basically asking the question is why can't, in the case of the ISS or that thing up there, why can't I detect it with my radio all the time? And I get told that I have to prove it, and I'm not making a claim. I'm saying, why can I not detect it? So what I'm trying to get is a model of the flat Earth that fits that issue.
Okay. So what is? Can I just talk to this guy for a second?
Okay, what is perspective, Boris? How does perspective work?
It doesn't matter. I asked the question.
It does matter. You asked. You're pressing. You said if perspective is why we can't see the sun, why can we see? But does perspective work with the ISS? And yes, perspective does work with the ISS. But I have to make sure you understand what perspective is in the first place.
No. Somebody said that there is no perspective when it comes to radio signals.
Well, because it's not. Perspective is a visual term, right? We're talking. That's talking about vision,
right?
But the principle, the same principle applies, right? So the angular size of an object changes with distance, right? It subtends visually a smaller angle, right? It does not matter what wavelength of electromagnetic radiation this is. The further away something gets, it subtends a smaller angle.
Yes. So that's when.
When the ISS is further away, it has a smaller cross. Please let me finish. So it has a smaller cross section, right?
Sure.
Okay. So let me ask you this: can you, let's say radar? I'll just for the purpose of this conversation, I'll call radar seeing. Okay. Now, does the radar wave? What is the wavelength of radar waves?
Depends on how old the radar is. When it was invented, the wavelength was 11 meters.
Okay, 11 meters. Can you see something smaller than 11 meters with 11-meter wavelength radar?
No. That's why they made radar to be smaller and smaller. And during Second World War, I think they got it down to somewhere around
you can't see
centimeters.
Yes, you cannot detect things smaller than the wavelength that you're looking at something with.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
This is the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, but that's not.
So if light is at 400, if the average wavelength of light is 550 nanometers, right, which is a lot smaller than 11-meter radar, why do you think you'd be able to detect something with 11-meter radiation that you can't detect with 450 nanometer or 550 nanometer?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about radar.
Can I comment?
Oh my God! Yes, you did. You said, "Why can't I detect it with radar?" See, this is shit I can't put up with. Lying,
5
dude.
minutes.
I literally can't put up with lying.
I'd like to just wrap it up then, if it's over. I'll just simply say that's not what I said. I says, why can't I not detect it through radio reception? Why can't, like I can when it's overhead? Like, where does it go?
What frequency is radio?
Can I address this argument that's being thrown out there? Because I think it's absolutely silly to suggest that things actually shrink when they get further away. I mean, visually they appear smaller.
That is a straw man. No one.
That is a nice straw man.
No one said that.
Nice try.
No, but that's what would
nice try. You want to pull up where somebody said that?
Be the case in order for these radio waves to suddenly be missing the thing because it's smaller than 11 millimeters or whatever. Or 11. Yeah. Anyway.
Again, that's a straw man. You're straw manning.
It's a straw man. You don't understand the conversation. Okay. Now you said radio waves. What does radar stand for?
Hang on, I'm saying
is radar radio waves? Yes or no?
Can I explain it? Because I think you're missing something here, and you're not gonna let me deal with the part you're missing. What I meant was not sending out a signal with radar or any radio wave and getting a bounce back. I'm talking about the fact that this thing, the ISS, as it's called by a lot of people, puts out a beacon and they can talk to people. Why
in what frequency?
Why can't I detect its beacon when it goes in off into the distance? Why can't I detect it if it's a flat Earth? Because theoretically, from a flat Earth, I should be able to detect it anywhere on the planet.
No, you're wrong. You don't know how any of this shit. You don't know how this shit works. Okay, you're just talking outside of your pay grade or something.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So the antenna. So the antenna has a size.
Just please. We shouldn't insult each other. Boris is an engineer.
Are you kidding me?
Let Indio finish.
Please go ahead.
Are you really kidding me? He's an engineer. And what? Sorry, I'm mind-boggling. Listen, because I think he should know better, and I kind of get I don't know.
Just say it.
The antenna itself, the antenna is an emitter, right? And that emitter, that antenna that's on the International Space Station has a size, right? It has a size. So let's say the antenna is 50 feet long. Say the entire International Space Station is an antenna. It's a 300-foot antenna. That antenna can only emit, say it's full wave radio waves, right? So the wavelength is the entire size of the antenna. Or let's say there's a bunch of emitters on the antenna. The angle subtended by the entire antenna is smaller than the wavelengths. Can't see it, dude. It's sub-wavelengths. Okay? That's why you don't have, that's why you can't pick up, radio waves. You can't pick up, 95.5 FM with your cell phone antenna because the cell phone antenna is designed and engineered for 5mm waves. Okay? Does not matter because the antenna has a size, man.
Well, the antenna isn't your filter.
Oh, the antenna is an emitter and it has a size. Okay, and the size
they can be of all kinds of sizes.
Okay, so let me ask you: if I have let me ask you this. Okay, so if I have a 10-foot diameter spotlight and a 1mm diameter LED, do you think you can see them from the same distance?
Depends on where that LED is located in the spotlight.
Oh Jesus,
But besides that, you can have antennas of different lengths. It's an irrelevant thing. Like you can use
it's not irrelevant
ground plane or a half-wave dipole, or you can use a Gaggy antenna, or you can use a dish or a corner reflector.
Why do we make antennas bigger? Why do we make antennas bigger? Why do we just use one size antenna for everything if it doesn't matter?
My 2-meter antenna is small compared to, say, a 11-meter antenna. So how do you figure it actually works better? Because you want an antenna that's resonant in a certain frequency. So you tend to make them to the size.
Dude, that's a straw man.
I have a Yagi. No, it's not a straw man. I'm talking technical issues here, and I'm trying to make
it saying random antenna types
without too much jargon. I'm being talked over. Why? Okay, anyways, so just drop it, right? Because it just proves you're trying to talk about things you don't know anything about.
Right. No. Before we draw a line under it, just to confirm, Boris, you weren't saying any of that proved the globe, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was simply trying to understand.
Exactly.
Hang on.
Right. None of that proved the globe. This is obfuscation, Boris.
I'm not
talking about the globe. Really quick, guys. Really quick.
None of you guys like to talk about.
Guys, really quick. I just want to interject in here. I know this can be a super touchy topic. All I ask is that everybody in here, flat earthers, globers, whatever, let's try to show everybody the same respect that we demand of ourselves. I've seen lots of over talking and then people being like, oh, well, don't over talk if you don't want to be over talked. And let's stop insulting people and dismissing things. We're trying to have a discussion. This should be a discussion, not, okay? And it hasn't been going that way. So can we all try to reset, stop insulting each other if, this is obvious, and have an actual discussion?
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's what we're looking to do here. So this was just to highlight that.
Can I say one more time?
Here.
Can I finish up like one more statement? It's gonna be 2 sentences long. Then I'll shut up.
No,
I can just point out. Boris claims that the size of the antenna does not matter for detection of the signal emitted for the antenna. I just want to say that. That's what he said. That the size does not matter at all. Okay. Anyone with half a brain knows that is utter nonsense, and I don't even know why he's saying it. See, listen, and I know you said everybody should be respectful. I don't think lying is respectful. I actually think that is the ultimate disrespect. And that's why, at least me personally, I just sit here and listen to 3 different people tell things that they know are absolutely 100% false. It's not because they're incorrect or it's not because they're misinformed. They know they're false and they're saying it anyway. Okay, I find that disrespectful.
How many antennas have you built?
What does that that matter?
Well, I'm just.
What does that
asking
matter?
you.
Does that somehow prove that antenna size doesn't matter?
No,
Obfuscation.
I'm trying to determine how much you really know about antennas, because antenna length you can tune in any
Instead of
length
actually
antenna
trying to
any
prove your
frequency
own point,
you
right?
want.
Indio, please don't respond. Let me respond to that. We're trying to move the conversation along. You yourself said, hey, I'm going to drop the conversation. And now 2 minutes later, we're going to get dragged back into something about I find that, hold on, I'm going to be done in a second. I agree with the guy that just came in to say, let's calm things down, because this isn't calming things down. This isn't talking about what we came here to talk about. I actually want to ask the guy that came in here to try to get some good conversation going. Would you like to ask a question, sir?
Sure, I'll go ahead and ask a question. So to me, there's an interesting experiment that was done. It's a flat earther who has a channel. His name is Jaron. I think his channel is Jaronism or something like that. He's associated with Bob Nodell. And I'm not sure if you guys have seen the experiment, but he did an experiment on a canal with some lights, with cutouts. I'm just really curious, what do you guys think about that experiment?
It could have never worked even in principle. Because of divergence of light, diffraction.
Yeah, so this is from the Behind the Curve Netflix documentary, right? So this is one that a lot of people see and they think, oh, look, a flat earther proved that the Earth is curved. But that's not what happened. I mean, this was selectively edited. The laser that they intended to use broke, so they never used it. They tried to do something with a flashlight, but it didn't work. And the results they got wouldn't correspond to the globe's claimed curvature anyway. So that was, but if you understand the principle behind the idea of that test, we can show you plenty of demonstrations where there is a successful test where we actually do manage to shoot a laser 40 kilometers and hit a target on the other side that is supposed to be beneath 90 meters of Earth curvature. If you understand the principle behind what that Netflix documentary was essentially bastardizing, we can show you plenty of examples of how even you can do this yourself using a long distance observation. And people are doing that test and there is no curvature being measured.
Okay, I got two things to say. One, in terms of
viscosity, could you wait right now? I think the interlocutor is Curious Panda. If you would like to go next, I'll queue up afterwards. Is that okay?
I was going to address as to why a laser curves in the atmosphere, but I'll shut up.
Yeah,
I don't mean it like that, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Not that you need to shut up. I'm just trying to keep it to one point at a time and ask a quick follow-up question on that. So I'm not referencing the actual footage from the Netflix. There was a YouTube video of it as well. Now that aside, I am curious what the experiment that you referenced afterwards, where laser beams have been shot over, I can't remember the exact number right now, but where they have hit a target. Where were those experiments taking place? Was there control for it? And what terminology can I look up to actually find those studies or those experiments being done?
Yeah. Oh, go on. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, how do you?
I was just gonna. Yeah. Okay. Great. I'll post a link to the PDF. So this is so it was 3 sets of tests. It was more than just one. There was one done at Lake Balaton.
Can I?
Can you interrupt me? Sure. Go ahead.
Let Indio go, please, guys.
I can interrupt him. It's fine.
Anyway, yeah. So there's 3. It's a measurement report. There was 3 sets of tests. One done at Lake Balaton. There was 2 tests done there, and then there was 2 sets done at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands, right? So this is done by laser transit. The laser is electronically aimed. They had a beam collimator with a 0.08 millirad beam divergence. And yes, there was controls. They took meteorological data at both sides of the lake, and they did the test 3 weeks apart. So they replicated the test 3 weeks apart from each other, and they got the same result. So, I mean,
would you say that it could be possible, because I think this is possible with anybody in any type of belief system, that
where does belief system come into it? I don't understand that part.
Well, just what somebody believes is true. So at a point, everybody believes something is true.
Well, there's a difference between believing and knowing. We know it's true.
Right. So I don't want to derail the topic into something different. But would you say it's possible for there to be a biased or cherry picking? Because I think that's possible with just about any type of research or data. Would you be willing to admit that there is a possibility that there is cherry picking that does happen?
Cherry pick from, well, there's no, listen, I would say yes, that's a possibility. But to date, as far as I know, or any Glober, no Glober has ever presented any type of laser measurement across any distance to show that it's obstructed by Earth curve.
Yeah, I would argue that.
So there's none. There is no data to cherry pick. There's only ever been one result.
Yeah, I would argue that you can't cherry pick the truth. It's just the truth.
Okay, I just wanted to establish a baseline.
Oh yeah, it could be. Listen, of course the data could be cherry.
Be a possibility.
It could be, and if you had contradictory data, but we don't have the contradictory data to cherry pick from. So there's more. There's more than just like one person did a laser test. There's multiple of these. It's something like 20 I know of. So and they all get the same result, and there's none that say another result.
And none of them are funded by NASA or any government agencies. They pay for it out of their own pockets.
We try to stay focused on just like the experiment and not like weird
Yeah, so I
shit.
think Elijah's trying to jump in, is he?
Yeah, I was.
Go for it, Elijah.
So all that I wanted to say was, you asked a question, good question. Indio provided an answer. You asked where you can find this information. Indio provided an answer. So I would.
Well, I didn't post a PDF. I'll post that.
Okay.
I posted.
Yes, please do. You can DM it to me.
Right. So the next step is to actually go ahead and look through the information and to really, really make sure that everything in there is up to snuff. You might want to recreate the situation and do it yourself, given all the information provided, to see if everything checks out. So could things be cherry picked and all this? Maybe, I guess. But based on what you asked, it was provided. And that's all we can do, right?
Yeah. So exactly. So we've posted the PDF in the chat, and I've DM'd you it as well. And like I said before, if you come onto the Flat Earth Discord server and you scroll down the additional information sections, you'll see a channel called Laser Test, and there's a load of them in there. But let's just, because we're on this topic, Curious Panda, let's just, because you haven't had the chance to review it yet, just go with us on this for now, since you understand the principle of it. So if we're saying we're shooting a laser from, say, 2 meters off the surface over a lake, say 25 miles, 40 kilometers, and there's a target on the other side at 2 meters height, that laser, according to the globe model, should not hit the target. You agree?
Can you I'm sorry, can you repeat that again really quick? I just want to make sure I fully understood exactly what
you understand that shooting a laser between 2 points over 40 kilometers, the globe model necessitates a certain amount of curvature between these 2 points. I mean, you can double check this afterwards, but just for the sake of argument, what it says is there's about 90 meters of elevation difference between those 2 points. So the laser should be sailing way above where that target would be on the other side of that curve. So according to the globe model, that laser should never hit the target on the other side of that 40 kilometers. Do you agree?
So I would actually answer that with a question. And I would say, what is the measurement or the calculation or equation that you're utilizing to determine that how much curvature or how much land should be
So it's based on. So it's based on them telling us that it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which gives you an approximate 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop rate over the surface. And that's good for about 250 miles or so, maybe even more, right? That's an approximation of the curvature that they tell us is a physical necessity. So you can go on Google and you can Google Earth curve calculator, and you can punch in those numbers, your observer height or your laser height, and the distance to the target, 40 kilometers, and it'll show you the numbers. So you can double check this, as I said, but just for the sake of argument, this is what it tells you, and you'll see the same when you check it. So it tells us that it shouldn't be possible for that laser to hit the target according to the size of the ball that they tell us we live on. So if we do hit that target, which we are repeatedly, in horizontal pans over various distances, using different colored lasers to check for refraction, all this kind of stuff. If we're hitting that target, do you understand why that's a problem for the globe model and what that says about the nature of the surface between those 2 points?
So given the criteria, if all of that criteria that you just submitted is 100% accurate, I could see how you could possibly come to that conclusion. However, I would posit that there's possibly an error fundamentally in that calculation, primarily if it comes to using 8 inches per mile squared as a calculation for curve, as I believe that's an inaccurate formula, because that's actually a formula, an equation used to derive the curve of a parabola. And the globe claim is not that the Earth is a parabola, it's that it's an open spheroid.
That's why.
So I would argue that equation, right? But I think my perspective would be, I think that it's errant to even utilize that equation in the first place, because it's not an accurate. It's that equation isn't for measuring what it's used to measure.
Yeah, go for it, Elijah.
Okay, so then how did they? Okay, so here's the thing. This whole conversation started with Jeranism, right? So what formula were they using to determine that that was Earth curve that the light was blocked from?
Can you repeat that again, Elijah? It's a little difficult to hear you. Sorry about that.
I apologize. What formula did they use, did globe earthers use, to determine that Jeranism proved that the Earth was curved?
So that's a little bit of an aside. We did kind of already move on from that. I'm actually referring to, yes, so what Cyclone was talking about is something different. And we moved a little bit towards the calculation or the equation that's used to measure curvature. And so my reply was, I think it's possible that there is errors in that based on an improper equation being utilized.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we can focus on not repeating ourselves. I heard it, everyone heard it, no disrespect. I took the mic away from Wolfgang, so I think he was going to respond to that point.
I'd like to respond to it. I'd like to respond to the parabola thing because it is a red herring. Okay, and I'll tell you why it's a red herring. So in the chat, I just posted. So this, I just buried my post. So I just posted. So there's the equation, right? So there's the drop using cosine and the radius and all that stuff, right? And then it compares it to 8 inches per mile squared. The distance at 41 kilometers, the difference in values of the drop is 2 inches. Between 8 inches per mile squared in using sine and cosine circular functions to calculate it. So it's 2 inches at 41 kilometers. So do you really think that that is a bigger difference? That's not even detectable. Right. So listen. So let me start kind of from the beginning, right? The globe model makes a prediction, right? They say the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. The globe model says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. It makes a prediction of how much something should be obscured at every distance. At this distance, the distance in question, okay, the drop from eye level of the surface at 41 kilometers away should be 127 meters or 440 feet. Okay, so that's the prediction. What was measured was the laser was seen at 1.5 meters. This is a two-order of. See, this is a typical thing that always happens, right? So, can you mute that person, please?
Yeah, I put him on mute
every time, dude.
We can unmute him after Indio's finished, but T-Pan.
So I'm sorry for that. That was just some background noise coming from the random user.
So the difference. So this is a two-order of magnitude difference between what was observed versus what the prediction is. 2 orders of magnitude. This is not a measurement error or a calculation error or some insignificant, or like where something's in doubt, right? This is a difference between the height of a person and the length of a football field. Now that is not like, oops, I thought it was, 4 feet, but it was actually 400 feet. Nobody's going to make that kind of error with measuring with a measuring tape, right? That's not that's a huge difference. So this is not within like the measurement error or the uncertainty of the instrumentation. It's way beyond it.
So my reply to that would be that if it is a red herring,
that the difference between that we're not using the right calculation of 8 inches per mile squared. At this distance, they're so similar that it's irrelevant. It's 2 inches at 41 kilometers when the actual difference that was measured is 2 orders of magnitude.
Right. So my reply to that would be is that I wouldn't say it's insignificant because if you're dealing with the distances that we're talking about, that 2 inches or whatever exponentially creates a gap or an error in measurement. So the longer the distance you have that you are measuring with that discrepancy, the larger the discrepancy that you're going to have.
You haven't understood what he said.
Personally, I think that's something that shouldn't be discounted.
Dude, you haven't understood what he said.
You don't understand what I'm saying. If we draw a parabola, right?
I'm just disagreeing.
No, you don't understand.
You're disagreeing with mathematics? Okay, disagree.
Yeah. Let's give Indio or Crypto a chance just to clarify the point.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Right, but I'm not going to give him a chance to like shit on me.
No.
I'll be very quick.
Disrespectful.
No, it's not about you, Curious Panda.
We're not trying to do that.
It's not.
No, I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm saying objectively you haven't understood what he said. Like this isn't I'm not trying to make you feel bad or look bad or anything. You just haven't understood what he said. So when he said that at a certain distance there's a 2-inch gap, there's nothing exponential about that because he's given you a snapshot. He said at this distance, this is the difference. There's exponential doesn't mean anything when you're talking about a specific point. It only means something when you're talking about you're going on from that point, then it matters.
Right. And so that's why I was saying I didn't misunderstood. I was just taking it to the next step.
Yeah, but Curious Panda, what I would say
as you get larger distances of measurement.
What you said doesn't make any sense then.
Well, yes, we know that at larger distances the error becomes greater. But we're only talking about. But we understand that. But
that's all
we can't see 1,000 miles anyway. So it's it doesn't matter because first of all, we use the correct calculation, but you can use 8 inches per mile per mile squared. As a rule of thumb, if you're close to the surface, right? If you're not at like 1,000 feet elevation, you can just use it as a rule of thumb, but you wouldn't use it as proof of anything. You would just say, okay, say you saw the photograph and something was 150 miles away. You're like, okay, 150 miles. You could do the quick calculation in your head and say, oh, this mountain's this height. Well, that's problematic. So let's do something more rigorous and use the actual formula and get that observer elevation and, you know, all the stuff. Then you go through all the steps. We just use 8 inches per mile squared as a rule of thumb. It isn't something that's a proof. We wouldn't use 8 inches per mile squared as a proof of something.
No, that's just an approximate for the globe model. But Curious Panda, if I could just quickly, what's being missed here is we get your point about the exponential nature of it, but we're talking about this particular distance, and the crux of it is that the laser is hitting the target. So if the laser is hitting the target, how is it possible that there's curvature between those 2 points as described by whatever formula you want to use? Use the 8 inches per mile or use your sine cos, and it's going to be 2 inches different, right? Either way, it can't hit that target if the Earth is a ball. So this is the main crux of it. So if it hits that target, how is that possible on a ball the size they say?
So I'll take a page out of your the way flat Earth can kind of comes. Can you show me? And not to be any disrespect, but I've generally when a globe Earth claim is made, the standard answer, and as I can show in text, it has been given many times, is that show me, prove it to me. So shouldn't you guys be held to the same exact standard if you're going to make these claims? Should you also not be able to show me?
Yeah, but that's why we posted you the information, and I said at the start of this, I know you haven't had the chance to look at it yet, so just follow along and entertain it, because you can check this for yourself. Just assume that what we're saying is true for now for the sake of the conversation, and then if you later go and check it and you disagree with what's being observed and recorded, we can discuss it then. But I'm saying for the sake of argument, that we're telling you that this test shows... Sorry, I'm getting some background noise, so I don't know who that is. But anyway, if this test, when you review it, you'll see what it says. And if what it says is the case, how is it possible on a ball? That's the question. I know you haven't read it yet, but I'm saying once you have, because this is just a case of information very possibly that you just haven't looked at yet, right? That doesn't mean it isn't true or it hasn't happened. It just hasn't come across your desk, right?
Yeah,
so
you have to understand that it's a system. You have to think about it as a system.
Let me just get this answer from Curious Panda, right? For the sake of argument, the laser hits the target at 40 kilometers. How is that possible on the globe?
Now, I'm sure there's probably some certain things that do make it possible. Now, for the sake of argument, like you said, though, if I have to grant something to you guys for the sake of argument to prove a point, would you also be willing in the same fashion to grant certain information from a globe side argument?
We're talking about something specific here right now. I mean, if you've got something that you can present for evidence, that you've got a test and you can say this is what this test shows, then we'll have something to discuss and we'll have to review it. But at the moment, we've presented these tests and there's plenty on the server. And the question is, how can this be possible on a globe? The answer is it's not possible on a globe. What that shows is that there's no curvature between those 2 points. If that laser hits that target, which it does repeatedly, verifiably, then there is no curvature between those 2 points. And that's a problem for the globe because the globe necessitates physical curvature. So you understand why people hitting targets at 40 kilometers away with a laser is on paper a problem for the globe model, right?
It would have to depend. What is the elevation of the observer?
Yeah, we've told you it's 2 meters. It's impossible on the globe. All this math's been done. It doesn't.
Is the laser verifiably being fired across a point that we know is 100%
water
level?
I have a question.
No, the other right.
Wired across water.
We're all trying to let each other finish, right? So
go for it.
Well,
let's all give each other the
Wire
same
across
courtesy.
water.
Now, if I would grant that experience of a laser being shot over 40 meters, did you say, or kilometers? 40 kilometers. Okay. To you, if that's indicative that can't be possible on a globe Earth, would you, and that's something that you accept as an experiment being accurate and true, would you grant the experiment that Bob Nodell did using a laser gyroscope picking up a 15-degree-per-hour drift? So my question is why is that experiment easily able to be discounted? Because the results of that experiment, the conclusion would be inevitable that we do live on a globe.
Right. No,
so it feels like it's not being treated fairly. So
they're totally different, though. One's
and
a line
would that
of
not
sight
be
test.
right? But they still are going to prove either flat or
No,
globe.
because if
So
a-
if one
if a laser
experiment
hits-
proves globe and the other experiment you believe proves flat,
okay,
why is
No, that
one
doesn't prove a
experiment
globe.
more
Okay,
valid than
well,
the other?
well,
Hold on, let me finish. Let's not talk over. I'm almost done. Would that not be an exact example of cherry picking data?
No.
Now, listen. Hold on a second, Wolfgang. Please let me answer this. Please.
And that will be my last question.
So why don't you post the report
My
that they
last
did?
response.
Okay, so I'm going to answer you. Your question was, why aren't we giving them the same validity? Please post the report of Bob Nodell's experiment. Post all the data in the chat.
If you give me some time, I can definitely do that.
Okay.
No, you can't.
I do have to say though, when it comes
It's gonna have a long search.
when it comes to flat Earth, it's kind of like it's insane to me that like do you think that the government or something or someone is lying to us about the Earth being globe? Like, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Can I
Okay,
answer this
so my question is, who's
Can
doing
I
it?
answer this?
Yeah,
My
We're
question
getting
is,
way off topic, dude. We're going to let this get buried into bullshit, dude. Like,
I think
seriously.
It will get buried into bullshit. Yes, it will.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's
quickly,
why I
before
wanted
we
to-
move, before we move on quickly, then let's just say for Panda's claim that he tried to make about Bob Nodell's rotation, you're not going to find any information about that because there wasn't an experiment or a paper written up about it, as far as I know. But feel free to
I've
try.
actually already found
I've seen the
plenty
data.
of information. I'm getting ready to post it right now. So,
Okay. But then you
hold
would
on.
also have to
Keep your shirts
consider-
on.
but you'd also have to consider, right? The difference
Yeah,
is
in before the meme.
Yeah, the difference is a laser can hit a target. That's an observed fact within that, and we can attribute that to testing a line of sight over a surface curvature or lack thereof. With the gyro, you're just observing a gyro rotate, and then you're begging the question, saying that the cause of it is Earth's rotation, because you're assuming it's a ball that spins, but you haven't got the curvature bit to even be able to assume it's a ball, let alone a ball that spins. So no, they're completely different, those two examples, but feel free. And then Crypto, I think you were wanting to answer the question from the other guy.
Well, I just want to point out that his question was, why aren't we giving them the same credence? Okay. And the reason I asked for the data, there's a specific reason, because there is no data. It's something Bob Nodell said on Netflix that's just like an off-the-cuff comment. And I'll give you some information. Bob Nodell never had the gyro. It wasn't his gyro, okay? Netflix has a bunch of factual errors in what they did. It wasn't a $21,000 ring laser gyro. It was a $7,000 fiber optic gyro. Bob Nodell never had possession of it. And 15-degree per hour drift was never measured because he would have had to have been at one of the poles. And we all know that he wasn't at the North or South Pole. And guess
why
what?
did
What
he
data
say that
was
somebody in the
generated? Listen, what
community-
data was generated? I've actually seen. And want to know what was actually measured? Earth rate drift of 2.24 degrees per 24 hours. Yeah, that's right. 2.24 degrees for 24 hours. Because, listen, I have a personal knowledge of all this. When it was done, there was a Skype chat that where everybody involved was in it. I don't know what Bob did, whether he didn't read it correctly or whether he skimmed it or something. But the data that was spat out was 2.24 degree Earth rate drift when you combine all three axes and sum them together. Okay, this is why I asked the question. This is why why don't we give credence to it? Because there's no data. There's no data that was released. You've noticed FB Core never released anything on it. Neither did Rick Zimmerman. And plus, there's other factors of why you can't draw conclusions, because they also did with this same gyro, they did other tests, right? They took it to altitude, and it slowed down this so-called Earth rate drift. They put it in a vacuum chamber, right? And they evacuated the air out of the chamber, and it registered a slower so-called Earth rate drift. And because they got this, they actually went and looked it up. So it is recorded. There's published papers that a ring laser gyro, when placed at high altitude or in low pressure, slows down the so-called drift precession of the gyro. Okay, these are like little factoids you guys don't know, and I don't know why you get your science from Netflix. It blows my mind.
And CGI.
Did we go over the snow wall in Antarctica yet?
No. So
Why
the
would
next
you believe
question was
flat
from the
earthers on
guy
TV,
who
though?
was saying, so you guys think people are lying, and then Crypto was going to answer, I think.
You got to get into sociology.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to cut that off at the knees. Like, we're talking about the physical reality that we live in. Everyone knows that people lie. It doesn't matter why. People lie for all sorts of reasons: money, power, greed, just to fuck with other people. Who cares? We can actually directly measure the Earth, so let's do that. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, to be honest, like people lie about things, sure, just to fuck with other people, but I don't really understand how that's like when hey, the Earth is flat, you're lying, like, and
I guess he's
I'm gonna repeat my answer. I'm gonna repeat my answer. Yeah, because I gave you 5 different options, and you picked the one that you thought was weak. Right?
No,
Listen to the answer again. People lie for all sorts of reasons, including money, power, control, and to fuck with people. I could go on and on and on. Now,
okay, but what he's asking is
fundamentally what matters is
how does that apply to anything?
Yeah.
How does
the flat Earth apply?
Answer the question if I'm not allowed to answer the question.
I think I saw some.
Corvo, how can I answer the question if I'm not allowed to actually finish my sentence?
I think actually that's fair enough, Cat Pants. And if I see like this is some other guy who posted a meme in the Earth chat that I didn't like. So Cat Pants, if that happens again, I'm gonna have to mute you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so people lie for all sorts of reasons, but of course people, when they ask this silly question, it is sociology, it's not science, so fundamentally we should just hand wave it. But what I would say is if you're going to ask this question, you need to ask who, right? Lots of different people are lying about this stuff, so why does NASA lie? Well, they get funding. Really simple. Loads of people do jobs. They just do their job, right? Unless I don't know if you've ever worked in a big corporation, people just kind of get on with it because there's all this office politics to worry about. People just want to earn their money and go home. No one's really concerned with the project itself. They just do their job. They get paid. They go home, right? So that's NASA's answer. Why do the people behind NASA lie? I don't know. Don't know them. Don't care. Fundamentally, though, we shouldn't even have to answer this question because it doesn't matter. What matters is that we can actually physically verify the Earth. People lying has got nothing to do with this.
Okay,
it's more. Can I speak, please? It's more of the fact.
I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down for a moment.
Why was? Oh, okay. But basically, it's more the fact of how many people you are asking to lie about this, and not one person, not a singular person is all like, "Oh yeah, they were lying. Here's the evidence."
Okay, if I can address that, there's been entire towns that were sworn to secrecy during the atomic age to build weapons. Okay, it's not hard to keep a secret.
Can I just point out to the moderator, he's just literally asked the same question again with different words.
But the thing is, what he's saying, though, is that
let's keep
but you're
talking about not just a small town. You're talking about the vast majority of scientists among the world, the vast majority of space exploration programs around the world for multiple governments around the world. You're not just talking about one city.
Governments do.
How many people have
governments
been to space?
do. Governments do conspire with one another to deceive the people.
Yes, but you're also talking about
can I just cut in the
governments
can I
that
just say this a
some
third time?
don't ally themselves with each other. Some have actual wars going on between each other. But amongst all these governments, some of which hate each other for many different reasons,
None of this matters. None of this matters. This is bullshit. All of this is a complete deflection. Doesn't matter. No one cares why people are lying. Talking about physical reality. People lie. Get over it. We're talking about physical reality.
It doesn't matter to you because it proves your argument wrong.
No, that's not the case. I care about physical reality. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Doesn't matter what other people say. What matters is physical reality. So I don't know why we're talking about this.
You obviously don't believe in physical reality.
Okay, so hold on a second. I want to address Mr. Hey, Crypto. Let me just say.
Yeah, go ahead.
If that argument proved our argument wrong, right? If not knowing why they lie proved it wrong, that means if everyone signed confessions saying that the Earth was actually flat and they were lying, it would prove the shape of the Earth. Now, is that the case? Would signed confessions from everybody in the world saying they all lied and that the Earth is actually flat, would that prove the Earth is flat?
What I'm saying is, I'm not asking
yes or
why.
no, man. It's a yes or no question. You know what the answer is.
No,
Do you know the answer is no? It's irrelevant whether they're lying or not.
But what I'm
irrelevant.
saying is
Let's try to stay charitable, guys.
Every single country that says, "Hey, the Earth is round. Hey, the Earth is round. The Earth is round." Every single why? Like, you're asking why would people?
You need to chill, bro.
I'm sorry. I just speak loud. That's just on me.
You get emotional.
That's fine. Yes, if you don't understand that there's classified, if you don't understand that there's classified levels of information and that governments are perfectly capable of keeping many secrets, I don't know if I can help you. For example, the entire Vietnam War was
thousands
started
of
on a
years.
lie of this entire Vietnam War was started on the lie of the Gulf of Tonkin, which has now been declassified and shown to be a false flag event. I can get you the link from the navalinstitute.org website to show you that our government has now admitted the entire Vietnam War was started on the basis of a lie at the false flag event at the Gulf of Tonkin. So I do understand for people who are new to this information, I would hope that people who are new to this information about the globe model being a mathematical and logical failure would at least recognize that in the world today, information is been extremely narrowed to your access to information, even though you think through the internet that you have access to all kinds of information. I think you're seeing information here tonight that is new to you. In the past, when people had a genuine spirit of scientific inquiry before that was squashed in people with the current pseudoscientific mainstream more politicization of science, people understood the concept that to do science, you had to go out, make a natural observation, develop a hypothesis, test the hypothesis, and have results that are repeatable and testable by other people. Now we have an entire field in the area of astrophysics, which is almost entirely theoretical and based on presuppositions. So that's why you see these people that come in here like Boris and God 420 earlier that just say, it's a fact, it's a fact. We live on a globe. That's what we are. We're in a lab. It's on a globe. We're on a globe. We're on a globe. I mean, do you guys not see the difference here between the global arguments and do you not stand back and say, gosh, if this is settled science, like why is it so difficult for these people to show that we live on this spinning globe? And then you might, when you're sitting by yourself tonight, or maybe going out and sitting under a tree, think, maybe there's something to this. Maybe I should rethink the programming I've been exposed to through the mass media owned by a very small number of corporations. And then you guys are in here telling us you don't think those guys who are raking in billions can maintain a lie if it profits them? I mean, how about just try to figure it out first, like people used to do, understand their own reality, not just believe what they've been told, because there's a lot of assumptions going on here, starting with the assumptions, we definitely live on a spinning globe. There's got to be some way to prove it, and just say, oh, maybe I should set that to the side, if I'm a person who wants to understand how to use and exercise reason, because to be able to hold a position and to be able to effectively debate it, you should explore the other side and understand where it's coming from. And to be able to do that, you have to consider, even for an instant, give it a 1% chance, this mathematical, theoretical model of the spinning globe that you have never observed or experienced, that you are going on somebody else's report on, and even on NASA, even if you just think NASA is the greatest thing in the world, right on their own website, they say, and I'll put the image there in the Flat Earth text channel, they say, Robert Simon, visual designer for NASA, he doesn't say we went up to take a picture of the globe for you. He says the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So right there on the NASA website, you got them saying, we're not taking these pictures, guys. We're making them up with the computer. It's hidden in plain sight. So you can either choose right now to rethink what, the truth is, or you can keep listening to your television and your computer screen, and you're not going to get the information there. I can guarantee you, because Flat Earth is a highly censored and shadow banned topic, proven in congressional hearings where that YouTube admitted that they do that. So you remember 10 years ago or whatever when we said China, oh my gosh, they don't let people see all of the internet. They control Google. We're doing that now here. Where's the outrage? Where's the upset? Where's your sense of adventure and spirit to find out, is there something to this? Like, you wonder why some people in here feel combative about this? It's because we are constantly being attacked just for saying, the math doesn't add up, guys. The math doesn't add up, guys, and we're never given a decent argument on the other side.
Can I get in here for a sec?
Hold on.
Oh, by all means.
Hold on. Before you go, Viscosity Liquid, I just want to anchor this point that Mary Mum has made, because there was a whole lot of outrage just then with the insinuation that the Earth is not a ball, which means you would have to have proof that it is a ball, which means that you would have to have a measurement of the Earth's curvature. So as an open question to all the people who currently believe they live on a ball, could you provide us with anyone in history who has physically measured, demonstrated, evidenced the Earth to be curved and to match this radius value of 3959 miles that NASA tell us? Someone from the globe side, what is the measurement? Who did it and when? Because that's the foundation for all of your claims, all of your outrage at us for saying, no, this isn't true. You're saying that exists. So could someone provide it? Thanks.
I would just like to mention, actually, Numa has just come up in the text and has mentioned Eratosthenes, which is one of my favorite subjects. So would anyone like to discuss Eratosthenes? I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, that'd be a good one for you to go over, Crypto, if you're up for it.
I can do. I just want to make sure that people are actually familiar with it. Otherwise, I'll be saying stuff that doesn't make sense.
Who's that?
So Eratosthenes.
Well, before you get started, I just want to say he was a bitch. But go ahead.
And
Wait, wasn't he smart? Do you not like smart people?
Times already.
What straw man?
From our side, that's not. We don't have to do that. That's like sitting in it. See, look, we don't have to do all that. Okay, let's just provide evidence as best we can, and leave the insults to the people who feel insecure about the topic. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so we're told that Eratosthenes proved the Earth's a globe, right? And the way he did this is he put two sticks in two different points on the Earth. And because we, quote unquote, know how far the sun is away, we know, quote unquote, that the sun's rays are parallel, and therefore the only way that you can get different shadows, when you compare the shadows, you can actually work out the circumference or the radius of the Earth. The problem is, of course, is that it's literally, well, spherical logic. No, it's literally circular logic. You've assumed that the Earth's a ball, you've assumed the parallel rays, and you've assumed that the sun is 93 millimiles away. to then find the conclusion that the Earth is a ball and that the light rays are parallel.
Wait, he didn't assume anything. Those are the conclusions that he came out with.
No, and I'll tell you why. So, if you were to assume that the Earth was flat, that the light rays weren't parallel, and the sun isn't 93 million miles away, then you can prove that the Earth's flat.
No, there was like an in-depth video of a guy explaining this, and those are the conclusions that he came out of it. He never asserted those.
Yeah, based on the assumption of parallel rays, yeah.
And a curved surface. Yeah, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions. The surface is curved and the light rays are parallel. Both contradict what we actually observe in reality. We observe a flat Earth. We observe divergent rays from the sun. So two assumptions he made, and there are academic papers.
Wouldn't there be like
this.
strong gravity if you had a flat Earth?
Wait a minute. There are academic papers discussing his assumptions and confirming they would work on a flat Earth with a sun with divergent rays. So it proves nothing.
Even
someone can post that in the flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says the same.
I'd like to go through a thought experiment with you. Victor,
I'll post it. 1 second.
Yeah, go. Victor, enjoy it. Do you have a room?
Yeah, I have a room, yeah.
Perfect. Does the room have a flat surface on it?
Yeah.
Anywhere. The floor even's fine. Do you have a light source in the room?
Yep.
Perfect, okay. So if you were to get two pens and put one pen directly under the light source and another pen off to the side, so far off to the side that the pen in the middle has no shadow and the pen off to the side has a 7.2 degree angle shadow. If you can do that, then we can actually calculate the circumference of your floor using Eratosthenes' model. So does that prove that your floor is a sphere?
No, I think he observed like how he wasn't able to see like the full the whole stick when he put it up in Egypt or whatever.
I don't really care about him now. I'm asking you to engage in a thought experiment with me. So if you have one pen directly underneath the light source and another pen off to the side, if it's 7.2 degrees, as in Eratosthenes' case, he says it's 7.2 degrees, I can actually calculate the circumference of your floor.
Okay. What does
Is your floor a sphere?
No, my floor is not a sphere.
Okay. So do you understand the problem now?
I don't think that's how he did anything, dude. I'm
Literally
sorry.
exactly how he did it.
Listen, we speak about this every day, guy. This sounds like something you've kind of just read 10 minutes ago.
So if you go into, can I say something real quick? If you go into Flat Earth, I just posted a video of this actually being done. So this is actually a blind test. So he outsourced and hired some people, some engineers in Indonesia to actually just do this, do the measurements, set up the light, set up the nails. He didn't tell them what the purpose was, and they just sent them the data. And he calculated the circumference of his table.
Okay. Can I get in here with a question?
I did want to finish what I was saying.
Wait. So why is that when we observe like a solar eclipse? Like, why is like the shadow like a sphere?
Cover, can I finish?
How about you get one question?
You're cutting into a conversation here, bud. Let the gentleman finish.
Yeah, is that possible? So we can calculate the circumference of your floor when we know it's not a sphere, right? Now, the way that he quote unquote proved the globe is that he assumed that there were parallel rays, and then he said, okay, there's a 7.2 degree angle, therefore 7.2 degrees is 1/50th of 360 degrees, therefore the distance between the 2 points is 1/50th of the Earth, therefore times the distance by 50 to get your circumference, right? That's all he did. It's just maths. There's no proof there. He's assumed the Earth is a sphere, and then he's calculated what the circumference would be if the Earth was a sphere. But he hasn't actually proved that the Earth's a sphere. He's just assumed it and then concluded it because it's in the assumption.
And
do you have any like debunkings of like modern like ways that we find like the Earth is flat? Wasn't that like thousands of years ago?
Well, hold on.
Good, but we were talking about Eratosthenes, right? So you understand that Eratosthenes concluded what he assumed, and that's why we can put this to bed.
I'll have to look into it. Yeah, but at the moment, yeah, we can put it to bed. Like,
Yeah,
I'm just
so-
asking if
so-
any debunkings.
But
of, like, current,
I want you to just tell me: do you admit that you can calculate the circumference of your floor?
I don't know.
Okay, but I just showed you how to do that.
You showed me. No, you told me.
Okay.
Well, I showed you a video of you can watch the whole thing of them actually doing it. You can watch the whole 30 minutes and watch them do it.
Yeah, and as I said, I'll look into it later. But at the moment, can we just move on?
Yeah, sure.
So this is what I'm saying, right? So we came up with Eratosthenes because the question was put to the room: who has measured Earth to be curved? Because that's what you need for all your other assumptions based on Earth being a ball, meaning Earth is curved. So we've agreed. Eratosthenes didn't measure curvature. He looked at shadows and assumed that it was a ball already. So not Eratosthenes. So who else? Globe believers. Next person. Who actually measured the curvature? Tell us.
That glass blower guy. That glass blower guy's been waiting to ask a question for quite a while. So I think he should get a shot.
Yeah, who was that? High viscosity.
Viscosity liquid?
Yeah. Here's a thing. If we were allowed to turn on our cameras, which I'm fine with, because I can talk in hypotheticals, I'm sure that some of us could go outside and turn on our cameras and show that it's daylight, and some of us could go outside and turn on our cameras and show that it's nighttime. How is this possible?
On a globe?
I actually addressed this, and you actually talked right after I addressed it.
Wait, what?
You mean how?
Called Laplace's extinction
thing about the
theorem?
table.
No, he's talking about why the sun does not illuminate the entire Earth. Right?
Yeah, and one of you said that.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Imagine a table, and then you said if you had a table and you shined a light on it, that it would refract.
That was not the answer. That was not even close to it.
Yeah, wait to show you're
just
not
summing it up.
That's not what
Why does the sun light up the bottom of the
Two
ocean?
things I wanted to. Sorry.
Go for it, Elijah.
Because the water absorbs the light. Now the air absorbs light too. And I talked about this. There's something called the Laplace's extinction theorem, and there's optical extinction where light absorbs and attenuates light. So much to the point that just the comparison of solar noon to sunset is a difference of 23,000. This is only due to the angle. This is just the calculation due to the angle has not.
So yeah, light doesn't travel forever. There's an extinction point.
The sun moves. That's what we observe. If the sun moves away, the further away it gets, the more air the light has to travel through, the less bright the light source is. It moves far enough away so it's dark where you are.
Depending on the humidity, you could actually watch a sunset while you're in darkness in certain parts of the world. But also, so I posted at some point, I'll probably post it again, it was an Alaskan cruise, and the guy looks to his right and he can see the floor illuminated. He looks to he looks to his left and the water is illuminated, and the right of him, it's not. It looks completely dark, as if, looks like nighttime. So there's that. And then, like Indio said, light attenuation. Light doesn't travel forever. Like how far away do you think you could see, say, for instance, a candlelight forever? Or do you think that the air in between you and them will eventually be so opaque that it wouldn't be visible? Because from your location, it could be a sunny day. 2 towns over, it could be, cloudy. And so it really depends on the angle between you and the light.
Okay, some people. I mean, how could the sun be below the horizon for some people and just having gone below the horizon for some people and high noon for others? I mean, I realize it could be it would only be high noon for somebody.
You're begging the question.
But you're...
It's not below anything.
Yeah, you're begging the question by saying, how come it's below? So you're already making the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and that we're spinning away from...
Okay, phrase it how you want. Somebody just watched sunset. and there's somebody else for whom it is noon.
Yeah, because the sun's moving, like you observe, right? Covered this with the other guy. You observe the sun.
I think the misconception is that. Sorry.
Throw him streetlights on a flat surface.
Yeah. I think the misconception is that he thinks there's a sun that's 93 million miles away.
Doesn't matter how close it is. If the sun is below the horizon, like out of sight below the horizon, and you watched it disappear below the horizon, and somehow it's still overhead for someone else, I don't see how that's me being daft.
It's not going physically below
It's
anything.
not below the horizon.
Yeah, it's not below anything physically, right? We can demonstrate to you that an object will appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface, then that eliminates the claim that this can only be due to going behind a physical curve. This happens on a flat surface when an object moves a sufficient distance away from you.
What, you're talking the inverse square law? It just it gets dimmer because it's further away? I mean, that's not making sense to me.
No, I'm talking about the optical effect that you see of something sinking on the horizon. You're claiming that's a physical ascent or descension below a physical curve, when we can show you this effect of an object appearing to disappear bottom up on a horizon on a flat surface.
Flat Earth.
So if it's apparent on a flat surface, it doesn't indicate a curved surface. You observe the surface to be flat. You observe the sun to move, right? When the sun gets a sufficient distance away from you.
No, straight triangulation, okay? If I'm seeing the sun low on the horizon, then you can argue it's still above someone else. But as it lowers down, it appears to be getting lower down. Now you say it's just moving sideways further away. At what point does it, it just doesn't make sense as far as...
Can someone post the shrinking sun video? Have you ever seen the sun appear to shrink off into the distance rather than setting or appearing?
I already posted it. I'll do it again.
So if you look in the text channel, if you look in the text channel, Indio is about to post a video where you'll see the sun not set below the horizon, but go off.
What the fuck?
In size.
Okay, two things to say about that. One is it appears to be some sort of fog to the extent that it is real, and you're going to talk. And you're going to talk about. You're going to talk about. You're
Dude,
going
just
to
go one at a time. You can't even hear this with this guy having his fucking static on.
Well, don't worry about static. And I did interrupt him, but I'm sorry that I interrupted. But that's the exact point I made, based on the angle and the atmosphere that you're seeing through. It can block the light. And now you're telling me or telling us how, the reason it's appearing to disappear that way is because of what? The same thing I just told you. Now, if you're talking about, why it appears to get lower in your field of view, well, I mean, if you take any kind of light, a street lamp, and it's above your head, the further you walk away from it, the more it's going to get lower in your field of view, right? That doesn't mean that it's actually shrinking. It's just a part of perspective.
Yeah, okay, but the problem comes where it suddenly goes dark. It gets dark over the course of about 10 minutes as the sun drops below the horizon, in my perspective. Apparently, I'm making assumptions and I shouldn't phrase it that way.
Sometimes it takes 3 hours. For instance, I live in New York City. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do some more observations as I did some last year. And the sun would set at 7:30. Meanwhile, I still had daylight till about 10:30 at night around the summer solstice.
Wait, you had that's impossible. I've never heard that before in my entire life.
What do you mean that's impossible? I can show you pictures, videos. I did this all last year. Myself, not some other person.
Well, how would I? Okay, how would I know that it's actually 10 o'clock?
Because the videos that I've taken, they also have the information. So you know how you take a picture or you take a video and you click information. It sometimes gives you the location, but it gives you the time it was taken as well.
Yeah, so we're getting off into the weeds a bit. I mean, I would just like to say we can demonstrate these effects of objects appearing to crush into the horizon and go beyond your vanishing point, like when you're looking down a hotel hallway and the roof and the floor seem to converge and the walls seem to converge. This is just how our eyes work. At a certain point, you can't resolve it. And due to the atmospheric occlusion and everything else, the light doesn't travel forever, so it becomes nighttime. The sun is moving like you observe. So,
yeah, and this is Art 101.
It's an awful
perspective.
It's an awful quick transition, and I'm sorry, but the inverse square law says it should be dimmer. We should still be able to see it. It's awful bright.
The inverse square law applies in vacuum only.
Yes, I'm aware that you have to add the filtration of the air, but the air doesn't suddenly become...
Which is a double exponential, which is our exponential function.
No. There's not an exponential...
No, they are exponential functions. I'm literally gonna post the math. I'm really gonna post the math. And you're gonna not on again? Like, seriously, you're just not on, dude. Like...
Can I also point out that... Sorry for the let me stop here. But when the sun is overhead, it's a white light, so bright that a lot of people shy away from looking directly at the sun, while some are afraid enough to do it. But as it gets closer to the convergence point that we call the horizon, it looks red, which happens to be the longest wavelength of light. So what do you mean when you're saying it's not dimmer? Like, that's exactly what we're doing.
I'm not saying it's not dimmer. I'm not saying air doesn't filter out.
Brief, because...
I'm not saying air doesn't filter out ultraviolet.
No, we're all together.
Guys, please let him
When we
finish.
try to talk one at a time, it becomes very difficult to follow a conversation.
Okay, so...
Discuss it. Please finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to finish my point. Thanks for interrupting me to give me the floor. I mean, at this point, I don't know what to say other than if that's the best argument you've got, that it gets dark, like, drastically quickly, like over the course of about 10 minutes, just because it's suddenly moving away quickly? No, because of the double inverse square. Well, no, it's not an inverse square as to the added filtration. Every foot of filtration only...
I don't know why...
Every foot of filtration only adds another foot of filtration. It doesn't increase exponentially, much as you might wish it to.
That's a straw man.
I literally posted the graph. I literally posted the graph. And the claim that the sun, it gets dark rapidly, that's just empirically false, objectively false. There's something called civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight, right? But each of those lasts 30 to 40 minutes, depending on the time of year. Each of those. So this idea that... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it also depends where you are on the Earth. Twilight actually happens more quickly in the south than it does in the north. And all of these things are factors that globers don't even consider, they don't even think about. But I just wanted to make a more general point to the moderator, Corvo. We seem to be having a lot of... What globers do is they go, we observe an effect, therefore globe. But they never actually seem to present why it proves a globe. And when you actually go more than scratching the surface, you realize it doesn't actually prove the globe. So
why are you appealing to me as a moderator? If they feel...
What I'm asking for you to do, if you can just look out for that in future, because I feel like
I don't think that's a bad argument. So if they feel that's their strongest argument and you feel that's a very weak argument, then in the spirit of the discussion, let them fall on their own poor arguments.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish though. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and finish. So
Can I finish? Fuck.
No, he was talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
let Crypto finish.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Crypto, then high viscosity liquid. Let's do it in that order.
Yeah, okay. So the point I'm trying to make here is that a lot of time is being wasted on this nonsense, where it's like, we see an effect, therefore globe. we've gone through about 5 or 6 different things now where we've demonstrated that it doesn't prove a globe, and yet then there's number 7, number 8, number 9. I would like at some point for you as the moderator to say, right, it's time for the Globers to prove the globe instead of throwing out random obfuscations and weird stuff that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, I agree. After these next two people talk, then I would think that somebody here who's, believes they live in a spinning globe could present their best evidence. That'd be cool. But yeah, there's 2 other people in the queue first. Hi, Viscosity. What did you want to say? And then Elijah after that.
I'm just responding to the claim that there's an exponential increase as you've got a further...
No, you're the one... okay, I'm sorry, but you're the one who brought up a question that was already asked at the beginning and already answered multiple times. And then we answered it again, and then you're quibbling about the details. So what we're saying here is, if we live on this spinning globe, let's see some evidence for it. But what were you going to say, Elijah?
Okay, so I'll just fuck off then?
I mean, you can repeat what you already said. We all know what you said. The point is that it doesn't address the main point. But continue. We want to listen to you repeat yourself again. Go ahead.
I don't want to have to mute. If I may, I think we need to bring this back into a more civil direction. I think it's High Viscosity Liquid's time to make his point. Then we should try and move on from this point.
And then Elijah, and then we can move on.
Okay. I wasn't actually trying to make my own point here. I'm still trying to respond to India. He said he posted the graph. Yes, I look at this graph, and I understand what's going on because, of course, when the light is overhead, it's going through less atmosphere. It's going through vacuum until it hits atmosphere. When it's coming at you sideways, it's going through a whole bunch more air. Yes. So it stands to reason that there's an increase in the filtration. And I'm not sure where this graph comes from. Does this include the fact that, or what I'm calling fact, what I think of as fact, that it's dropping below the horizon? Or does it show this curve, this exponential curve based on it going through air? It doesn't make sense that it increases exponentially as it goes through that much more air. There's an exponential increase, yes, I would concede partially because the air is thicker lower down. And so per foot that it's going through matters more, but okay, as I said, this isn't my argument. My argument was about going outside and seeing with your own damn eyes that you can have nighttime, daytime, sunrise, and sunset all happening at the same time on camera. And this is being hand-waved away as far as I could tell. So, yeah, have at it,
sun,
kids.
Listen, I'm going to explain to you. The sun is local, and when it's far away, it has more air to go through, and it's not being filtered, right? This is a property of electromagnetic radiation that when it passes through a medium, it is absorbed by the medium, and it is attenuated by the medium. Both of these, if you look at Maxwell's equations, are exponential functions. So they're compounded exponential functions. You also call it an impedance, right? So there's different ways to this. I'll actually post the formula, and this comes from an astronomy site, and this is based upon the value they use is air mass, the volume of air that the light has to penetrate through before it reaches wherever you are. Break up? Somebody hear that?
Yep, I heard.
Okay. So I'm actually going to get the source and I'm going to post it. Like astrosim.org or something.
May I just make a quick announcement, please? I was informed that we should conclude the event in 15 minutes. Does that work for the...
Yes, but this is when we're getting to the meat of it now, right? So we've went the whole time without anyone presenting any evidence of the globe.
Yeah, I think we should keep going.
And sorry, guys, can you hear me?
Yep, that would be good.
Right, so we're coming back now to where we left off, which was what's the evidence for the ball? Who measured curvature? We had Eratosthenes. We agreed it didn't prove a ball. So we're still waiting for that evidence for a globe. In this whole conversation, we've had tangential non sequiturs that don't come close to evidencing we live on a spinning ball. So now's the last 15 minutes for you globe believers to show us who's measured Earth to be curved so that you can claim to live on a ball. Show us that. This is what the 15 minutes is going to be. It's either going to be you presenting evidence or it's going to be awkward silence.
They don't have any evidence.
Let's see it. Globers, step up. Who measured the curve?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking why we think the Earth is a globe? Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm
Wait, so-
saying,
Yes, that's what we're asking.
We're all flat
you think
earthers.
the Earth is a ball, so that there must be curvature because balls have curvature. Okay, so who measured the curvature for
I
you to
don't-
presume you live on a ball? Who was it? When?
I don't believe the Earth is shaped.
Cool. So no one's got anything for Earth being a ball then? Is that what we're
I
concluding?
So we're
Sorry, go
keep
ahead.
going.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, are we all in agreement here that the Earth is flat then?
I guess it is.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so who measured curve?
Okay, wait. You can't
No,
just
no, this
do
guy
that,
who just
dude.
said no. No, this guy who just said no. Who
Wait,
measured
you
curve
don't
and when?
let him own this debate. First off, you gotta prove
It's not
your
a debate. There's
position
been
as
no
well.
evidence presented for the Globe 2
Okay,
debate.
wait. Okay, so here's the problem. You can't keep saying, well, someone try to defend it. Are you going to defend your position as well?
We have for the last 2 hours.
what the heck?
3 hours.
I just joined.
Guys, so welcome to the server, Ryan. We're proud to have you. Guys, I don't like to use priority speaker. So the event will be concluded soon. Everyone in staff is very fatigued. Formally, it will be concluded. Then we can continue on as you guys like.
Well, just keep discussing without the staff.
Moderator, didn't the Elijah had the next on?
Yeah, Elijah's got something to say, so I guess we've got 13 minutes left.
Well, it's too far removed to go back to the other guy. I mean, he kept saying,
You guys have
why
15
is the-
minutes.
Right. thanks.
The globe has.
Yo. It's really far removed to mention-
I just showed up to the server, but if I have to say one point here is that the flat Earth theory or hypothesis or
Holy
perspective.
shit! Somebody was in the middle of something.
Yeah, dude, come on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we can do two things. Okay? Forget what the other guy said. We can just get down to brass tacks. We can do two things. We can either wait for you guys to tell us who measured Earth curvature to figure out that we have a radius of 3,959 miles, or we can use the only method we know of to either conclude that it is 3,959 miles or it's not. So we can go on the offensive or we can wait. We already went on the offensive with the laser, but we have other ways. So there has to be convexity somewhere. The ball is in your court. Which would you like us to do?
So I had a question earlier. I was wondering, do we have to
Which
lead with
would
that?
you like us to do?
The problem
'Cause
is
there is only 10 minutes for the live portion. I mean, you guys are just burning up time.
Well, the thing is, I was wondering if we had no choice but to respond to that specific, because I had a completely different point.
So are we conceding
Listen,
that there is no one?
The young woman came in and she said, well, you guys have to prove whatever. And I said, well, we can do that two ways. And I just laid it out. And I asked, which way do you want to go? Based on what she said.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could either, we could just have no one talk except for one flat earth person who could present the black swan argument, for example, or, we could take some more questions from people who, I don't know, Shamron has some other question. I guess what we want to make sure that anyone listening to this, especially if they're new to the topic of the flat earth, to realize that when we ask for the best evidence of this thing that's supposedly settled science, nobody said anything, okay? So you guys, a lot of you, if you've grown up here on the earth, you probably thought, at least up until today, if you're new to the topic, that you lived on a spinning ball. And many of us did. When I first researched this when I was working on my master's degree in science education, I was writing a paper on how to show to students that they're wrong if they think the earth was flat. Because just like most people do, because the propaganda works, I believed that, these flat earthers, they're just stuck in the dark ages. They're just uninformed. And that's how most of us have gotten to this, because we actually looked at it and we thought somebody must have conclusive scientific evidence, right? Because it's all over the place. And we found out it wasn't there. So that's what we're trying to tell you here. And you've just had this demonstrated to you live, that people don't have measurement of curvature or rotation. They just don't have it. So, yeah, I mean, are we taking a poll, Elijah, or what? I don't know.
Did we get to gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, let's
I
try
don't
and
think
do.
anybody talked about that.
Yeah, let's try and do gas pressure and the black swan in the last 5-10 minutes, if someone can bother going through it.
Again, I was saying, do we have to? Because I have a completely different point to bring up.
Well, if you can be quick, just ask your question.
Okay, so basically, the way how I have learned how a lunar eclipse works is when the Earth goes between the sun and the moon.
Yep.
That's not
Right?
observably true.
Right, so that's the story they'll tell you. Sorry, Elijah, go on.
The quick answer is that's not observably true. Now, it's on you to say, how do you know that? Or, fine, I accept.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Well, there was just a lunar eclipse just the other day. It was a total lunar eclipse, and everyone who observed it observed the moon and the sun in the sky while they were standing on the thing that was supposed to be obstructing the light. So, no, these three bodies, so-called, aren't in alignment.
Let me just quickly say as well, if you look up something called the Selenelian eclipse, Selenelion, this is when the sun and the moon are both observed above the horizon at the same time. So they're not in syzygy. They're not in alignment like they tell you they have to be for there to be an eclipse. Both above the horizon, and yet the moon eclipses. How is that possible based on the story that they tell us about the alignment? It's not, right? It's not possible. They need to be in syzygy, but they're not. So the moon eclipses, that debunks the syzygy theory. So what it is exactly, we can't tell you because we can't test the mechanism. But what we can tell you is that it's not based on the alignment of a ball, sun, earth, and the moon. So yeah,
The
like,
shadow.
Wait, what part of the flat Earth conspiracy do you follow? Do you believe in that Freemason shit?
so just to summarize what Dandelion was saying, we've went the whole chat without one piece of evidence for the globe. A lot of questions, a lot of stories going around,
they
but not
provided
one piece of
evidence, but you just denied it. You
What
just
was
denied
the-
it and
what was
said
the
it wasn't good
evidence
evidence.
of What was the measurement of curvature? What was it?
I'm pretty sure that one guy that had
Pretty
like
sure
a
that
turbo
one
mic
guy-
offered something.
Right, what was it? What did he offer to give a measurement of curvature?
Shadows.
And don't tell him. What was it?
Yeah, like what he said.
So you don't know. So this is it. These guys are just taking the piss, right? So
I'm taking
and
the
I know
piss.
this is
Why do I
gonna
take
end pretty
that?
soon, but I wanted to thank Corvo for even entertaining it. And now Corvo.
Wait, what's your IQ score? I'm wondering. I'm just genuinely
no one's
curious.
providing anything.
No,
and yeah,
no,
see,
no,
Atom
no, no. Don't burn up
insults
the last 5 minutes. Go
because they've got
directly into the
nothing.
Black
Yeah,
Swan.
I'm just gonna
Go
mute him.
directly
Yeah.
into the Black Swan.
Yeah, someone post the Black Swan in the Flat Earth text. Right. So if you're looking at the text chat, we see oil rigs. There's a predicted geometric horizon to a ball Earth. You can go onto Google and type in distance to horizon calculator, put in your observer height at 1 foot, which is where this is taken from. And
Yeah,
you'll
and
see
the,
that the
like-
horizon is seen beyond the second rig, which is over 10 miles away. The Globe Earth model says that the horizon can be no further than 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer if boats are going over a curve of horizon. But obviously not, because we see that horizon beyond the second rig. This has been repeated multiple times. There's no geometric horizon.
Isn't the rig
which there would have to
extremely
be if
tall?
it was a ball.
What?
Yeah.
The globe's
That's a terrible
not right.
argument.
Very tall.
What's
It's
the
a
argument?
terrible
You can see the
Legs
bottom.
are covered.
Hold on. What's the
One of
argument?
The legs are covered in
Wait,
the one.
I'm asking him a question. He says it's a terrible argument. What's the argument?
He's saying that if you're able to see a rig, and
That
from
is
like
not the
that's 10 miles. No, I'm speaking, right? I'm speaking. Don't interrupt me. If you're able to see a rig from 10 miles away, and like the spherical globe model says that you should only see it from like 1 mile away, and that's like the amount that you can only see it from.
Hold on.
From 10 miles.
Sorry.
The oil rigs are not part of the argument.
Wait. I was talking to him. That's not the argument, by the way, because you didn't even listen to the argument. It wasn't about the oil rig. It wasn't about the oil rigs. It was about the horizon.
Was it about a boat?
No, it's about the horizon.
Yeah. He was talking about like seeing an oil rig.
We can
No.
see it further.
No. He's talking about the horizon. The horizon is further than what the globe Earth predicts.
Based on the site of the oil rig.
I'm talking. You said. Oh, you were talking. Now I'm talking. The oil rigs are just demarcation to where is the distance. In other words, there's just markers of the distance, not the horizon itself.
Yeah, you're able to see the oil rig because the oil rig is like 10 times as high as it is far away.
Victory,
Like, come
why
on.
is the horizon?
Terrible
Why is
argument.
the horizon seen beyond the oil rigs, Victory?
Huh?
Why is the horizon seen beyond the oil rigs?
What do you mean horizon?
What do you think the horizon is?
I actually don't know what a horizon is. Like you
So
can
why are
able
you
to see
having
that
this conversation? Why are you having this conversation if you don't know what the
to
horizon
learn
is?
something.
Okay, the horizon is the apparent demarcation point between land and sea or sky, right? So where it appears to
What
meet.
does it look like?
He's trolling.
So
the
he's
last
just trolling.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not trolling. I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. Here's the thing. The girl asked the question because she came in late. I offered to go on the offense. This is the offense, and it's not being. We're not allowed to just run it through the end zone. Okay, this is what you people asked for. What is the problem? Seriously.
The problem is they can't tell us why the horizon is seen beyond the oil rigs when the globe model says it can only be seen at
They're getting
1.2
scared. They're
miles.
scared now. They're scared now.
Okay.
We're still waiting for an answer.
Like I said, let's
Just
avoid
through
things
some
like
freaking
that, guys.
defenders and right there at the goal line. And
Helio, let's avoid things like that, please. That's like super provocative when you make statements like that. So, hold on. Let me ask you guys, okay? And okay, okay, guys, stop. I'm staff here for a second.
Can I ask you?
I hate to pull the card. Okay, let's stop this for a second. All right.
I believe someone doesn't know what a horizon.
You guys got 5 minutes left. Okay, you guys got about 5 minutes left.
we have as
All
much
right.
time as we want. We do this 24.
Do you want in this server? You guys got about 5 minutes left.
All right.
Let's not derail it. Okay, with accusatory stuff. All right.
Can I politely request that all flat earthers, apart from Cyclone, shut up, and then he can just finish his presentation.
Here. Good idea.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, I suppose
Take us
if
out,
we've got-
Cyclone.
If we've got
Let's all be respectful and let's take it out on a respectful note. How about that?
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Listen, all I'm doing is asking for an answer as to why we see the horizon at a distance that the globe model says is impossible, and the response we get is just trolling, right? But it's there. The horizon is visible for all to see. It's been verified. There's no answer to why you can see it on the globe model. If you want to get into refraction, that's a different story. But there is no answer to that observation that works on the globe model. It debunks it. So that's another good point highlighted. No evidence for the globe, no response to the direct observations that debunk the globe. And for the last 5 minutes, we can just go on gas pressure. Gas pressure, by necessity, by definition, requires a physical container. On the globe model, there is no physical container, but we do have gas pressure. That's what we breathe. So if you can't demonstrate gas pressure existing without a container, then there's no demonstration for the globe model. It's a violation of mineral law. High pressure flows to low pressure. So the high pressure of Earth, its atmosphere, would rush into the low pressure space, which is space, the vacuum that you've been told about. Gas pressure requires a container. Natural law debunks the globe model. So do we have any globers here who could show us gas pressure existing without a container for this story to be true?
Before we do that, the time is up. I'm just we have 5 minutes. I know. I'm just gonna do this a quick speech for a second. I really appreciate the Flat Earth community coming over. So I officially just conclude the event. It will continue on, and Curious Panda is being given official authority over moderating, and he's a very fair guy with 10 years of moderating experience. So for everyone coming, thank you so much for coming. I am personally just extremely fatigued and exhausted. It's 2:30 a.m. for me. So I really appreciate everyone showing up, everyone doing their best to argue their point and belief. I really enjoyed.
Really appreciate you having us here.
Of course, man.
It's been a really fun time. To be honest, I've been listening the whole time. Been an awesome stream. So.
Yeah, I've been listening the whole time as well. It's very interesting,
I'll go ahead
very
and
informative.
end the stream, from here, and then I'll move it back over to our live stream.
Yeah, so I was thinking it can continue on the discussion, but the moderator will officially be Curious Panda, and he's a very fair guy. So thank you so much, everyone.
This
You
was
can
a very,
continue
very
on in a
interesting
regular
event.
fashion now.
Sorry, could we get, anyone who's got some comments or anything, feel free to make them. It would be interesting to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
This was a very interesting event to listen to, and honestly, a lot of the things that I thought before have definitely been challenged. I do like it.
Well, we appreciate that. Thanks for coming along.
Great. That's the best news I've heard all day. Somebody who's has food for thought and continuing to think about issues. That's what we like to do, is talk and, discuss new ideas about the Earth. And I think, I really appreciate Corvo inviting us and providing this platform for us to talk to new people. It's been fun.
Yeah, and for all the new people, could we get someone to post the link to the server?
Yeah, please.
Yes, the link to the Flat Earth server is in the announcement. Please check it out. Helioskeptic, I'm gonna post the link to the to your stream as well in the chat, if that's okay for you.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please go ahead and do that.
So make sure to check out announcement page.
Can I just
Also, let us know that you come from the Chatterbox, because there is a check-in process, and we'll definitely get you there.
Folks, can I just add, I've got a Google Drive if anybody wants to look more into the Flat Earth sort of evidence that we've got, and a lot more. I'll drop it in the Flat Earth chat just now. It's got gigs and gigs of stuff in it.
Excellent. And Eli, I think you were trying to say something as well, right? Thought I heard Elijah.
If I was, I can't remember.
I think it was me.
Can I put in my 2 cents?
Thank you for having.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to put in my 2 cents. None of us here are trying to convince you the Earth is a flat or a globe. We're just trying to convince you to think for yourself. So the question of what the shape of the Earth is, some people don't think it's important, but we do. Because a lot of people are making, life decisions and base their entire worldview that they're an insignificant speck in the middle of a vast cosmos, and that their lives don't matter and don't mean anything. So if you're going to think that, that's fine, but we think it should be based upon objective empirical evidence and be proven, and not a talking head on TV just telling you it is so. So I'll have to say.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us on, guys. See you next time. Anytime that you want to do this again, we're ready to do it. That was really fun. Thanks.
I'm out of here. And Epstein didn't kill himself.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just checking in. It's like these dudes that some of these guys we banned just can't help it. I love it here. It's a gentleman that's been banned like a few times. I've seen him pop back in the chat. A lot of people joined recently. Oh, he's back. Got a little party going on in the VC check-in. If anyone's bored,
Oh,
we're gonna
okay.
come give you guys some attention. Probably should just move those guys in here.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
They're having like a decent conversation. I'll see if I can get him to move in. It's this gentleman we spoke to yesterday. I had to pull him aside to the detention room. I can't remember exactly why, but it looks like he like was in there and then left the server and then rejoined today. So round 2.
Man, I haven't talked to you guys since last year. What's up?
It's been a whole entire year, Dave. Welcome. What's going on, man?
Any signs of this globe thing that people think they live on? I don't think.
Well, there's a gentleman in the VC check-in trying to. I had to pump the brakes because one of my pet peeves is like they start explaining. Let me just explain this. You don't have to explain anything, my friend. So
People
you're
don't
explaining
realize
stuff to.
We've heard this story every which way you could probably hear it.
Exactly.
If I just tell you this story just this way, this one time, you'll get it, man. Come on.
Right. Yeah. So you're explaining something to people who understand it better than you do. So don't worry about explanations. Let us know when you can prove some stuff.
Yeah, it's just amazing how some people are so deep in the story and the lore, like Mickey says, that they think if you just don't understand this whole story, man, you just come on.
Right.
We got space and there's stuff flying around, and you just can't comprehend it, man. You silly flat earther.
Yeah, it's not like a lack of belief. They think it's for some reason they're like, oh well, you just don't understand it enough, and that's why you don't believe it enough. Like, no, it's not a lack of understanding. It's just a lack of having like blind faith in things like that. You know, so
Anyway, you got some people coming in from check-in. Is that what you said?
hopefully, hopefully they'll pop in.
Everybody have a good one. Whoever wants to speak up, speak now or don't. It's up to you. Back to you, CB.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Just first VC in the new year. So what's up? We made it.
Yeah, for anybody who might be listening on YouTube, if right now you believe you live on a globe, we're going to point out to you that that's simply a belief. We want to challenge you with that. Can you prove it? Can you know it? As far as I know, you cannot know that you live on a globe. You think you prove me wrong? Come and try. We'll have a civil discussion about this globe you might think you live on. I'll stop rambling at this point.
Yeah, bring it, ballers. Bring your A game. Oh, I might have a clip for that. Yeah, I have to dig up that clip. Give me a second.
Yeah, at least here in my local area, I'm starting out 2023 with a crappy day. It's like foggy and rainy and sort of warm. What's it like up about 80 miles north?
Right about the same, Dave. It's a little gray, little wet, but I'll take the temperature compared to I don't know, what was that, negative 10 or whatever. I'll take 50s.
if I begin the process, I've been looking at Dave's app. I'm on there, and there's several people around this area. If the Northern Kentucky meetup happened, would you be up for it, man?
The NKU? When?
Like somewhere around Cincinnati area or Northern Kentucky.
Wow, that'd be cool.
I'll keep you posted.
Right on. I think I found the Sorry, go ahead.
I've met some flat earthers around here, but I haven't actually been to an official meetup, so I think that would be cool.
Yeah,
Go
same
ahead.
here. Same here. So that'd be cool. Like I found that clip about bringing your A game.
Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Actually, like that's the first part of it. The context is, it's like a boss battle, right? So he's invited the main character to his arena. Kind of how we bring people to, here to our arena. Just like, what do you think of our battleground? It's like, I don't know, kind of small, isn't it? The main guy's like,
made me think of Mad Max and the Thunderdome. Sorry, go ahead.
I just love how he's like, well, I prefer intimate. Like, I'm not intimidated either.
Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy.
I'll pause it there because I love this clip because it's relevant. We're bringing people here to decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water. And the
I
fate
like
of
that. Blue ball of dirt and water. It's a good, I like that.
So we're going to decide the fate of that damn ball here.
So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price, you monster?
Living.
That's it.
So first prize you get to live. That's a good contest.
Exactly. We won't, yeah. Good stuff.
What show is that from again? You're not going to get copyrights from that?
No. Yeah, if you just go on YouTube and search DBZA, it's an abridged series of the show that my profile picture is.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been giving them a lot to shine. They have so many good clips, man. It's hilarious.
Oh my god, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
Kind of like putting down old Space Yella. Hilarious.
Well, they tied together like a 60-year span of history. Old Yeller to space. You know.
Yeah, I love the show, man. It's so funny. And I keep talking about how I think the creators were making fun of outer space and stuff along the way. It's brilliant. Kind of like putting down old Space Yella. We got someone to join. One Big Pond has just joined us. Welcome.
Wow, that was quick. That's the quickest anyone's ever called me out, though. How are you, Creation Bear?
Hey, man. You know, they call me Quick Draw McGraw, so...
You're young and you're quite easily excited, so I get it.
So welcome, man. Glad to have you. We're still getting warmed up. You know, the coffee's still brewing, but people are firing.
We are looking to the sky.
Sorry, I just rumpushed you. How's the land down under? Good to hear from you.
Oh, you're not a problem there, Dave. The land down under is non-existent. We lost the curve a long time ago, and here we are talking about it, still looking for a curve. And see, I'm spinning around, to be quite honest. I don't know where I'm going, but wherever I'm going, it seems to be in the right direction because I'm not getting too much recall from information we're being posted. So either people are waking up to the truth, or you guys are doing a damn good job.
Yep, that's well said.
Sorry,
I
Dave.
think
You
there's more people becoming aware for sure, but we can only hope, right? Good to hear from you. Go ahead, C-Bag.
What the bleeding hell? We were having all right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it. You're from Space Australia.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So,
I need to ask, how are you putting all this together? Do you write this? Do you talk it into a microphone? And what happens with this? It is quite impressive.
No, these are just clips that I find when I'm just, scanning the internet, the interwebs. I just find little things that I find relevant to the topic or the conversation, and I try to, clip them up and bring them here. So I have a little soundboard that I use to play stuff into the microphone.
Well, you're very good at it. I do like the crickets. Like I'm a big fan of the crickets. Like
that one's classic.
It is so apt, though, in so many ways. So, anyway, I've been posting a little bit of stuff. I come across a video today on one of my recalls on the stuff that I get, and I got quite a good image of Melbourne across the bay in Port Phillip Bay, which is about a 64-kilometre stretch of flat body water that ebbs and flows each day. So I posted that in one of the forums elsewhere, and yeah, I got silence. So the people that are fighting the flat earthers, there's no denying it. They know it. They're living a lie. They're living a joke, and that's what we're calling out. The fact that people argue with them so vigorously is astonishing to me. It really is. It's just like we have gone around in circles for so long, guys.
Right.
I'm loving it. Yeah. Like I don't know what to say, guys. Like the Earth is quite simply spectacularly, awesomely flat. Yeah. Like there's not much more you can say. Grab onto a ball, and have some fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, I don't know what the big deal is. People feel like they have to defend. Imagine defending Santa Claus's honor. You don't have to defend Santa Claus. Just let it go. You don't have to defend this globe. Just let it go. They're defending childish things at this point. It's getting old.
People are making too much money off the system, so why would they change?
Right.
They have to be getting kickback somewhere along the lines of the monetary or whatever it is, or people just don't want to change, or they're scared of change, or they don't want to change. They don't want to accept what's coming or try and change what's inevitably going to be their demise. It bewilds me, to be quite honest. I'm dumbfounded in many ways and silenced in so many ways because I can't argue with stupid. I cannot argue with that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that sometimes isn't worth the squeeze. Arguing with stupid sometimes is not worth it. So I question all the time: is what I'm about to do, is it worth it? So
well, about 5 years ago when I started texting and talking online, yeah, the statement that made the most sense is when arguing with stupid, make sure they're not doing the same. And I'm just like, well, that just silenced me because everywhere, the simplicity of life and how convoluted everybody makes it, and it dumbfounds me. there's like I don't know. I don't talk because I've got way too much to say, and it's just I don't know. I have to start my own and sort of let it in because I just dribble on. So this is why I don't talk. But love to all. If you want to ask questions, I'm here. I'll listen. I'll try and be quiet and shut up. But who knows if you're going to make sense out of whatever comes out of my head? But it's always new, so never regurgitated.
No, this is a good place to express all that stuff, man. I'm always appreciating people who jump on the mic, so don't feel bad about sharing with us for sure. You know.
Well, if Dumbass is a caption, I think you should put my name there. Yeah?
I doubt that.
I'm serious.
Looks like our guy from the VC check-in might have spiraled out of control, maybe? Or maybe not. Let me see.
Now I add one of my friends came in here yesterday and she started getting attacked by everybody, so I come in and I had to be quite rude to get her out of the service so she didn't get any more offended than what she was. So if I offended anybody, I don't know what else to say, but I see my friend spiraling, so I had to pull her up. So if anyone knows what I'm talking about, we're cool.
Unscenes, welcome back, buddy. Welcome back.
Hello.
Shout out to you for getting VC verified, man. Always give out a lot of respect to people who take a few minutes to pop in the VC. So, shout out to you. How'd that go?
It was fun discussing some stuff there. Even though, like, most of them were, like, invalid in my opinion. It was so fun to think about stuff.
Well, good. That's good. Yeah, it's good. Well, the good thing is we both get to learn something in the process. I get to work on my debating skills, my argument skills, and you can work on some of yours. So that's good.
I mean, like, so you flat earthers don't believe that there's like a disc floating in space, but rather just like a shape.
Well,
like a random shape.
Well, I mean,
I'll give this a go. Crash a bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in my understanding, there are unseens, or my comprehension of many conversations that I've listened to, there's nothing floating in space. You've got to get your head out of space. Like if you've seen a model where gravity falls down
is
by
it
going.
night for you by any chance?
Sorry.
Is it night for you by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Go outside and look up.
And what is he going to see something that we've never seen before?
Yeah.
We all see the same thing.
Is there a point of this unseen?
Yes, there is space. I mean, like, where would we be right now? Like, in your opinion, where are we? In space?
The question you asked, unseen, the question you asked was the disc floating in space. I was answering that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. But about y'all not believing in space, where do you think we are?
I think Earth is the place. I don't think Earth is some place that exists within another place.
So
I think Earth
you
is
think
the
it is
entire
the place?
Yeah.
Okay, but then again, that creates some problems. What about the sun, the moon?
Remember, in the VC, we don't know. We don't even know what those are or where they are. So we can kind of disregard that. Really, we know that it's not in outer space.
But what I mean, like, if they're there, if they are there, like, they gotta be something, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean,
it only makes sense.
Of course, there is something, but we actually say we don't know quite yet because we weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, okay, we can observe it. I mean, like, that's a good argument in my opinion. So it has to be
Yeah,
something.
we can observe it and we can tell that it's way how it's called in English. It's not so far away as they tell us. It's way nearer.
Yeah, if we're talking about what we see, it definitely looks like it's just right there. Go ahead, One Big Pond.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not sure whether I should leave my mic open or
No,
not.
you're good.
I think, Richie, the word we're looking for is more local instead of a distance or further or farther or whatever. So something local. The orbs or stars or lights or whatever, anodes, canodes, whatever we want to call them, magnetic films, they're definitely local. We live in an existing bubble and everything curves around us. There is that many poles that we can film around the world. There's every location's got its own pole. So the fact people are jumping onto single poles or only two poles is quite ludicrous, to be quite honest, when so many people can get the same thing in so many different directions.
And then again, what do you think the sun is, or like the moon?
We don't know, dude. We don't know. There's no way. How would I know that? You know what I mean? I can't go up there and check to see what it is and then come back and tell you. We're both in the dark on that. No pun intended. But like, there are things in life that we can go out and test and check. So that's what we stick to. We can't go and test what the moon is. We can't go test what the sun is. But we can go and test what the Earth is doing. So that's what we're doing. We're doing long distance observations, laser tests.
Then again,
things like
it
that.
can't be just Earth.
Yeah, it can.
It can't be just Earth here.
Yeah, it can.
But then why can't we see the sun? Why can't we see the moon?
Oh, those, like, or are we comparing the Earth to the sun and the moon now? Because I would say that the Earth is you know how the people say, oh well, those things are like the sun is so many times bigger than the Earth. What if the Earth is bigger than the sun?
There's no way.
Oh, what if there is? What if there is a way? We're just trying to give you another way to look at it. I know, like, the outer space thing is tough to sort of disregard that, but we don't think the sun is 93 million miles away. This giant burning ball of gas. We don't think that. I think you can.
It's not burning, actually. It's just balance.
Well, it's not. It's not even that at all. It's not in that medium where people think it is. I think you can debunk that claim of the outer space and, you know, plasma giants floating around and stuff. I think you can disregard that and debunk it. So we're starting with something new. But that doesn't mean you have to make stuff up. Oh, well, the sun is this and it's this far away and it's this size. We don't know, bro. This is simply, we don't know. But there are things that we do know about the Earth, and that we know that the Earth doesn't move. We know that water doesn't curve into mounds for boats to disappear behind. And we know gas pressure requires a container. So that's why we don't just like not believe in outer space. You can just, natural law dictates that gas pressure requires a container.
But you just said that you don't believe in space.
Yeah, it's debunked. Gas pressure requires a container, my friend. So, like, for example, if I can give you 3 examples where gas pressure requires a container, and then I'll ask you, can you show me an example without the container? And I don't mean to offend you, but you won't be able to do it. So it's not a lack of belief. It's just a lack of demonstration. This claim cannot be demonstrated. It can't be verified. And I think we falsified it. So
I think it's easy to think along the lines of what can't be measured, as in curve, spin, pull.
right. Yeah, we're definitely not measuring any rotation anywhere. So it's not like the Earth is going anywhere, moving. So that's a big one. If the Earth doesn't move, obviously it's not floating around anywhere. So
How do you know that the Earth isn't moving?
okay, well let's start with our observation. What do we observe and experience? Obviously, we don't experience any movement, any rotation. So whose idea? Like, if someone came knocked on your door, hey, the building you're in is currently moving because the Earth on it is moving. You'd go, where'd you get that idea from, and can you prove it? And then he goes, well, no, you prove that it's not moving. It's like, dude, you're the one who came to my door and told me some crazy stuff. So, so there doesn't seem to be any proof for rotation to begin with. That seems to be the claim on the table. In terms of it not moving, that it's self-evident. You experience no movement at all. So if someone wants to prove that it is moving, they're welcome to do so. But until then, you don't have to go and like debunk Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to debunk unicorns. You don't have to
How about you debunk the existence of space then?
Sure.
Or the existence
Yeah, we can do that. It's all about gas pressure, bro.
I mean, like, just go outside and look up. I mean, like, it's not that hard.
Well, that's just a case of someone pointing and declaring their claims to be true. So if you'd like to demonstrate the claim, I'll give you the chance. So the question is, can you have gas pressure?
What else would the little dots be then?
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. If you have questions, we do too. I'd like to know what they are as well, but it doesn't mean that they are what the TV is telling you they are.
They're stars. Also, I don't have TV.
Yeah, but we were all raised the same way to think that these little stars in the sky are giant gas burning giants in the sky, in outer space. So that's the story we were all raised on. That's the bedtime story where everyone's familiar with. What else can it be? Well, it doesn't have to be just the story that we're being told. If you have questions, well, what are they? Welcome to the club. I have questions too. There's a lot of things about life that we don't know.
Dots in the sky?
I just told you, we don't know. You don't know either. No one knows. The only thing that we have to offer, that you can offer, is just to retell the same bedtime story that everyone was raised on. Whoa, that's a planet. Those are stars. Those are just labels for things that we don't even know. So I wouldn't worry about these things in the sky. Remember, we can't go up there and test any of this stuff. So try coming back down to Earth where we can actually test things.
But we have telescopes. I mean, like...
Yeah, but telescopes don't whisper in your ear, right? So we all see the same thing in the sky, but the telescope doesn't start whispering, hey, that one's made of rock. This one's made of ice. Like, it doesn't do that. So you don't have any extra information just by looking, because we all see the same thing. Now, let's come back down to Earth and actually testing that we can actually check up on the gas pressure. Do you see what's posted in the chat there? Let me get you in here. Are you able to see the VC check-in voice text? Or sorry, the live stream voice text. I just pinged you in there.
I'm playing a game right now, wait.
Okay. No problem. So maybe do you drink soda? You like pop, stuff like that? Pepsis, that kind of thing? Kombucha? Starting to fill up here. We'll be right back, folks. We are just waiting for our friend Unseens. Yeah. What's up, Cuddy?
Hey, do any of you know Valorant by any chance? The
What
game
is it?
Valorant.
I've heard of it. You a gamer, bro?
Yes.
That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Let us know when you're ready to go again. We can teach you about this gas pressure thing and you can get back to your game. I think we'll at least give you some stuff to go off and chew on and think about for a while. Instead of just
If you're in the FPS channel, I think you should try Valorant out.
All right. Is there a globe in that game? Was it? You fighting on some curvature?
What? What?
I think outer space and the globe is a great theme for video games and books and movies. I don't dislike outer space. I love it. I just think it's a fiction. It's for fiction. It's for movies. It's for video games. It doesn't have to be real.
Doesn't have to be, but it is. So like,
Well, it's not. It's not.
like I mean, if you think about it, it has to be real, right?
No, it doesn't have to be real. Why do stories have to be real? They can just be stories, right? So it's like where you're coming from. It's like, well, it's in books, it's in movies, and video games. Therefore, it must be real. Otherwise, why would it be in there? It's like, well,
What?
it's
We
fiction.
just lost, by the way.
Yeah.
So I should go into deathmatch.
Yeah, it's just fiction, bro.
I wouldn't really say that it's fiction, really.
Outer space? Yeah, of course it's fiction.
Yeah, you're trolls. No way.
Well, it's not like you can experience it anywhere other than on your screen, in your video game, in a book. You know what I mean?
Okay, just be honest. You're trolls. You're trolling.
Why would I?
No, we're not.
All I'm saying is that the room that you're in right now doesn't move. Is that crazy?
Well,
so the game you're playing, like the room that you're in, it's not moving.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like, if you think about it, it is.
So wait, so all I have to do is sit in my room and think harder, and then what? Because trust me, buddy, I've thought about it a lot. That's why I'm asking you guys all the time if you think your room is moving. Half of you guys go, no. Half of you go yes. Half of you say some random stuff like gravity, as if that's supposed to be some answer. But no, we're not trolling. We're just saying that the Earth doesn't move. The buildings that we all live in, they're not moving. But we're the crazy ones, right? Yeah, if we were on a globe, then yes, of course, all of these buildings would be moving. They don't move.
Maybe because the speed is constant.
Well, or just, yeah, it's constantly zero. It's not moving. That's the point.
Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah, if you leave here and someone's like, hey, so what did the flat earthers say? You better tell them. They said that the Earth doesn't move. They said that these buildings don't move. Let's see what your friend has to say about that. Oh, wow, they're so crazy. Yeah.
And on scenes, I'm just kind of curious here that you seem so sure that things are moving at a constant speed. What evidence of that do you have?
What is...
You broke up there. Say that again. Creation Bear, is he off in the distance, or do you know what might have happened there?
I think he's not a good multitasker, maybe. He's gaming right now.
Yeah. I'm just curious for him. I mean, he seems so sure. I'm just curious what specific evidence he has.
For what?
For
anything, really. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, no, for the you're so sure that we're moving at a constant speed that so you wouldn't observe motion. So the question for you is what evidence of that do you have? You know, this is a server where we don't just go based on what people say. We go based on evidence, empirical evidence. And so
It is because the mass of the sun doesn't change, and yeah, you get the point. The mass of the sun doesn't really change.
Okay, so so your logic is that the mass of the sun doesn't change, so therefore we're moving.
No, the thing is, if the mass of the sun would change, would be... Actually, would we move faster? I don't know.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, fair enough. If you don't know, that's then you're where logic would suggest, because we don't know. You can't say for certainty. That's the key.
No, my question is, if something has more gravity and something is like orbiting around it without falling into it, right? Would the speed of the object that is orbiting around it change if the mass of the thing that it's orbiting around would change. Like, do you get my point?
Yeah, well, in a video
Well,
game, you
not
can make it
really,
do whatever you
because
want.
it's kind of like asking if Narnia were to pick up and move locations, how many fairies would Narnia have? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how to argue a fictional construct.
Jay, you said exactly what I was thinking, man. Yeah, imagine you created the video game called Earth in outer space. You could just update it and make it do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Like Jay said, in Narnia, you can have it update the Narnia, and if you touch this thing, now you can do this. It's just a video game, bro. They can have it do whatever they want. More gravity? Oh, yeah, faster. Less gravity? Oh, they can just still be faster. Like, it doesn't matter. They can just make up whatever they want. I've actually got.
Yeah, it could probably be a lot of fun to kick those things around in a video game construct, but in real life and on this server, we like to delve into the realm of reality as what exactly are things, and what is our proof that those things are what we claim them to be. And ideally, that anybody you talk to on this server should then also have the same level of proof for whatever claim that is made.
Okay, one question. Where's the proof that space doesn't exist?
Gas pressure.
So hang on. Ask that
You
again.
said that you believe that space doesn't exist.
No, there's not a belief thing. Remember,
That's
unseen.
believing,
Unseen.
not
Remember,
proof.
hold on. Remember when you went quiet for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes straight when we were trying to talk to you about gas pressure? So we didn't even get to talk about that. So it's not a belief thing. It's about demonstration.
So here's my question for you, Unseen.
Playing a game
Has
right
any?
now.
Okay, so I since I'm kind of coming late to the game, I do apologize. Has he been asked the 3 questions for Globers yet?
No, you're welcome to do that if you can pay attention long enough.
Ask me on. I think. I wanna think.
Yeah. No. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's just a prompt to get you thinking and such like that. So these questions have no right or wrong answer. So starting off is, as far as you are aware, at any point in known history, has anybody physically measured the curve of the Earth?
I love those sound effects. By the curve of the Earth, what do you mean?
So the supposed curvature of the Earth, has anybody in that you're aware of? Are you aware of anybody in known history, or even unknown history, so to speak? But are you aware of anybody in history who has physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
So, like, if it's round, like square or something, like a donut. Maybe some people have went to the moon. Maybe. Like,
real quick, Unseen, it's a status report type of thing. So it's like a, do you know or do you not know? And if you don't know, it's totally fine. I'm not going to grill you.
Yeah, it's not.
It's
I
a
mean,
status
like,
report.
we've sent telescopes to space. I mean, like, how would we not know?
No, so that's not a physical measurement. The question is a physical measurement. Are you aware of anybody that in history has made a physical measurement of the curvature?
Like the exact, very, very exact.
Correct.
Wouldn't that take like millions of years? Like, that's super hard.
Okay. So is that answer then no? I mean, and it's fine. It's not a judgment. It's not a judgment. It's just a conversation.
Well, I mean, like, it's just a shape, you know.
Okay, but I'm just saying, are you? It's just more or less a yes or no question. Are you aware of anybody that in history has physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know, Neil Armstrong.
Okay. So is that a yes or a no then?
Do I look like I know?
That's just when you're honest and say I don't know.
Right. So you're saying no, you don't know. Is that correct? You don't know?
I'm not really the best at remembering names, so nope.
Well, I'm not asking you names or anything. I'm just asking you a yes or no question, not who or when or how or why. Just it's a yes or no question.
No, I don't know history really.
Okay, that's fine. No. Again, it's not a judgment. It's just like he said. It's like a status report. Okay, and then also then in history, do you know of anyone who has recorded the axial rotation of the Earth?
What?
Physically. Okay. So you're saying no, that you're not aware of anyone who has, correct?
What was the question, Ben?
Yeah, of anyone. Are you aware of anyone in history who has physically measured the axial rotation of the Earth? The Earth's spin.
What's an what? Like the speed of rotation around the sun or around itself?
The Earth's spinning, bro. The house is moving.
Oh, isn't that like 1,000 kilometers per hour or something? Or miles?
Yeah, that's the claim. That we were asking who measured that. If you know.
Well, it's a yes or no question. Is are you aware of anyone who has? You don't have to know a specific person or a specific time. Just the question is do you know, definitively speaking, that someone has or has not done that? So that would be a yes if you know someone who has, or no if someone who hasn't.
No.
Okay, fair enough. And then
question, by the way.
Question number 3, which is the last question. It's not a not a grilling or a university admission exam. But the third question then is: are you aware of any example where there has been gas pressure without containment? Without gas pressure without a containment.
Gas pressure again? Oh no, not the gas pressure again.
Finish that. You want to finish that sentence? Go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Unseen.
What was the question?
You had it. You were saying it right, bro. Just keep going.
What was the question?
You had the answer correct, but the question is, can you have gas pressure without a container? You were answering it correct. You just stopped.
What's gas pressure?
The thing you're breathing.
Oh, like oxygen?
Air. Yeah, gas, air. Things you put in your tires so you can drive around on your bicycle or your car. If I was your neighbor and I came over and I slashed all your tires to your car, you're going to lose the air pressure inside the tire. Right, you'd probably need to go buy new tires for your car. So the question is, can you have that gas pressure without the container? Or do you need the container?
If in Earth's example, is the container Earth?
So there is only the Earth. So yeah, of course, we're going to need an example somewhere on Earth, not just pointing at the sky.
Yes, you need a container.
Well, there you go. Welcome to the club. That's why we don't think outer space is real, because the air that you're breathing also is contained.
Yeah, by the Earth's gravity.
No, because then you could have just demonstrated that. No, because then listen. We're asking for a demonstration. Remember, so you could have just gave us a demonstration of gravity containing gases instead of a container. Because you can't just go to a mechanic and say, "Hey, my neighbor slashed all my tires. Can I get some gravity tires?" No, you need an actual container, a real physical container to contain the gas. So if you want to show us a demonstration of gravity containing gas, you're welcome to do that. But pointing at the sky isn't a demonstration. It's only pointing and declaring your claims to be true. So if you have a demonstration of that, let us know. But I don't think you do. That's fine, because we tried looking for it. It's not there.
No, first you have to understand that space is real, and then maybe I'll be.
Well, you have to prove it to be real first.
Explain it.
That's like saying you have to understand unicorns are real first, and then, no, you have to prove that they're real first. You don't just work backwards from assumptions.
Go outside and look up, please.
Yeah, I see the sky. Yep.
I mean, like,
all you're doing there, Unseen, is just pointing at the sky and declaring. You're pointing and declaring.
It's night for you.
I was outside last night. I saw all the stars. I saw the moon, but that's not seeing outer space. You got to separate fiction from reality. Listen, you got to be able to separate fiction from reality. Okay? When you see a downtown, you don't think, wow, there must be a Superman flying around down there. Because that's what Superman does, right? He flies around downtowns. So they're doing the same thing. You're looking up at the sky and saying, well, on TV, I saw these were planets and stars and things. Then you go outside and look up. There's a difference between what you saw on TV. Okay, listen. You can call it iPhone, call it screen, call it media, call it movies, call it whatever you want. TV is just a word for that overarching idea that you saw something on a screen and you're confusing that with reality. So when you look up in the sky, you're not seeing what you saw on TV or movies or books or video games or whatever you want to call it if you don't like the word TV. But you just demonstrated to us, you just said gas pressure needs a container. Yeah, exactly. So if there was outer space, all this air we're breathing would just be not here. It'd be out there.
No, it would be contained by the Earth's gravity.
You don't have a demonstration of that.
Well, that's
so no.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say next. Remember, in this room,
I mean, like gravity. Have you ever heard of that?
So
No,
in
you
this
don't know
room
what that
here,
means, Unseen.
Hey,
It's not like you
Unseen.
know what that means.
So Unseen, in this in this server here, we actually go on proof and documentation. So you've made a claim there, and our question for you would be is, what proof, what example do you have of gravity serving as a container? You just agreed with me a moment ago. You said no, that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and now you're changing that answer. So in this room, when somebody says that yes, you can have something, we ask you, okay, well, what is the evidence of that? So now the onus is on you.
Unseen, you cannot point and declare your claims to be true. The thing that you're trying to prove is the sky being uncontained by a container and just gravity.
So let me give
That's the
you
thing
a
you're trying to
claim.
prove. So you can't just point at it and call it proof. Go ahead, Jay.
So when I look up, I see a dome structure over us. And I see these little angels with fans that push the air down towards us. I'm pointing up. You know, I see these little specks up there. So those, just because they're little specks, little white things, those must be angels in little ships that are pushing air down to us.
Yeah, I saw that too, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that must be true. That's true. I'm declaring that true. So nobody's allowed to question that. Is that correct, Creation?
Yeah.
Is that
I
how
saw
this
it too.
room works?
I saw that's exactly what I see, so I can't be wrong. It's what I see.
Yeah. And that's what you're trying to get us to accept something equally as ridiculous. You're trying to get us to accept something like,
what are we even talking about right now?
We're talking about how people point in the sky and declare their claims to be true without demonstrating them.
yes. So the onus is on you. You agreed, and you said earlier that no, you cannot have gas pressure without containment. And now you're saying that you can. So the question for you is, what evidence of that claim do you have?
Evidence of what? I don't know.
Here's a pro tip for you: stick to things
My
that you
brain.
can prove. Stick to things that you do have evidence for. Then you won't get
Yeah.
stuck in this little trap of like, oh shoot, I said something and I don't have proof for it. Go ahead, Jay.
Wheels don't exist is because wheels are made of like, what are they called? Plastic? I don't know. They're not dense. They don't have that much mass. And gravity has, no, not gravity. Earth has a lot of mass, so that's equal to a lot of gravity.
Okay, that's a cool story,
You get
bro.
what I'm saying?
Let us know when you can prove any of that.
Prove what?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
the
Prove
space
the
exists?
things.
Proof,
Yeah,
proof le gravity.
yeah. Well, you want to be able to say things that you can then support and back up with proof and evidence. You don't just say things. That's what I'm saying. That's what's called declaring, just like declaring your claims to be true. That's why J.E. made the example of seeing angels in the sky. It's no different than you being like, oh no, the space is up there for sure. You're just declaring something to be true without any evidence. So when we ask for evidence, you go, what evidence? Well, evidence of the thing you're trying to prove to be true.
So I'm trying to decide here, Creation Bear, is this guy just not paying attention? Is he, what's...
I think it's a combination of a couple different things. The gaming, he's a little young and, really likes outer space. I did too. I get it. It's hard to let go of outer space, man.
It's kind of hard to have Captain Jean-Luc Picard and Obi-Wan Kenobi unless you have some sort of...
Wait, so like right now you're asking me for proof of space.
Yeah, you could have just given us a demonstration
Why
of
don't you
gas
prove
pressure without
to
a
me
container.
that space doesn't exist? Prove me
because
that.
we're not making that claim. You, on the other hand, made a claim. But we're saying unless you demonstrate that claim, it's untrue. That's our assertion.
Yeah, or
You've made an assertion, so you need to come back
Prove
with
to
some
me that
evidence
space
for your
doesn't
assertion.
exist.
We just
No.
did.
Prove
We
it
just
to me.
did. You debunked it yourself by saying gas pressure
How?
requires a container.
My brain.
You just debunked it yourself, brother. Remember when you said, we asked, can you have gas pressure without a container? You said, no, it needs a container. Ding, done. You just debunked outer space right there. Because the air that you breathe when you go outside also requires a container.
Too.
No, it's not.
Why can the space...
You know,
it's
the
claimed
word
to be a
gravity doesn't
vacuum.
what you think it is. Gravity is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. So go ahead and jot that down. It's not a magical. It's not magic. It's just the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or it's not magic, and it doesn't. It doesn't like make people stick upside down to floaty balls.
Or contain gas. Or
Yeah,
it
it doesn't contain gas either. It's not magic. Yeah. So much faith it takes to believe in such a mystical thing that cannot be proven. Weird.
Dude, it's a cool idea, Unseen. I don't want to... I'm sure this is a bit like ripping the Band-Aid off. It doesn't feel very good. But...
that space doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool story, man. It's just a really enjoyable theme for movies and video games, like I said.
Prove to me that space doesn't
Okay, he's on repeat. Bro, you're on repeat. Let's go over this one more time. You covered this already. Gas pressure requires a container. You can't have gravity hold the air to your tires.
It's a container in a container, if you get what I mean.
No, it's not. It's
It
literally
is.
called space
Kind of like
for a reason. Ding dong. It's not called container. It's called space. So it's where the it's where the air would go. There's this thing called the second law of thermodynamics.
Tough
Gas
loss.
pressure moves. Gas pressure
Too many
moves.
brain cells. So get me out of here. Bye bye. See ya. See you later.
Oh man, he's losing too many brain cells because he's burning them out trying to fathom reality.
Good lord.
Put down the pipe, man. Damn. I was at before you left. I was actually about to bring up that Cellar Day Uni, like the world's largest mirror. And do you see any curvature here or distortion of the reflection of this perfectly flat mirror right here?
Yeah.
That really would have messed with his brain.
We didn't even get to the flat Earth part for the most part. We were dealing with rotation and the gas pressure, and then you could have came in with the whole slam dunk home run flatness. But yeah, he had a tough time with the outer space thing.
He wants to be Buzz Lightyear. Go to infinity and beyond.
Lou pointed out something really funny though. He believes in 2 containers. Don't you love that? You ask him for, because they claim that there is no container, and you're like, well, give us an example of gas pressure without a container. And he's like, well, here's 2 of them. Here's 2 containers. Oh my gosh!
A container within a container within a container.
He admitted, yeah, of course you need a container, and then was like, oh well, no, it is. There is a container. No, there's not. Like on the globe, where? Oh, it's
It's a little sad. He didn't even give us a chance to properly explain anything. He just threw out a bunch of wild assertions.
He'll be back. I think you can kind of hear the smirk as well. I think he'll be back. This wasn't his first time being here either, because I think his first interaction in the server was with me in the chat. I had to kind of time him out for a while. Then he's like, all right, fine, I'll VC eventually. And so we checked him in, and now he joined today. So he'll be back.
I hope he sees the truth eventually and just kind of like joins the proper side.
I see what you did there. His name was Unseen. He hope he sees. Nice.
Yeah. But for real, man. Like all these people, they're just brothers and sisters who don't know it yet.
Really, I know. That's why we post up here. And like, there's a lot of tough love, yeah, but overall, we're like want them to figure this stuff out. I'm not here just to like donk on people. I mean, obviously I will if I have to, but ideally I'd want him to be like, oh, okay, gas pressure. Oh, wow, good point. You know, what do I gain from that?
Well, ideally, we want him to go out and do his own experiments and see what's nice for himself. Don't take our word for it, man. Just look it up yourself. Go out there in the field.
That's the whole point. Stop taking dudes' words for things. Go and check. Like Aethers just said, go outside.
Gotta fact check the fact checkers, man.
Exactly. Stop just relying on other dudes. Oh, this dude said, forget what that dude said. Go and check to see if what he said is true. What about what you say?
Yeah.
You know, forget them.
People should be more focused on what they can see with their own eyes than having blind faith in what they can't see. Especially when it comes to something so fantastical as the space narrative.
That's my role, man, to get them to see that it is fantastical.
Yeah. And I love it when somebody had said incredible and then like defined what and I'm looking up like, dude, that is an incredible word. It actually has credibility to it though. Like if something's incredible, it's not credible. And I was like, that's funny. Because that's usually the kind of descriptions that they give to these space type things. Oh, look, it's incredible. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I think that you're right. He'll be back. He just kind of had to reboot.
That's what he's saying in the chat right now. Just Google the answers. He said, I do have proof. There's Google. Use it. And I said, it's not on there. And then Warrior Unit makes a great point that I'll post right now. Google says men can get pregnant, so you got to take what they say with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, these youngsters so accepting to just believe whatever Google says. They'll accept it just fine when Google is no longer a search engine. I mean, you're just gonna ask it. You're not gonna get more than one result. They're gonna just tell you like, "This is it. This is your answer."
Yeah,
And that's gonna
don't
be
even think
perfectly.
about it.
That's gonna be perfectly acceptable for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the socially acceptable answer of today. Change the definition tomorrow.
And that's happened
This is really why I like
times over the years too.
Yeah. This is why I like sticking with the etymology and the roots to words, because they can't change those. They can try, but they can't. And so they can like redefine what words we use now, but if you go back to the roots, they still mean what they meant, and you can't change that. The only way to change it's to play make believe and make people believe that it's changed, but it hasn't. Kind of like the meaning of the word gravity. It means weight or seriousness, and people try and apply this mystical nonsense like translation to it. Like, oh yeah, this is my definition for what gravity means. Hey, okay, stuff is like heavy. And
I know it's not the server topic, but also I'd love to tell these kids when they're talking about just Google it. I mean, there's Google. Like, I want to blow their mind with dead internet theory. Like, show them that one.
What's that?
Oh,
so go ahead. Go ahead and basically type anything into Google, and it'll give you like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of results. It'll say at the top, right? It'll say page one of whatever, this many results. But scroll to the end and go to the next page. At first, take a look at what's on all those first pages. It's all .gov. It's all the authoritative sources. It's all the news outlets and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
By the time you get a few pages in, the results go down from like millions down to hundreds, and then you can keep going. And it's like, so where did these other multi-million results go? They're just not there. Like, yeah, it's basically they're scrubbing the internet completely and lying to you about the results that you're being given, saying that this is the information that's found, and it's not. It's just the authoritative content they're trying to show you. And then on top of that, like most of the articles that you read and stuff online on the internet aren't even written by human beings.
Right. Okay, I'm familiar with that part.
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. It's AI, and people. This is the thing. There's that the Turing test or whatever it is, where people try to decide if they're talking to an AI. They're obvious. The humans are failing.
Oh yeah.
The humans are failing the test.
The people lack discernment out the wazoo these days.
Yeah.
And it goes the same with pictures and stuff. There's a website called what is it? thispersondoesnotexist.com.
Yeah, that's so uncanny and weird.
I think that's what it is. But yeah, they look like real people. They're not real. So R.I.P. to the last remaining discernment. I give that conversation, I don't know, 5 out of 10. He wasn't too mad. Just spiraled at the end there, I guess.
Yeah. That cock this hits hard.
All right, well, we're 1 in for the day. Not bad. We're 1 for 1. Let's go. Let's see if we can get another one in. First baller flat smack of the new year. For me, at least. We didn't even talk about how flat the Earth is.
Yeah.
We did a little bit in the VC check-in with him, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the same character. I told him that you could rebrand Flat Earth to Flat Water. I say that every now and again. I think sometimes that hits home.
I like
I mean, when you don't get the argument water, that's the easiest to see, in my opinion.
The water's because I mean, even my backyard has like lumps and bumps in it, so people will be like, "Oh, well, that's not flat." Like they don't really get what flat means, to be honest.
Yeah.
Even in their own narrative, though, like if you were to hold the Earth in the palm of your hand based off of their description of it, it would feel like holding a cue ball, perfectly smooth.
Yeah. Right.
So it's like, but they don't even know that about their own model.
I know they'll be like, "It's not a perfect sphere." You ding dong! You don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a abloid spheroid.
Yeah, they're always like, "It's an ellipsoid, spheroid, geoid." Like, what the hell? When I believed it, I never said stuff like that. I was like, "Hey, Joe, it's a sphere, bro." Like, what the hell is all this extra? Oh, technically, it's a ellipsoid. What the hell?
Most of the times when I tell them, like the argument water, how do you bend water? They just say gravity, but it doesn't make sense. How it still doesn't bend.
Yeah, they're saying the gravity makes the water flat. It's like, okay, well, you haven't proven what gravity is, but you're saying the water is flat, so I'll take that. Thanks for the concession.
And every time a builder gets his water measure to build flat houses, they have to bend it.
Right. It's one of my favorite arguments. The water being curved, like to me, they're saying boats are going over the curve. They're just telling you, curved water, boat goes over it, it's hidden. So it's like, then I just go, so you're telling me that you go out and experience hills of water?
I've never talked about a hill of water.
I said water hill.
I don't know. What's water hill? There.
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, so, I'm even tripping up these so-called experts. They're going to just flat out tell you, yeah, there's hills of water. I mean, you almost can't write jokes any better than that.
I've never talked about a hill of water. There.
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, like, too easy. Too easy. And I do the same thing with I do the exact same thing with the houses. The house is moving. Well, yes, no. It's on the earth, in the earth. Gravity holds it down. It's moving slow. It's moving fast. I mean, that's like 7 different answers to one question. And the only answer is, the real world answer is hell no. Yeah, but if you're in a car and you were born in the trunk and then you never knew. No. No, I don't do wizard spells.
What if?
I mean, I get it. You learned it in school all your life. You've been taught, but still, you have your own mind. You can think about it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's not like we all didn't learn the same thing. That's the crazy part. Like, they think for some reason that we skipped and missed out and forgot, never heard about the globe before. No. Like, I was big into the globe, so we're just the kids that figured out Santa's not real first.
When it comes to Santa Claus, you don't want your kid to be one of 2 things. You don't want your kid to be the first kid that tells everyone that Santa Claus is bullshit, because that kid's an asshole. But you don't want your kid to be the last kid that figures out that Santa Claus is bullshit, because that kid's a moron.
So which one are you?
That's a little messed up.
I might be the moron.
So we're just the first kid, and they're mad. Oh well.
No, I think the first kids were the OG FE.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Those are the first ones to figure it out and started ruining the Santa Claus thing for everyone.
Yeah.
We're obviously not the last though, because these people keep rolling in.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a fresh set. So for somebody, you're that first kid. You know what I mean? But I know exactly.
Yeah.
Someone told me, you know what I mean? Hey, Santa's not real. Like, what? What do you mean? I just made reindeer food like yesterday. The milk and cookies were half eaten and drinking. The presents, how did they get there? Like, you know what I mean? That's it's the same line of questioning. So
There was snow and boot prints there in the house. It had to have been him.
Yeah.
Parents go to some weird extremes to perpetuate the myth.
Schools too, man. Like my classroom, we were making reindeer food, bro. I literally I'm like, they're gonna love it. Kindergarten class. You know, my parents would make the cookies and they'd half eat them, drink a little bit of the milk, crumbs. I'm like, oh, dude, it was awesome. I enjoyed it actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, it's just for me. I had to do the creeping down the stairs. It's some investigation. Oh, I heard I had the wrapping paper and stuff. So I was getting old enough, so I did the creeping, and I learned the truth. And a lot of these kids, they don't even have the inclination or the curiosity. Or, you know, they can't take the hint well enough to maybe start looking and investigating. So you have to be the big kid to somebody and tell them, hey, listen, Santa's not real. And they're going to react the same way. What? But the cookies. You have to, I don't know, man. Like you have to be like a shaman to kind of undo their their silliness. It's not easy.
I actually don't remember if I always knew or if someone told me or if I got behind it. I don't remember actually.
You mean Santa Claus or the globe?
No, Santa.
Yeah.
I mean, in Germany, there's more than Santa. There's some crazy stuff told. So.
Well, we got the Tooth Fairy. What else? We got the Boogeyman.
Boogeyman. I don't know what this is.
Saint Nick and Krampus.
I've heard of Krampus.
Yeah. Old Nick.
We got the Easter Bunny.
No, Old Nick is another name for Satan.
That whole Krampus thing is some creepy freaking demon bullshit.
It's so weird. The only reason I know about
but also,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that's partially what's wrong with this world is they took Krampus out of Christmas and now nobody's afraid of being an asshole.
That's the problem.
Right.
I'm picking. Well, if you had the fear of some weird demon coming out of like nowhere and whooping you with some reeds, you might be a good kid. They downgraded it to nice and naughty list instead of actual consequences.
There was a survival game called Don't Starve where every like 300 days or whatever, it might once a year basically, right? Like Krampus would come and try to basically steal all your shit from your base, like that's keeping you alive, like, and you had to try to catch him when he came. You never knew when he was going to come, but he would just show up, steal all your shit, and run off, and then you'd have to go try to kill him. But he was like really fast. That was the first time I had ever heard of Krampus.
Yeah, my barber, this girl, she had a couple kids, and she would tell me she had this little Krampus picture on her mirror in the shop. And like she would tell me about that, how she would kind of like tell her kids stories about Krampus and stuff. You better be good, you know what I mean? That's how I knew about it. She was a really, really awesome, super tatted up, you know. She was into that stuff. It was cool. Good at cutting hair too.
And it just like in Milwaukee there was some kind of a Krampus festival parade within the last month, whatever, and they showed all these costumes and stuff. It's basically Halloween. Everything's all like goat head, like horned demon people, like friggin' like torture and shit like that. Like it's all celebrating this like demonic thing. They had like a parade and everything. It was like one of the most satanic looking things I've ever seen in this area. It's not cool. Whatever you're saying, CB, it's not cool.
No, I mean I'm not into that
Weird.
stuff, but I'm not into that. But yeah. I'm like the exact opposite from her type stuff. It's funny. That's why it was funny we linked up. She was really good at cutting hair. So I was with her for years. But yeah. Santa, Satan. Yeah, there are some weird little coincidences like that.
And then yeah, I've heard that like the Saint Nick, when you guys are talking Old Nick, right? Another name for Satan, like that's what's connected to the whole Krampus thing. Like Saint Nick and Krampus, I think, are the same thing.
Dang, it's the new year. Crazy, man. 2023. I wonder what's in store. It's kind of like an arbitrary line that we just mark in the sand. It doesn't really, I guess we're kind of always in the now, if you're familiar with that type of thinking.
I'm sorry, but
Why
if this
did
goes
Sorry, go ahead.
Why did we like to scare the shit out of our children so much in the past?
Get back.
Just absolutely, just like some of the most terrifying things you would just tell your kids just to get them to piss the fucking bed. I swear.
I mean, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Like boogeyman stuff?
Sure, well, Krampus, Boogeyman, freaking Halloween things.
Oh yeah,
there's all kinds of look at all the darn like fairy tales and stuff, like Rapunzel, you're dealing with witches and shit, and dude, there's just so much of this stuff. Like all the songs the kids sing about, London Bridge falling down and Ring Around the Rosie about it's about freaking smallpox, and then the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man was a guy who abducted children and would lure them. He would kill them after luring them in with sweets.
I didn't know that.
There's a lot of old nursery rhymes and stuff, and like stories. Tons of ghost stories too.
Yeah, the ghosts too. Yeah, you're right. The ghosts. Dang! Wow. I never really thought about that. That is a kind of a good point. And you ask people why they do Santa Claus, and like, oh well, it's for fun. It's for the kids. Yeah, but they don't really ever stop looking at you like a kid, though, do you? Do they? It's always daddy government. Brothers Grimm. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like that shit, whatever. It's just seems strange for me for a parent to take pleasure in terrifying their children. But that's the way it was for a long time. Just be like, nah, it's all in good fun. So we scared the crap out of them. They're gonna have nightmares for a few years. So what?
Shoot, I did. Just
Like even the more pure ones, Jack and Jill. It's a story. Jack fell down the hill and busted his head and died. So let's sing about that for centuries.
Like when you're singing it as a kid, you don't even think about what you're saying. At least I didn't. I would just go and
I kind of did. I did. I was like, that's kind of weird, but all right, it's catchy.
Here we go.
Those were good kids. They were just doing their chores, going to get some water for the wash.
Look at it this way. Think of how stupid the average person is, and then realize half of them are stupider than that. And it doesn't take you very long to spot one of them, does it? Take you about 8 seconds. You'll be listening to some guy. You say, this guy is fucking stupid. Then there are some people, they're not stupid. They're full of shit. That doesn't take very long to spot either, does it? Take you about the same amount of time. You'll be listening to some guy and say, well, he's fairly intelligent. He's full of shit. Then there are some people, they're not stupid, they're not full of shit, they're fucking nuts.
Some people are fucking nuts and stupid and full of shit.
The triple threat. Yeah. I'm sure we've crossed paths with quite a few of those types.
They're called Todd Cavers.
Oh, it's just scary how relevant some of these things are, man. Like he says that, half people are just stupid. Okay, all right. I think we see that. Some people aren't stupid. They're just full of it, Yeah, we see that too. He's full of shit.
He's full of shit.
Wonder if Carlin would still be able to perform if he was still alive. Don't think so.
Times have changed so much. His crowd back then was all the leftists, dude. Like,
was it?
Yeah, that was the left 25 years ago.
At first, I thought you meant ability, but now I'm seeing what you mean. Yeah, like the media and stuff probably wouldn't want him saying certain things. Is that what you mean?
Well, I don't think he would have even said those things because his audience wouldn't have been buying tickets. The left used to be all anti-establishment, don't trust the government, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me type Rage Against the Machine shit. And now it's all do exactly what the government says, don't question anything, trust the experts, do what they say.
He would have had a fucking field day with 2020. Yeah, I mean, people like Chappelle, he's been able to kind of like eke his way back in. I haven't even watched his latest stuff, so I don't really know what he's doing. I know he's still he is offending people, which is good, kind of. But from what I hear, he's toned down his kind of in-your-faceness a bit. But I don't feel like Carlin could have done that.
Yeah, I feel you.
But it would have been the true test of his character. Would he, was Carlin in the big club he liked to ramble on about all the time, or was he actually for the people? So this would have been the moment where that came. You would see for sure if he spoke up and got pushed out the industry, or curled up and did what they told him to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think would most likely have happened. Like if he was still alive now, it would be similar to like what Rage Against the Machine did. Like they went from "fuck you, I won't do what you tell me" to doing a vaxxed only concert.
Yeah. I guess he died at the right time then. Yeah. But that's when you know things are seriously fucked socially. Like we're at the end days of our nations when even comedy can't tell the truth. You know, it's getting harder by the day. I know still there's some comedians out there doing it, but it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah, comedy's pretty much dead. Cancel culture destroyed it. Most of the comedians out there that are getting airtime, you know, like mainstream, they're doing their skit isn't about being funny. It's another political propaganda piece.
Yeah, pick a side nonsense.
Come on, guys, you're not supposed to get your truth and facts from comedians. You're supposed to get it from the news. What's wrong with you people? If you don't get your facts from fact checkers, then
you're doing it wrong.
You're spreading information that's false. We're joined by It's Juice.
Debunked information, you know?
Debunked. Welcome, Juice.
Or welcome back.
All right, then, keep your secrets.
You think we'll get any globe proof this year, Chris? Take that as a no.
But we might go finally to another planet.
Wouldn't that be something?
With a new Tesla.
What happened to the old one?
Not with the Model X, with the Model Roadster. We go to the Mars.
Even if I was a glober, I wouldn't believe that nonsense, man. Surely they can see through that much.
No, they can't.
Such fanboys, man.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thanksgiving?
Yep.
I'm confused then. I didn't know. New Year's Day was Thanksgiving for Americans.
Oh no, I'm kidding. It's Happy New Year's, but I'm just saying Happy Thanksgiving to be a dumbass.
Oh, okay, well, happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
Thank you.
If he's there.
Happy Year of the Rabbit. Is that what we're in?
I don't know.
Yeah, so it's 2023 now for everybody, and I'm really sorry, but the Earth's never going to turn into a globe. Also, if there's some anti-flat earthers out there that made some New Year's resolutions to finally shut down flat Earth once and for all, well, your next year's resolution might be to get into some kind of therapy program, because that's never going to happen for you, and that's going to get mighty disappointing. Love you.
You know there's some out there that did that, man. This is the year. This is the year we get them flatty fucks. We're going to get them. And shut them all down.
I know, right? There's people out there who truly, like, to their core, believe it, want it, and will be so disappointed the more it doesn't happen.
Imagine being such a fucking loser in life.
Yeah, like, okay, so, like, I wake up going, I'm going to do this today, I'm going to have this day, I'm going to have my positive attitude, I'm going to do this, I'm going to eat that, I'm going to take care of all this, and maybe I'll try to convince people how they've been duped. Maybe not, whatever. You got anti-flat earthers who wake up every single day that are like, all right, today's the day. I know I felt pretty good yesterday. I was pretty sarcastic, and they looked like they got triggered, but today I'm going to double it. I'm going to triple it up today. My New Year's resolution is just to fuck with flat earthers even more. It's disingenuous, you know. You're not a good person if that's your plan.
Yeah, their passion for it is slightly cute, I must admit. In a pathetic way. So it's been, you know, it's coming up on 10 years at this point. It's how could you still be this triggered about this topic and you still can't sit down and just have an honest conversation?
Yeah, most of them don't want to have a conversation that's literally just, they just want us to just shut up. They're like, what? There's no conversation to be had. It's just stupid. Just shut up. Stop talking your stupid shit. Just shut up.
Yeah, but even with just the regular Globers that just discover this stuff and come in here, and they're so hot-headed about it. It's just like, just take a deep breath, relax, and discuss. You know.
Yeah, people don't like it when you attack their religion and kill their gods and their idols.
They've just done such a number on these people's minds to, truly convince them that they're not religious in any way, shape, or form, When it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, most people don't even know what the word worship means.
Yeah, slap that prefix of science on any claim, and you're not religious.
They're so naive, probably is a good word for it, that they've never thought to question any of it. They've never considered that these so-called, scientific facts, as they think they are, like, could ever be, or a belief. They don't know, have never really even thought about what a belief is, the difference between a belief and knowledge, and all of this is new to them when they come in.
Yeah, you gotta discern what's belief and what's fact. Like, I would suggest sitting down and start writing things down that that you're like, okay, well, what is this? What can I actually prove, and what can I not prove, and what's just a belief? Make a list of both of those things. And I was surprised when I did it. Super surprised at the things that I could prove and then that I couldn't prove.
And I get calling it, comparing it to being religious, but in a way that's kind of a troll to them, to try to trigger them, because we know damn well that they don't consider themselves to be religious, and we do that to try to trigger them. And when you do that, however, it's a common reaction for them to shut down and stop listening. So I don't really like using. I don't really like doing that to them unless they really kind of deserve it.
I mean, you can point it out constructively. It just depends how you go about it. If I had to sum up the psychology of the average glober, it would just be they're like gullible control freaks, essentially.
Good day, OB. Happy New Year to the 24/7 crew, yourself as well. Yes, man, I agree. They keep that script in place so they can read from it. Keep on shoving it down our throats.
How you doing, Kiwi? Happy New Year, bro.
Thank you so very much, man.
Yeah, but they really can't handle not being in control of things, essentially. And that's what science gives them, this idea that somebody's steering the ship. I think Meme's got a good analogy for it, the windowless ship, and everybody on it thinks somebody's actually at the helm and guiding it. But the truth is, humanity is just absolutely winging it and just making shit up as we go, for whatever suits the people in power. They do have some kind of direction for the world, but it's like, it's made to their image. It's not like a natural direction.
Exactly. And like you said, I think that's exactly a good outline, is the idea that it's a constant appeal to some authority that holds more knowledge on the subject, right? That these guys constantly have, and we're saying, well, hold on a second, let's appeal to your senses. What do your senses tell you? Do your senses tell you the same as what's being told to you by the folks on the outside? Something doesn't match. It ain't right.
They don't want to do any of that, though, because they know where it obviously leads. I mean, they come across as dumb, but they know what's going on, They know we're right in what we're saying. But it all leads to losing that control that they so desperately desire.
Yeah, that's
because even these globers know the world's not in that great of a state, and it's kind of depressing how it is. So they're gonna jump off bridges, man, if they come over here without the right mindset about it.
Exactly.
It's not a medical advice.
Of course.
Well said.
No, to put it, I don't know, more elegantly, it's too traumatic for them if they're not ready. Because right now in their mind it's like, okay, stuff's messed up, definitely. We've got pretty big problems, of course, but we're getting through it. We're gonna do our little kind of duct tape solutions. They believe they're killing the world, so we're all just gonna use reusable plastic bags at the stores. That's gonna fix things. We got racism, so we're gonna burn down a few blocks in some cities, and we'll get there. We'll sort it. World hunger, we'll just donate our $2 a month to whatever charity that'll.
Yeah, the world is burning, but I still have to get up working tomorrow.
I think they said some BLM grossed $84 million, $85 million. Their movement. Where did that money go? I don't know.
I'm more interested in where those money came from.
That what grossed 85 million? What's that we're talking about? That
BLM. I was just throwing in the chat of the organizations and them collecting money. Now that was what was declared. It was like 84,700,000 something $1,000.
I'm still not getting. I missed the first part. What organizations for doing what?
BLM.
Oh, BLM. Gotcha. Unfortunately, 84 million is like peanuts these days. That doesn't actually go that far.
No doubt about that. Again, just the question of where the hell did it, well, as Tim say, come from? Where did it go? Still have to know.
I know the leader or whatever, she has like a $2 million mansion in Beverly Hills or something now.
Yeah, she took that money and the Antifa people took that money and then bought mansions in white neighborhoods and then got armed security guards.
My point.
Yeah, gated communities.
Sounds like the American dream. Like the what are they called? Those scam artists that was flying around with horse and buggy and trying to sell snake oil and all that kind of shit. Look, I can cure this guy, but you don't know. I just paid him to act.
Al Gore told us we were going to lose all of our coastline and bought 3 coastline properties, mansions, drives around private jets with Greta Thunberg. Everything's hypocrisy everywhere.
And that's what I mean. For the Globers, they think like there's someone actually trying to fix any of these problems. But we know nobody's trying to fix these problems. None of these institutions, none of these charities, none of these anything are actually fixing anything. And if they can, they're trying to make things worse.
How dare you?
How dare you?
And that's a scary thought, if your mind's not ready to process it properly.
Thanks, CB.
I heard someone trying to get it in. I was like, I got you, man. Got you.
How dare you? As soon as her name's said nowadays, man, I'm like ready with it. But of course, when you're on the ones and twos, man, appreciate that.
I also just want to welcome Japanese Hamburger. We just did a check-in, so you don't have to chime in now. But I just wanted to say hello, give you the chance to speak up if you'd like to. The floor is definitely yours. If you have any questions or anything, please let us know. There's also a chat attached to this VC. I'll send you a quick message in so you can see that as well.
Welcome and Happy New Year. Welcome to the community 24/7.
Hey, Tim. I also said I also said I would get you a link to where this is streaming, so I'll grab that and drop it in the chat for you as well.
Yeah, I like that, Tim. Eternal Cycle Earth.
Yeah, I like it too.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just an idea I've been pondering about for quite some time now. I know it can trigger some people, but it's pretty much just like, I'm not sure there is a God, and if there is no God, how could this place be? There is a lot of guys who would argue that creation must have a creator, but what if there is no creation? Everything always just was.
Right.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm in a similar kind of.
And then again, we have a few laws, natural laws. We have observations. We have first law of thermodynamics, like nothing in our natural world can create or destroy energy, which means it kind of must have been here all the time, in some sort of way. And the same with matter and stuff like that.
That's not enough.
I'm not trying to debate this, bro. And everything we observe in reality runs in cycles. Water vaporizes, come up, and it comes down again in a clean form. Water, dust and stuff like that is flowing around, making more pressure, making the ground some sort of furnace, and lava and magma is coming up and rejuvenating the lands. All these kind of things. But here, Heath, I'm not saying that this is how it is. I'm saying that this is something I have been pondering about because I don't know. But there is, like, either if you don't think about these things yourself, you just have to take side. Either it's a Big Bang or else it's creation. But what if it's neither of those? Can I ever get the final answer on these kind of things? No, 100% not.
I always get stuck at what decided existence was going to exist.
Yeah, that's a tricky thought.
There's a lot of unknowns.
And then you're kind of left at like, well, there was no such point. Existence always was. There was never a moment when it wasn't, so it's always been here. It's the only thing. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how else to reconcile it, to be honest, but that's the brick wall I always get to.
Yeah, I mean, we humans, we have some limitations, like hard to comprehend, for example, something like infinity and stuff like that. But no matter who you ask, there has always been an infinity in some sort of way. God is infinity. Big Bang, the singularity, or whatever was before that, has happened forever. So this is really not that far away from what we think before this, But it's an unknown, and truly, I just embrace it and find it like, if there was no unknown, life itself would be dull and boring and without imagination and beauty. But since we don't know everything, it is beauty. It is what you make it to be, You can see all the horror in the world and have a really poor life like that, but you can also see the small and beautiful things, and you will have a decent life even though the world is burning.
Well, I gotta say, it's very interesting. I had never been presented. Sorry, let me back. I had never been presented with the "Earth was always here" thing until recently, until being in the server. So it's definitely very interesting, and I don't think it's easily dismissible.
Because most of the arguments will present you with this dichotomy: either it's Big Bang or it's God creating something, and often there is just not the third or fourth or fifth version. But in the end, it's an unknown. So yeah, I'm not sure what my point was really, but
always been here, or a creator, or to me, all of them are fallacious sounding. Also, though, just because of like infinite regression. It's no matter what, if you give it the credit to a creator, you can say, well, who created the creator? If to say that it was always here, that's there's no. That's unfathomable to me. Like, what does that mean? Even what is always here? That it makes me have to start to question what even time is, or what does always mean, or what does here mean?
Well,
I don't know.
The problem, Lou, is that if we go and say something came from nothing, then who are we no better than?
Yeah. I mean, no matter what you think, if it's a God creation or Big Bang or whatever, I say that Earth has always been here. In all these three scenarios, something has always been. There was never a nothing.
Right, and I'm not completely satisfied with that for an answer. Like,
It's an unknown.
and I don't think most people are.
It's because we are limited in our thought process and what we can actually not imagine, but what we can actually comprehend, because we are just us, But logically, no matter how you look at these three scenarios, like something was always. Either it's a god, or like in the Big Bang there was something before that, or always this singularity that somehow broke up or whatever, or everything just always was. That something was always. It's not the finite answer, of course it's not, but I mean, it's what we it's the best us humans have come up with over all the time we have been alive.
Hey guys, can you teach me about flat Earth and that? I'm like new to this.
Are you Australian?
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Yeah, same mate. Where are you from?
Hey, I'm from Perth. What about you?
Yeah, Victoria, regional.
True.
Shit.
What's it like over there? Hot?
Fuck yeah, it's hot, mate. Jesus.
It's actually pretty cold over here. Weird. We had the hottest summer last year, and now it's like cold.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
Was that a commercial?
Just a little small clip that I had on my sound.
Okay.
Welcome, guys. It's good to hear from you guys.
It really sounds like an American, an American toy commercial.
Yeah, I don't think the guy was actually Australian.
Speaking of commercials, CB, I don't think we've paid our bills for a while. I think we need to hear from our sponsor, surely.
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet. Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
Where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's.
It's an American commercial.
Yeah. Anyway.
Nice and CB.
It's good food. It's space.
Space food. Well, shouldn't somebody get sued with naming things from space? It sounds a bit like false advertising.
It's still an open market, so we're in first.
Okay. Space food. We took a part of the moon and put it in your burger.
Moon cheeseburger in space.
You got a spaceship and you get in a car. You get a space crash. You got Space AAA.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
So we're in the market. So it's just a hot market right now. Anyway, so sorry to distract. We got some new people though. Guys, welcome. He did ask if we could teach him some stuff. I think I'll just go first. I usually say that we're just saying that the Earth doesn't move. Like, we all live in these buildings. I would say that these buildings, they're not going anywhere. But I've asked a lot of people over the last few months if they think their room or their house is moving, and they go, "Yeah." So, I mean, what do you guys think?
I mean, sometimes when I go outside, I trip because my house moves a little. I don't know.
Well, that story,
you might need to go to the doctor.
Yeah. I mean, that story, no more monkeys jumping on the bed. It's because if you jump, the wall might actually rotate and smack you in the face.
But when you're in a train and you jump, you don't
Yeah, but that's because the train moves.
Yeah, but the train, put the train on a track in a circle, though. And have the train going in a circle, like spinning in a circle, going around a track in a circle, while that track's going in a circle. No, it's not just a bunch of straight lines.
What if the Earth was actually an orange? Is that a theory? If it was just a round orange?
They're saying it's shaped that way. If it wasn't orange, you could go and test the surface of the Earth for curvature, and then it would be curved like an orange. So, I guess it's not that.
If it was an orange, we probably wouldn't be able to build things on Earth. Just saying it out there. But probably a theory exists about it. Probably.
Hey, do you guys think that Australia's real?
No.
No, obviously.
Shit's fake.
Nah, man. Listen, all those people who have that Australian accent and all this stuff they talk about, all those kangaroos and all that Aussie nonsense, dude, that's just some underground military bunker somewhere. Come on, we're flat earthers. Don't you know how stupid we think stuff is?
I mean, people call us actors, but I still don't have my money, so like, I want my money.
Yeah, who people? Because I don't know a single person that thinks Australia is fake.
That like Scottish guy. Remember that Scottish guy on YouTube?
That Scottish guy, yeah. He actually, yeah, there's a guy on YouTube. He said Australia's not real.
So who is he?
I don't know.
Isaac
Yes,
Butterfield.
I've seen that. Doesn't that guy? That guy says like
no one knows who that is. Any random goofball. This is the thing. You guys got to have some discernment. So any random goofball can just run out in the street and call themselves a flat earther. So who really is a flat earther? You got to have some discernment. Okay, so anyone can put on a police officer uniform and run around. Doesn't make them a police officer. You understand? So
that makes them a criminal.
There's not a single person that says Australia is fake. That's a flat earther. So just so you know there's people out there trying to be LARPing and faking as a flat earther.
Australia does not exist.
It's not very easy to do because you end up saying silly things like Australia is fake.
I've actually heard a wild theory that Australia is actually not an island. It's a peninsula to whatever landmass is surrounding the waters, and the dingo fence is actually not a round fence. It's a fencing off the inland or the peninsula as an inlet to the other lands. But that's a wild theory. No, don't hang me up for this. It's just something I've heard.
It's just New Zealand. That's the other landmass. That's it.
I don't think you are listening, but it's okay.
I'm listening. I'm definitely listening. It's just New Zealand. Oh, bro, it's just New Zealand, eh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the landmass is just New Zealand, bro, with all the Kiwis, eh? Oh, yeah. Oh, bro, straight up, eh? It's just New Zealand. And the dingo fence is... Actually, I don't know. I've never seen it.
Is that the one that goes like along the South Australia border or something?
Yeah, it goes through like Alice Springs, I think.
Yeah.
Through like the middle of the country.
So I asked about your house moving and someone brought up the Earth being an orange. Like, let us know when you're ready to get serious.
I made the train comment.
Okay.
And we've got a like an atmosphere.
Wait, but for flat earthers, what's like on the like edge of the like flat Earth?
That's not flat Earth though. If you're talking about some like disc with an edge.
Who told you that?
Wait, can somebody send me like a picture of like what is the flat Earth?
Well, it would just be the Earth that you see when you go outside. That's it. There's no like you can.
So there's like no glow, like.
Where's your map? Where's your model?
Well, you don't need a little toy of the Earth, and you can just go outside, and that's the real thing right there.
Yeah, here's how they trick you with the model and the globe stuff, right? You want a little flat Earth toy to play with. That's the point. That's not a representation of reality.
World War II. Like you're using like a walkie-talkie or something.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
I thought it was a soundboard. Bro.
Yeah,
not so too. Bro's using a World War II mic. He's using the same mic Captain Ryan used.
I thought he was like playing a video, like some copy paste or something. Yeah,
sounds like a car microphone. To be honest,
or like a voice changer or something.
He's got
really
a second.
Fuck yeah.
So.
By the way, guys, are you hearing from my mic any white noise? Because sounds weird.
Just hear you.
Anything?
Oh, it's not that bad.
But yeah, bro, I don't think there's such thing as seeing the whole Earth. So, you know how you can like take a picture and then zoom in. You know, with your eyes, you can't zoom out. We can go up in the sky. You can't just zoom out and start seeing more of the Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like what you see is what you see, and you can't see the entire thing. So people will be like, well, if it's flat, why don't I see the entire Earth? It's like, when do you go outside and just start seeing the whole Earth? That doesn't make any sense. Never. That's not going to change. We're just saying the Earth outside is the flat Earth.
Yesterday, I felt like a frisbee. I threw it, and it came back like a boomerang.
Well, like what about like a weather balloon or something?
A little bit more sincere in the check-in, Juicy, but
wait, what was that?
What does that have to do with Earth? Like, are you comparing the Earth to a frisbee? And why would you do that?
A frisbee, maybe. And like I threw it, so I was bored.
No, but why are you comparing the Earth to a disc?
So it might be a frisbee.
What if it's? I mean, who is that? Is that your little idea? Is that your idea, or is that someone else's idea?
No, I just came up with it then.
Okay, so we'll just give you a chance to let us know when you're ready to get serious, bro. You asked, you wanted to learn some stuff about flat Earth, and you were talking about oranges, frisbees, and stuff.
Yeah, and I'm being serious. I'm just like pretty stupid.
If it's serious anything, it's just seriously bad acting. So maybe just be a regular, normal dude like you were in the check-in, instead of trying to pretend. Like if you're gonna try to be an actor, at least be a little bit better at it. Because the act you're selling isn't very no one's buying it. Oranges and frisbees, head ass. So yeah,
I swear, please. It's pretty inappropriate. But yeah, I'm being serious. Like it could be an orange, could be a frisbee, could be a disc, could be anything.
It's none of those, so don't worry about that. So
it's just the juicy theory, the orange theory.
Yeah,
the orange juice theory.
Yeah, so we'll just take a break and come back when you're ready to get serious. We can check back in with Japanese Hamburger. Or we can talk about some other stuff.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask about that. I really didn't understand like what you said
about seeing the whole Earth.
Yeah, not that like the flat Earth. Like when you go outside, you see the flat Earth.
Yeah. So we're not kind of putting our heads together and like closing our eyes and doing like a rain dance and like imagining some sort of Earth in our minds. All of us are going outside, pointing at the Earth and saying, that is the flat Earth right there. It's not some disc on a screen. We're saying that the Earth outside is the flat Earth. So they're always like, well, if it's flat, then why isn't it different? Why can't I see China? It's like, well, that's not, you don't go outside and see China. That's not Earth. That's just you making up some sloppy flat Earth in your mind and pretending that that's what other people believe. That's not the case. So we're dubbing the Earth that we all live on, that we've been around our entire lives. That's the flat Earth. And it, like, we're not saying flat as in smooth. A lot of people get tripped up on that word flat. They think we're talking about like a smooth sheet of paper or, you know, glossy, like smooth surface. No. I would encourage you just to take a moment to look around the room that you're in at all the surfaces. So the surfaces, to me, it seems there's one or two options. They can either be rounded or they're not rounded. I've got like my phone's, the screen to my phone. That's a flat screen. The screen part that's flat.
Hey, did you know that the Earth, it's like the round Earth, is actually like pretty smooth? I've heard that it's smoother than like a pool ball because if you shrink it down.
Yeah, that's what I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said. It's the smoothest thing that ever existed, or something.
Do you realize if you took with all of its mountains, valleys, and hills, and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be the same if you like on the flat Earth model?
Also, we don't have a model to offer you.
Oh yeah, true, but yeah, that makes sense. But in reality, like what the flat Earth would look like, would that not be the same? Or?
Well, here's the thing. Let me just get to the end of the point, and you'll see what I mean. Because the flat, it's a surface description. So you can have something that's flat and bumpy, flat and lumpy, flat and, has like a brick. Bricks are not rounded, right? There's no curvature to a brick. But it's gritty. It has like what I'm saying? It's not smooth. So that would be a flat surface, even though it's still gritty and bumpy and lumpy. It's just not curved. So that's what we're saying. There's just no curvature when we're saying it's flat. Texture or the topography isn't going to affect whether it's flat or not. So like my front yard obviously has hills and bumps and lumps in it. So people were like, oh, well, clearly it's not flat because look, there's hills and bumps. But if it helps, I think you can rebrand flat earth to flat water, because we're saying the water is essentially flat. Obviously there's waves and stuff, but that there's no like lumps and valleys and hills and mounds on the water. Yeah, it's flat. And what did they say? The earth is what, 70% water? So that's a lot of flat water. Even though my front yard has bumps and hills in it. Think of it this way, right? So you have your carpeted floor. Underneath that carpet, you would call that a flat or a level floor. So it doesn't matter what kind of carpet you put on top of the floor, it's never going to be a curved floor. You can put a lion's rug on it with a head and arms and stuff. It's still a flat floor. You can put, super thick plush carpet. Still a flat floor. So having like topography and trees and stuff out of the earth isn't going to affect what the earth is really doing underneath. It's not curving. So that's what we're saying. Flat doesn't mean smooth. It just means there's no curvature. And if there was, we could test for that, especially over the water. I'll let it breathe for a second. That's a lot of information, I'm sure. Glad you back? Can you hear us?
Yeah, man, I'm back. I'm working today.
Okay, no problem.
Out of signal. Well, when I'm driving to work, it's an hour to work, and then I'll work for however long, and then I'll come home, and that's another hour home. So I'm driving right now.
Copy that.
Yay. Nice and pretty out here, though. It's pretty cold. It's like 19 degrees, but the trees still have all their frost and white snow on them. The dead trees, beautiful. They're so cool.
All melted here. We hit like 60-degree weather here, so it's like everything's melted. I'll take it though. Anyway.
Yeah, dude. I'm hunkered down for the winter, so I'm prepared for like -40 for the next 6 months for no reason. So, we'll see.
Hey, better to be prepared than unprepared, so it's good.
That's right. It's better to have a, well, you know what I mean. Yeah, got YouTube chatters always listening. The YouTube governmental agents, I guess, if I want to sound conspiratorial. But y'all are getting paid to be here at Anti-Flat Earthers. You know it. That's fine. It's fine, man. Everybody gets to make that dollar. But I was going to say, we wouldn't even be talking to you or at you or with you or arguing with you if the Earth were a globe. You wouldn't be threatened by us, Anti-Flat Earthers, if the Earth were a globe. Be honest. We're a threat because we're right.
Yeah, it would be like forming an like if I made something really ridiculous up, like grass is purple. Even though, actually, maybe I shouldn't say that because some grass is purple. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if I just made something really ridiculous up, why would you form a group that's against that?
Yeah, I'm anti-apple. Why? Worst thing an apple can do is if someone's allergic to it or it's diabetes or whatever. Like, apples aren't that bad, right? There's lots worse stuff. No, fuck that. I'm anti-apple. That's right. And I'm especially mad at people who believe in apples. That's dangerous thought process. Very dangerous.
Move the payload. It is easy.
I think it's worse than that because they're forming against something that they're considering, not real. So it would be like anti-ghost apple or something. You know what I mean? Like, negative. Remember, we're negative apples, right? We've come up with negative apples. They're anti-negative apples.
Fuck! I have died.
It's that type of ridiculous.
Awesome. Yeah, great way to put that.
What's up, Corpuscule?
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I was being silly in my game.
No worries. That's if that's the case, that's actually kind of cute. But welcome, dude.
Thank you. Hello, listening to the good old. There's not really much of a debate or whatever going on right now, is there, fellas?
Well, I mean, some people have questions. In terms of a debate, you have to kind of know what. First of all, you need to know what you're debating for, and then you need to know what you're debating against. So finding people that fit both of those categories is very rare. I mean, we just dealt with someone who I don't even know if they know much about the globe to begin with. So how can you start debating for it if you don't really know anything? How do you debunk if you don't know what that is either? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's a very, very critical approach. I like it. It's very scientific.
It's like, I mean, I don't play a lot of chess, but it's like chess. You want to be able to think some moves ahead. You need to know what they're going to do and what you're going to do, type of thing.
Yeah. I avoid chess because it's so full of arseholes, bro. People who are good at chess think they're like gods on earth.
Yeah. That's funny. I can see it.
It's like you don't see me being like, yeah, I'm really good at Yu-Gi-Oh. The people need to like realize, if you're playing a goofy game, it ain't gonna make you go like this Magnus Carlsen dude. I get that he's like meant to be really good. No, people are like, yeah, he's like the biggest genius on earth. Not even close, mate. No way.
Right.
He's just good at a game.
Well, we discussed a little bit about this yesterday, how there are some people in chess who will just do things like make the opponent like ridiculously tired just by sitting there. And they're not even thinking or strategizing. They're just like waiting out hours and hours just to like get them to be like, oh, dude, come on, like, get tired. So I'm sure there's some of that element in chess as well.
Oh, that was actually a strat in Yu-Gi-Oh as well. So they had to give the game a time limit.
You actually burn so much calories, at least they say, in chess.
In thinking in general, isn't it? Like complicated thinking literally heats up your brain or whatever.
Well, maybe it's like lifting weights. If you don't use your brain, what good is it?
Ooh.
So actually, where do we live? So if they don't think it's a disc, what actually, like, where do we live? What are we on?
Why would it be a disc?
No, I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying.
Why do you think it's a disc? Is my question.
It could be an infinite plane in every direction.
Why do you think it's a disc?
Well, because I've seen, like, that's just what I think. That's what I thought that flat Earth is.
You've seen artists' impressions.
Yeah, I've seen artists' impressions pretty much, and thought, or they just think it's a disc.
Oh, because somebody else said, here's a picture of a green elephant. Then that's it. That's what you think elephants are now green? No. So it's not a disc.
What is it then?
It's a flat plane where we live. We are on the bottom.
We're on the bottom?
Yeah. Sun and moon are above us. The air is above us. Sky.
What's beneath us?
The ground you're standing on. We're not an object floating in space. If that's what you're trying to get to.
So does the ground go infinitely down?
Space doesn't exist. No, it doesn't. Infinity is a made up concept.
He does. So, okay. If the ground doesn't go down infinitely, then there must be a point at which it ends. It's either finite or infinite, right?
So as far as
it is a dichotomy.
Well, hey, grab a shovel, right? That would be the answer, right? Grab a shovel.
Yeah, the farthest anybody has dug is 7.6 miles. They can't go any farther than that.
Okay, well then I guess it's a speculative matter. What do you think?
I think it's 7.6 miles deep.
Well, we don't have to just make stuff up, though, and it's not. It's no good asking people to here. Can you make something up for me? Because what are you going to do? Take that to the bank? Go tell other people. This is what
it's kind of like
believe. This one guy's speculation. We try to stick to things we can actually know and verify. Okay, that's really the best thing we can do. Is just stick to things that we can test, verify, and know for sure. There's a lot of things that Flat Earth has an element of mystery. Okay, how deep does it go? Well, people have dug 7.6 miles. What's below that? I don't know. How am I supposed to tell you what's below what people actually did? No, I'm just some random guy is gonna make up. That doesn't make sense. Let's just go with what we know. We know that these people dug this far. Okay, so what about up or whatever? Like, what's your next question? Let's not start just speculating on random stuff that no one can verify for you.
But let's say, for example, okay, your child comes home late at night, and they're becoming a teenager. They kind of smell a bit funky, Sure, you might not have the evidence as to what they've gone out and done, but I mean, as a parent, you're gonna you ain't just gonna have a blank mind. You're gonna
and I'll be pissed because they didn't go through me to get their weed. If that's what you're asking.
Wait, here's the issue though. Here's the issue. With the kid, you just said it perfectly. You're basing it off the evidence. You don't know what he did, but based off of the evidence that you have, you can start to like kind of build.
Yeah,
off
of course.
evidence.
I mean,
But the problem is, well, people are not. They're not operating off of evidence right now. People are operating off motive. Well, I can't think of a reason why my kid would do anything. So there's no. Even though I smell something, he didn't do it. You know, that's what people are doing most times and not. They're operating off motive, not evidence. We're the ones basing things off of evidence. It's always evidence based.
The way I would approach, like the question that was given to you, the whole what's it like underneath the soil? Is there anything underneath the soil? Blah blah blah. It's the same with like you would do with a kid. You wouldn't like punish the kid if like you literally if you didn't have exact evidence as to what they were doing and could only speculate. Speculation is more of like a whimsical thing. You know, you can be like, oh, I have an idea, but I won't act on it because I don't really know. You know, like for example, how flat earthers, if they haven't dug down, they can't say what's there.
So the kid that just came home, that's whatever, explaining to the kid, farthest anybody's dug, 7.6 miles. That's it.
I get what you're saying. You're saying that you wouldn't dog on someone just speculating, but actually, based off of our experience, it happens. It happens more times than not. It's like
based off of human experience.
Like you can cry to me. You can cry to me. It's okay. And then you cry to her, and she doesn't feel the same way about you. So it's like you need. It's called being around the block a few times. That's all. I get what you're saying though, but I just
personally think speculation is fun. I think we should all try it sometime. You know.
Yeah, but we're here. This is also a platform where a lot of people are watching and taking notes. So the problem is what ends up happening is there's a lot of people out there just waiting for you to say something.
Oh, quote miners! I hate that shit.
And then they're going to run off and say, see, this is what flat earthers think. They said that, it's this, they did that. So we're very careful about the things because people are already coming here saying Australia is fake. I heard flat earthers say this. I heard flat earthers say that. So we don't mess around with saying stuff like that anymore, right? So I look at it like, you go to a kid's birthday party and there's a clown blowing up little figures with balloons.
Blowing up little kids.
They want you to blow up a little balloon figure for them and, hey, look, flat earther made this silly thing. Like, no, we're not going to do that. So we're going to stick to things that we can actually test, know, and verify. Anything else is speculation. And we have speculation. Like I said, it's Sunday. Every once in a while we do a speculation Sunday, so we can maybe get into that. But we do try to stick to things that we can really know for sure. So we know, what do we know? We know that the Earth is, you can measure it to be flat. What shape is it? No one knows. That's not something I don't think you can know. So, and even if you could see the whole Earth, you can see your whole entire heart in a biopsy or whatever. Like if you, what is it called when you dissect someone when they're dead? You cut open their heart. You can actually look at heart. Yeah, you can see but like what shape is that? It's kind of irregular thing. There's a lot of things in life that are very irregular shaped. A lake, a rock. Like things are often shaped kind of weird, funky. So like they don't even have names. That's not a circle or a square or a triangle. It doesn't have a cute little name that you can put to it. So even if you could see the entire Earth and they're like, what shape is that? It probably wouldn't have a name, like a cute little name that you would give it.
Yeah, no, it would just be like they might produce like some kind of like shape that approximates it, you know. So they'll make an elliptoid that like fits, like they'll make an equation for an elliptoid that like roughly fits the Earth. But yeah, the Earth shape could never really be described with like words or numbers other than to say this is the shape of the Earth, or mapping it, which would be impossible.
Yeah. So when we say flat, we're not talking about a shape. More just about the description of the surface.
What do you think's like the best proof for flat Earth?
No curvature.
Good question.
No, like everyone has like their like everyone has like their favorite fact that they tell people. They're like, oh yeah, did you know this about penguins or some shit? You know, like what's the flat Earth one?
That's a good question.
The best one is the globe doesn't exist.
Now, for me, it's water. Best proof.
Yeah, the water is a good one. I usually go with the water as well, because that one, the other two, there's three main ones that people might throw at you. You'll hear, and I put it in one of my songs. 3-point space spin curve, right? So you have space, spin, curve. Space, spin, curve. So it's your outer space or the gas pressure argument you'll hear. There's the spin, the claimed spin of the Earth, or people saying that the Earth doesn't move here. That's the same thing. Or the curvature. People are saying that it's not curved. So it would be one of those, probably one of those main three things for most people, and for me it was the water or the lack of curvature. How the water is essentially flat.
Mm.
And I say the Earth is 70% water.
I don't know. We've got some pretty damning explanations about why like water sticks to Earth and whatnot, and tides and stuff.
Yeah, let's see. There's this explanation.
It sticks to Earth, but how can you bend water? Everywhere. How can you bend the water? In every container you put it, it's always on the top. It's flat. It has waves or something, but it's always level. It's always flat.
Because the gravity is 200 times stronger than the Earth's rotation.
You cannot bend water. You cannot bend it.
Wait, Heath, but listen to what you're saying, though. Think about this. You're supposed to be having gravity curve the water, but you're telling us that the gravity makes the water flat. So if we gave you gravity, you're giving us flat, which is not good. You don't want to give up the flat, because then
what do you mean?
You don't have any curvature. You're supposed to be having the gravity curve the water, but we're saying the water isn't curved. But you're saying, well, no, it's flat because of gravity. Then you're telling us the water is flat, gravity or not. The problem isn't what gravity. So I know a lot of people say, well, gravity is keeping it down. We don't think the water is trying to go anywhere. First of all, there's evaporation, so it already goes up anyway. But it's not being laid flat because it's being pushed that way. That's just how it lays. You're supposed to be saying that the water is curved with gravity. You see the pictures from space? The water is curved on all the oceans and lakes and everything. What's doing that? Gravity is supposed to be doing that. So when we're saying the water is flat, you're like, no, that's because of gravity. Well, you're telling us that the gravity is making the water flat then.
I guess it's just pulling it in like evenly, sort of.
Well, so the problem is that the water measures flat, though. Gravity or not. I don't think gravity's a whole another claim, but what the water is doing is, I don't think it's not trying to float away. So that's. It's not
I can't even lie. Down. I can't even lie. That's a pretty good bloody point.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even lie.
So what I want to know, which is interesting, like just to hear when this is on in the background, is like what is the criteria for something produced by scientists of the world? Because they're basically all just are like
the scientific method. That's the criteria.
The criteria is already set in stone. It'll never change. The scientific method.
Already set. We follow it. That's all we follow. People on TV do not follow it. It's just made up, whatever they say. Look in space. It's 5 billion miles away. You can't see it, or it's there. It's really not there. That's all made up.
What was your question?
We use science.
So here is actually, that's true what Radwin just said. Here's Michio Kaku.
In science, we always say that you can go make more observations.
You got to turn that up more.
Okay, hold on. One second.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you can go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Okay, so that's Dr. Michio Kaku.
That's coming from your PhD saying that it's just bullshit made up stuff. But yet, you guys like to believe in it, and we're telling you it's a belief.
What does that relate to, though? What is that?
Well, the question was, what is the standard of like criteria, right? What standard would you accept as proof? And we're saying the scientific method is the only standard. And this guy who, is teaching people about civilizations and outer space and the globe and all that stuff, he's telling you that even they aren't adhering to the criteria that you would probably want to present to us, right? You want us to give you a criteria. They're not even adhering to their own criteria, the scientific method. So anything that's not, if you're not adhering to the scientific method, you're dealing with pseudoscience.
Yeah, no, that's right. Absolutely. It is like string theory and like the multiverse theory, which is why they aren't taken as like fact, because they're just assumptions, leaps of logic.
Right. You need that experiment, right? The real science involves a hypothesis. You have your independent variable, dependent variables. You conduct your hypothesis test. You manipulate your independent variable, so on. So if you're not doing any of that, then you're not doing any science. You don't have any science. So they didn't do that with any stars, anything in outer space, string theory, freaking all these crazy theories. When did they do any of this?
Oh, no, you're right about the string theory thing. Like, I don't believe in it myself because there's no reason to.
Right.
They don't have any proof for it,
The question was a good question. Like, what standard of criteria do you have? That's a good question. We just adhere to the only standard there is.
What do you think about the Galilean demonstrations then? Because those were done under the scientific method. Like he specifically did the thing that I've heard you guys use before, which is isolating, removing all confounding variables, right? So when he did his ramps and stuff, he made sure he was checking the temperature, he was checking the humidity, he was making sure the wood was like completely smoothed and everything was like, he was checking straight lines with like plumb lines and like all the different angle measuring stuff, right? Like the dude was doing the best he could to only isolate the acceleration by gravity, right? So like, what do you think about that? Because that, and he would formulate hypotheses, because originally he thought maybe there was some like inert a potential that things would have to fall, but then he realized that can't be the case because things keep accelerating. Where's the energy coming from? It can't come from the inside because the ball isn't losing mass or anything. It's staying the same shape, same size, blah 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 blah. And then he was like, it must be gravity, right? And then he came up with like the law of odd numbers. He kept testing it. This assumption that maybe there's a law to this acceleration, linear acceleration. And then he found out, no, it's actually compounding acceleration. Like he did the scientific method. So what do you guys think about that?
So you said Galileo?
The Galilean demonstrations, where he like demonstrated using experiments and stuff that things actually do accelerate at like during.
No, I'm just asking who you're referring to. You're referring to
Galileo, like Galileo Galilei.
So he's claiming Newtonian gravity, or I'm not familiar with this actually.
No, he was around before Newton. I read this like ages ago, so I can't remember like the exact dates or anything. I know he's before Newton though.
Yeah, could you find a link to that in which you're speaking to? But I did have one question though as well. What is the acceleration rate of objects really have to do with the question of the surface of the Earth or what the Earth may be?
Oh no. Okay, here's the thing. Now this was my question about like what constitutes the scientific method. Nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Galileo did scientific experimentation to show gravitational acceleration. I was wondering if the attributes of his experimentations that I mentioned were sufficient to meet the criteria.
Well, when you say he showed gravitational acceleration, he just was measuring the acceleration in which things fall through various mediums, right?
No, it was the things that fall at different elevations, inclines, if you want to call it that, along very smooth straight ramps.
Yes. So if he's utilizing a specific method to really what he's doing there is more measurement based than what we would call something that would require the scientific method, at least in my opinion. Right? Because if you're
that as well. So yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you continue. That was adding that as like an addendum to what I'd already said. He did hypothesize, like he had notebooks and stuff.
Notebooks.
Sure.
Yeah,
so what was his
notebooks? Huh?
What was his hypothesis going into?
Oh, his hypothesis originally was he thought the acceleration was going to be linear, right? And he also thought that like maybe the acceleration might be due to some like innate potential of the object, like it would slowly lose the ability to accelerate after a while, or it would have this like stored up amount of potential and it would lose mass or size or whatever. So he did all the things he could to like remove that, the potential of that were happening, and the acceleration was actually happening at the rate that we know it does, right? Compounding.
Right. So his hypothesis originally was incorrect.
Yeah, he tested the hypothesis of linear acceleration, and it was wrong. So he
was really trying to understand some sort of factor within the causal nature as to the acceleration.
Yeah, because like the idea that gravity is a form of acceleration was like completely unknown. People assumed that everything fell linearly because no one was really paying attention to the speeds of falling objects before, he meticulously did that with his ramps and crap.
So with a ramp, obviously you're going to see things deviate from its linear path. So did he prove that it's non-linear?
Yeah, he used So
if you put a ramp there, obviously that's going to change the direction. You're going to have a deviation due to the fact that it's coming in contact with the surface, or the surface is forcing it in another direction. But
so what he did is he did like, sorry, I'm gonna make it's got me fucked up. He produced like a groove that the ball would fall down, and it like perfectly fit the dimensions of the balls, right? And these balls were like really heavy and smooth, so that it was they had a lot of inertia. They wouldn't be able to be accelerated in one direction or another by any outside forces particularly easily. So almost the only force acting on them would be gravity. There was almost no friction. I mean, he greased these and varnished and stuff this wood. He got like literally crafts people to help him like make the best wood. Even he wanted really dense wood, because you know how like a ball, when it rolls down wood, it causes vibrations in the wood. And those vibrations would set the ball in a slightly different acceleration. So he did like everything he could, again, to like only isolate the acceleration due to gravity, and he succeeded.
Due to gravity. So this was his hypothesis. He hypothesized that there's something called gravity that is a force, and he somehow proved that there is something called gravity that is causing this force. What was the causal nature? If you say gravity is the cause, like, you have to substantiate, one, what gravity is, and two,
I'm not sure.
the effects that gravity has on things, right? So we can see the effects in the world, and people attribute certain names to what those effects are, but in order to prove the cause of the effect, you would have to have something that you can point at and say, hey, this is gravity, and this is what it's causing things to do. But nobody can put their finger on or point at this thing that we call gravity. All we're doing is we're associating the word gravity with the acceleration rate of things within this world, right? And if you want to say, you're kind of going down the lines of gravity being a force, which isn't what science claims that gravity is at all.
Back before our whole notions of relativity, gravity was considered to be a force at a distance, and loads of scientists thought it was all bullshit and stuff. So
what is gravity, right? So you're saying before the ideas of relativity, which relativity is completely incorrect as well.
Yo, bro,
so
I got a question.
What can you put your finger on?
What is flat Earth? I'm pretty new to this shit.
What did that person say? I can't hear him.
He asked what is flat Earth. But before you answer him, I just want to say that this is some stuff that I've read in the past. I'm gonna look through Google and stuff to see what's there
Because that's
about
the big
Galileo.
question, right? There's always this topic of gravity, and people like to say either, well, if the Earth is flat, what about gravity, blah, blah, blah. Or even sometimes people on the FE side will say, gravity isn't real. And the thing about it is it's the concept or the idea of what we attribute to gravity. We see the effects of what we call gravity everywhere around us, right? Things fall. Things have various rates of fall, right? We have an agreed upon average, which we call 9.8 meters per second squared, which we call the acceleration of gravity, but that's allegedly only within a vacuum, and that varies based on a million different factors. So it's only agreed upon average. But most people, when they're using the term gravity, they're either associating it with the rate of fall. So they're saying gravity is the rate. That's kind of like saying miles per hour is something that's causing cars to travel down the highway, which isn't the case, right? It's just the rate in which we measure them. So there's all these different things that people attribute the term gravity to, but nobody can actually point at what allegedly gravity is. And that's the biggest question, right? What is the causal nature of the downward vector in this realm in which we live? For you guys, you need this idea of mass attracting mass, objects coalescing into, pulling together to form shapes in a specific way in order for your idea of a ball to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within the idea and the reality that we just live on a stationary topographical plane, all we need to figure out is what actually sets the up and down vector. We don't need things to necessarily coalesce together specifically to form planets with orbits and all the, all these concepts that you guys have to try to squeeze into your model, which is why you have to hold on to gravity as tight as you do. Really, we're just trying to figure out what is the causal nature of the downward vector in which things tend to fall, meaning if they're displaced from their equilibrium, when they go back to their equilibrium, they tend to go in a specified direction, which is what we call down, which in the FE world is down for everybody. Down is down for everybody. Whereas in the globe model, there's no such thing as a specific vector that is down. Down changes every single square inch that you move on the earth. You're changing your down and your up.
Oh yeah, to interject, by the way, so turns out Galileo didn't really posit any idea of what gravity, like the causal relationship of gravity was. He was just looking at basically everyone. Okay, so the idea of levitas and gravitas have been a thing since by their names, you can imagine, Greek times at least, right? So the idea that there is something drawing things down and something bringing things up, like fire goes up, fire rises, clouds rise, blah, 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 things fall. People had an idea that there was some causal thing, but they just didn't know, why. And Galileo, it seems, from what I'm looking at here, he never figured out anything about gravity. He couldn't have, right?
You can test the effects of how things fall, right?
Yeah, this is how he came up with the odd number rule.
Yeah, you can test a whole bunch of different things of, the ideas of the effects of what we in the modern time have in our head of the idea of gravity. You can test the effects of it. The problem is we've all just been taught this idea of gravity, mass attracting mass, and eventually the bending and warping of space-time, right? We've been taught that these concepts are the causal nature of when you hold an object out and you let it go and it drops to the ground, right? So that's why most of the time, if you went up to somebody on the street and you said, "Hey, man, there's no such thing as gravity," somebody would immediately be like, "These are my car keys, dude, look." And they would drop them on the ground and be like, boom, gravity, right? But all you're doing is you're showing an effect. The causal nature, does anybody know the causal nature? Has anybody properly defined the causal nature of the downward vector? What sets the downward vector? Relativity has a postulate.
Mm-hmm. Interesting though that you're using the word vector. Big fan of vectors myself. So I guess we can agree that whether the Earth is flat or a globe, we are subject to a vector field, right?
Possibly.
I mean, it's kind of a dichotomy. You either are or you aren't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you say vector field, can you give me a little bit more specific of a definition?
So, colloquially,
I mean, I'm fine with using colloquialisms. That's why I said vector. Colloquially.
Okay, so let's see what wordage they use. A vector field is an assignment of a vector to each point in a subset of space. Okay, yeah, that's pretty simple. Yeah, so basically, a vector field is like you have like a coordinate space, right? And then for each coordinate, you'll have a vector, and obviously a vector has like a magnitude and a direction, right? So, for example, you can model, like wind or water, like fluid motion. You can model growth. You can model heat, all kinds of things with a vector field, right?
Sure.
Now,
well, within this realm, the vector of everything would be down towards the surface, right? And typically, it would be parallel to Plum.
Well, not just that, also because we still have an atmos, right? With things going up and things going down, and then like things being hot and then cooling down, and that means they don't go up as far anymore. Hot air balloons, for example, right? That could all be modeled by an irregular vector field, whereas gravity alone would obviously, or whatever the downward vector, as you called it.
There's going to be stronger influences, right? So
yeah,
like pressure systems, because we live in a dynamic system, right? So everything's constantly moving and shifting. So if we're talking about like air particles, things like that, when you have high and low pressure differentials, as those move across, you're going to see wind in specific directions based on the pressure mediation between a high and a low pressure system, right?
Something interesting though about a vector field is that you obviously get to choose what variables are put in and not put in. So, for example, you could have the atmos and then just the raw downward vector caused by Earth itself or wherever it is you think it comes from. Those two could be separate fields, and then you could do like another one where you add both of those together. So, do you think that the downward vector caused by Earth or whatever alone is homogeneous? Like it's the same everywhere. It's all 9.8.
I think it's very weak. I think the vector of up and down that we tend to see, right, for most masses and anything within this realm tends to go up or down for the most part, unless you've got some sort of outside factor that seems to be of higher influence, right? So if you have something like a balloon that you blow up with air from your lungs, right? That's not going to increase in elevation. It's actually going to fall when you let it go. It's going to drop down to the ground, right? But if you rub that balloon on your hair, you can actually get that balloon to stick to the wall. Meaning when you introduce what we would call an electrostatic force to the balloon, that electrostatic force is actually greater than the vector that would be set or the I don't know how to define it or whatever, but the force that would be pulling it downwards, right? Either up or down. So the electrostatic force is going to hold that balloon stuck to the wall, right? And until that electrostatic force becomes weaker and weaker over time as it loses its ability to hold that balloon to the wall, then this weaker force would allow it to have that downward vector again, right? Does that make sense?
So when you say have that downward vector, the thing with like what I mentioned as like a coordinate space with vectors is they apply at every instant, but we would have to assume that the electrostatic strength or whatever is producing an equal upward vector.
No, it's just producing a greater, like the electrostatic force would would be greater than the force that we would claim is pulling things downward. It just has to be a greater force.
Yes,
Meaning,
you know how
if I apply a greater force with my arm to the balloon than is pulling or pushing that balloon downwards, I can move that balloon in all different vectors, right? The thing is, there is a natural tendency for things to move up and down when not acted upon by other outside forces that may be greater than this natural force that we see. And the overarching question is, what is the causal nature of that force that sets this kind of up and down vector that we tend to have with objects?
Mm-hmm. You mentioned electromagnetic earlier. I wonder what are the opinions in here about electromagnetism? That seems something
electromagnetism, like light. Are you talking about light?
Yes, the electromagnetic radiation,
like the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah,
what are the opinions of it? What do you mean?
Yeah, what like
what's
is
my
any
favorite
of it wrong?
part?
Is any of it right? How does it apply to the flat Earth? How does it debunk, if at all, like the globe Earth?
I mean, we measure electromagnetic waves, right? We measure these things. We work with them. We send radio signals on them. We send Wi-Fi and internet signals on them. We utilize them to see in the dark, right? We utilize EM spectrum all across the board. So, I mean, what are you asking?
So, for example, with infrared or ultraviolet radiation, we have instruments that we devise to be able to measure these things, even if our own senses are incapable of perceiving these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot see infrared radiation. You cannot, and you also don't technically feel infrared radiation. You feel the effects caused by contact with it, right? And then ultraviolet as well. You just don't really sense it at all. But then I've heard so many times in the live stream that like, well, how can you believe in this or that thing because you can't see it with your senses? When then it, in retort, the person will be like, well, we have these devices that measure it. And then a retort from usually the Flat Earth panel at the time will be like, yeah, okay, but how can you trust those devices if you couldn't even see that thing with your senses? So I just wonder how that's able to be reconciled, that some things that you can't
So, I mean, you would have to give me specific cases.
So an example is with like with gravitation, we have instruments. I mean, what do you think bathroom scales are? We have instruments showing that like there is actually a force of gravitation. We have water clocks like with Galileo showing that things actually do speed up as they go down ramps and stuff, or as they decelerate even in a vacuum.
So when you're saying you have devices that show that there is a force of what you call gravity, what are you saying gravity is, and then what are the devices you're claiming are proving that the force is generated by whatever you're claiming gravity is?
I don't think the force is generated by anything because it's not really a force, is it?
Well, now you're talking because your mainstream science doesn't claim that gravity is a force.
Yeah, neither do I. Although
but you just said you have a device that shows that.
Yeah.
Measures the force caused by gravity. So I'd be curious.
Should I say force? Then I guess I should say phenomenon. Poor wordage on my part. But we do have
phenomenon. So this device measures a phenomenon.
Yeah, in the same way that like a sunset's a phenomenon. The sun goes down, or the fact that
we have a camera that takes a picture of a sunset. Does that prove that a sunset is caused by something, or?
I
I'm
mean,
just
yeah,
confused because you're saying it
I mean,
very
like,
nonchalantly of like we have these devices that are measuring the force of gravity.
yeah, I mean,
And
like
then
for example,
you're trying to
like
whistle
flat
past
earthers
that very
believe
quickly,
that
but
a sunset is a thing, right? And you guys have an explanation for that. I've heard things like
nobody's claiming that the sunset isn't a thing. Now you're starting to kind of gish gallop here, right? Because you kind of threw out there that, hey, I've listened to the live stream in the past, and some people say X, Y, or Z, right? Well, you have to understand that every individual is different, right? I haven't made any of those claims. If you had specifics, I asked for specifics, and then maybe I could address them. But then you went on to somehow asserting a claim that we have a device that measures the force of gravity. So when you made that claim, I just tried to get you to talk about that claim specifically, and now you're gish galloping all over the place into sunsets and this, that, or the other. So
yeah,
what
I
is
know.
it?
Well, I
Is
haven't
gravity
had
a
much
force?
water today.
Or is it caused by what is the thing that's measuring it?
What's gravity caused by? Well, the conventional understanding in like science is that there's this curvature of space-time, and that, you know, and then there's the whole, well, technically things are moving in a straight line, but because it's curved, we see it as things going down or up, blah 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 blah. You know. You know, like you've seen how straight lines are drawn on like spheres and crap, right, and triangles and stuff.
You can't. First of all, you can't draw a straight line on a sphere.
You're not serious, are you?
No, think about it.
100%
Think about it.
serious. You can't
every
draw a
line would
straight
be
line on a
curved.
curved surface.
What?
A straight line on a globe would be like a ruler on a basketball. You understand that? That's
right. And you're kind of mixing dimensions there too. You're saying I'm drawing a straight line on a three-dimensional object that is a sphere.
No. The ball is the three-dimensional object. A sphere is the two-dimensional surface.
What?
Did you
Well,
not know that?
if you're just talking about the surface itself being two-dimensional, it still has a curvature to it within another dimension. You don't think there's curvature to a sphere?
No, I mean, of course there's curvature to a sphere, but like we're talking about straight lines. Straight lines absolutely can exist on a sphere.
Can you draw a straight line on a curved surface?
Well, we're not on a curved surface. Well, if you're drawing a line on a piece of paper, is that what you're trying to say, or you just mean
no?
So, what I'm saying is, you guys say that you can't draw a straight line, but I would love a definition of a straight line. I'm not talking about Euclidean geometry here. In Euclidean geometry, there's a certain definition for a straight line that wouldn't apply to spherical geometry. I'm talking about spherical geometry here.
Okay, so you're talking non-Euclidean. That's fine, but either way, you can't.
I mean, you
can't have what would be considered to the average person a straight line. You can't have that on a sphere.
Okay, so you can, and I'm not even like trying to be an arsehole here. I will actually explain this in a non-patronizing way. Okay, so the way that you would define a straight line in Euclidean geometry, if you were trying to like teach it off of base principles, is you'd say you can produce points on the surface being the Euclidean plane, and then you would have to find a way to instruct them to produce a line that they can guarantee is straight. There has to be a set definition. There can be no deviation. And one way of doing this, like the age-old way, because they had compasses and rulers and stuff, was a straight line is the set of points equidistant from two given starting points. You know how like a circle is the set of all points equidistant from a single given point?
Mm-hmm.
In the case of a line, that's 2 points, because if you were to take the set of all points equidistant from these two given starting points, you would guaranteed only be able. Who's doing that? You would only be able to draw a straight line. It's impossible for it to curve because you've defined it that way. Because if it curves at all, then it will be leaning more towards one point than the other point, which you've defined as not being possible. So in the same way, we do this with a sphere, which is where we say we can take any 2 points on the sphere, and then we take the set of the sphere being a two-dimensional object, by the way. You take the points equidistant on that surface from those 2 points that you start with, and you will produce a straight line because it has been, as we saw with Euclidean geometry, defined to not even be able to curve away from being straight. And what you end up with is what's known as a great circle.
Yeah, but that's just how you've redefined it. We're speaking objectively. Straight line.
Well, no. See, here's the thing: real spheres don't even exist in the real world. So I don't know how we're talking objectively about something that's an ideal to begin with.
Well, let us know when you're ready to come to the real world, because that's kind of what we're dealing with here.
So then you probably agree that the Earth is not a sphere, right?
Of course, it's not a sphere. How could it be? It's impossible.
Why do they teach that to children?
They
that
don't.
The Earth is a sphere. Yeah, they do.
They teach the kids that the Earth is roughly spherical.
Right. Which is a two-dimensional coordinate system, which I would agree with. Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I said earlier that
they have taken a planar surface, and
it's not planar. But locally it is anyway, but not globally. No.
It's planar all over the place. But they've taken that and they've used a coordinate system and wrapped that around an imaginary ball, right? So it's still a two-dimensional object wrapped around a three-dimensional object, just coordinate system.
I'm pretty sure I said earlier. I already said earlier that they don't say the Earth is spherical. I mean, you use it as like an approximation for kids to understand, because kids don't quite get the idea of elliptoids until they've already learned about ellipses, and you don't really get ellipses until you've learned about elliptical equations, which is like, you're not going to teach a 5-year-old elliptical equations.
Oh, is the Earth an ellipsoid?
Elliptoid. So an ellipsoid of a certain configuration, if you find like the equation to produce it that is closest in approximation to what the Earth shape is, then yes, you could describe it.
Remember when you said let's try to be real world? So let's be objective as we can instead of just finding.
Yeah, that's why I said approximation.
Yeah.
I've repeatedly said approximation because it is absolutely true that the Earth is not any nice, ideal mathematical shape. Of course, it can't.
How do you know?
Because we have deviations in all kinds of things, deviations in density, deviations in quite literally just the surface. You know, yeah.
Have those deviations been mapped out?
As far as I know, not 100%. No, because there's all the area underneath the oceans and stuff that we have not mapped out.
Right, but even like the surface, the overall surface, if we took the top of water,
but I don't think we have anything with that level of fidelity.
But how has any of it been measured, right? Because I know, typically we're going to use surveying to figure out topography and the lay of the land, and that's all planar surveying, right? So if we're taking all these measurements of the Earth, and they're all, let's say you have a bunch of surveyors that are taking these planar surveys, and each little survey would be a square, right? Mm-hmm. When you add them all together, the only way that you get any type of curvature is when they factor in the already assumed curvature based on a radius value that's never been substantiated, but all of the individual surveys are all planar. So if everything's planar, at what point does it become a ball without the assumption of a radius value that's given to it to wrap everything around the ball?
It's definitely not easy to understand, of course. So something that's usually
I don't need you to start a sentence as if I don't have the mental capability to comprehend it.
Yeah, it's not a lack of understanding for sure.
Absolutely not. No, usually it's again, do you have the prerequisites? So, and those would be, in the case of understanding curvature, would be like high school calculus and maybe college calculus if you want, but like 2D.
Just to repeat, it's not a lack of understanding here. It's just a lack of proof of the claim.
Well, no, he specifically asked me how we can have these like planar survey maps and then still like have those contribute towards a curved Earth. And there's a pretty easy way to, conceptualize that, which is like with a nice ideal mathematical sphere. If anyone here knows about like differential geometry, part of the way you can define a shape is how its derivatives are in certain areas. And in the case of a sphere, it's differentiable in every single area. It's locally flat, or what's known as like a 0-point differential. If anybody knows about that. Calculus is fun. You should study it. In calculus, this idea of like straight things adding up in the large scale to produce curves is like the foundation of it. It's so simple to understand. And in calculus, even then, they had the.
It's not a lack of comprehension, and you're talking about mathematics that can be used, right? So I'm talking about the application to the real world, right? Because in reality, what happens is a bunch of planar surveying. We understand that our world has a planar nature to it. The only way that it becomes an ellipsoid is when they take that planar surveying and they wrap it around the WGS84, right? So that's done after the fact, after the measurements are taken, after the surveys are done. Then you apply the WGS84 to them. Not the other way around. It's not like you get the WGS84 based on all of these measurements. That's not how it works. It's done the opposite way. So my question to you is, your claim of an ellipsoid Earth, how is that substantiated empirically in the real world with measurement? It's not a question of science. It's a question of measurement. And it's not a question of mathematics or calculation. It's a question of measurement. How is it measured in the real world?
Well, not with rulers.
Never claimed that it would be. So
no, I was just being humorous. If you would be so kind as to allow me. Yeah, no, not with rulers. It's actually not quite simple. There are like lots of little things that contribute. Kind of the same with like any good police case, right? Usually it's not as simple as there's this one clue that like proves the whole case. There's so much that contributes. There's so many factors that you have to produce in order to indict somebody, right? There's like no one thing that says the Earth must absolutely be this like roughly ellipsoid shape, right? Because if we take any one isolated thing, of course there could be some other isolated solution on a non-globe Earth that could be used, to produce it. It's the case that we infer due to the fact that all these things compound upon each other, that all these other solutions, being irreconcilable as they are, cannot be the solutions to the compounding scenario, because again, they don't reconcile. Whereas a globe Earth does reconcile all of these things. These things being, for example, how in different areas of the Earth, depending on your orientation on the Earth, the moon literally can be rotated. The face of the moon rotated in different areas.
Why, if I'm asking for empirical measurements of the surface, do you say a bunch of things as if nothing works out in a planar way, but everything works out for it to be a globe? So look up in the sky, look at the moon. The moon can only be this way because the surface, right? I asked for surface measurements, not things in the sky measurements, right?
So what I actually said, to reiterate, because I'm pretty sure maybe I didn't make it clear enough the first time, is no, there absolutely are planar solutions for almost everything that a globe Earther would say. the point is, these models produced, these explanations produced for these individual circumstances on the flat Earth, they aren't reconcilable altogether.
But
whereas on
what
flat
flat
Earth,
Earth exactly?
Can you be specific?
So, for example, okay, well, an example usually given is like the day-night divide, and then the seasons. The explanations.
Dude, we're
given
talking about the Earth's surface. We're not talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, the things in the sky, the things that we don't have the ability to empirically check. Okay,
it's like with the murder case.
Surface. We can touch the surface. We can traverse along the surface. We have the ability to measure the surface.
Well,
anything
then why do flat earthers
moon,
care
the
about anything in the
sun, the
sky? Because it
stars.
contributes to their theory, right? Or theories, because you're all individuals with different ideas. Right?
Here's the thing, bud.
All right, does the light in your sky tell you what shape your floor is?
Exactly, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
But here's the thing: you can take a measurement to the light in your ceiling, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can lay a measuring tape from your ceiling to your light in the ceiling, right? From the floor to the light in the ceiling. Can you do that with any celestial object? Has it been done?
Has it been done?
No, it hasn't.
Dude. Oh. All right, and you're also saying that you're trying to make it sound like you can get a curve from doing like plane survey, which isn't the case. It's always flat. And then you bring in the math to make it work on a sphere after the fact. You're never gathering data to
I already went over that everything is done with planar surveying, and then you wrap it around the WGS 84.
Yeah, he kept trying to
geodetic surveying. That's all that it is. It's a.
I mean, math is literally the reason we found out about light being electromagnetic. So math clearly does apply to the real world. So I don't know what's the issue with math here.
Hold on, but
make an equation for Superman fly.
So now you're moving on to light and EM spectrum. Can we just stick to the surface as we were speaking about before, right? So I laid out the fact that planar surveying gets done. The only time a ball comes into the picture is when we apply the WGS 84 to the planar surveying that's been done, meaning we wrap around the planar surveying around a specified model called WGS 84 ellipsoid. So my question to you is, aside from the application mathematically of the ellipsoid model, where is the measurement of curvature?
I just want to cover on it.
Measurement,
that one...
not calculation, right? Not anything like that. Like actual physical measurement of curvature, because everything that we do is we're measuring planar, everything.
Yeah. So this is where
2 rulers.
This is where I admit that like all my understanding of like actual physical measurements of this kind of stuff was like from when I did science in college years ago. I actually don't have any like anything on my person. You caught me lacking there because I mean I only came on it to listen.
You said science back in college. Well, measurement isn't really a question of science, right? It's there's no hypothesis needed. There's no dependent and independent variable needed for measurement, right? Carpenters aren't scientists. They don't need to be. So we're just talking about measurement.
Is that not what was asked? I mean, we do measurements in science.
You can do measurements, and measurements can be a part of science, but a measurement itself is not science.
Oh, absolutely. But in science class, you learn how to measure things. So you do measurements, and you learn about other measurements that other scientists have done, which is...
Okay, well, if I said...
I learned that stuff in shop class, but go ahead.
Yeah, if I said...
Well, yeah, you learn it in all kinds of places. I mean, you learn it at econ and stuff as well, don't you?
If I said I had an object in my garage and I wanted to know the measurements and the dimensions of it, would you need a scientific background? Would you need to apply science in order to figure out the measurement of the object that I want you to measure for me?
No, of course not. This is what. No, okay. So to reiterate what I said earlier, I don't have any PDFs or links to anything showing like absolute clarification and citation of like measurements of the Earth, right? All that kind of stuff that I knew back when I was doing science in college. I'm not saying that like, oh, I did science and therefore I have an answer or something. I'm just saying at this very moment I don't have citations basically. It's stuff I remember in my head, you know.
But no, why
did you have them at one point? Is that the
because
claim?
they don't exist.
Because I've been looking for like 10 years, so I'd be interested if you come back at any point in time to drop those or DM me any actual physical empirical measurements of curvature that you would have.
Yeah. I remember looking
we're told stories in school, just like gravitational stories, right? Where we're told that there is some certain sort of cause and that we figured it out, but then when you actually like really look into it, there isn't any.
I'm not sure if there's ever. See, when it comes to physical measurement, like what are the criteria of physical measurement? Because most of what has been concluded about the Earth has been I need more water.
I mean, let's just keep it very simple, right? You say what? I mean, you're talking about previously how you're kind of alluding to, it's not simple and you might not understand, and kind of underhandedly talking down to us a little bit there, right? But when it comes down to it, you can't formulate or have any type of concept of what a measurement would be. To me, that seems very simple, very rudimentary. Like when we're little kids, we play with dad's tape measure and we start measuring things, right? We learn how to cut.
My dad was never there and can't relate.
Either way, the concept of a measurement isn't a very difficult one to understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you were still going,
how would you propose, right? So let's say you think that the Earth is an ellipsoid, and let's say you've talked with people online and they think it's not. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to show you empirically and prove to you my claim. I'm going to measure the curvature of Earth. How would you do that?
Say that last bit again. Sorry, I didn't hear you too well.
Yeah, so let's say you think the Earth is an ellipsoid for whatever reasons. You've been told your whole entire life, we all have, whatever, not a big deal. And then you start talking to people online who claim that's not the case. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to show you it is. And the way that I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you measurements of it. Like, you can't dispute these measurements because this is actually physically measuring the shape in which I'm claiming it to be. Let me go ahead and measure it and show you. How would you do that for us?
How would I try? Well, hefty task. So, first, I would point out with measurements. Well, I can't use rulers, that's for sure. How high would I have to go? I wouldn't pay for a rocket. Screw that. On ground, what could I do? There's the whole that stick in the sand experiment thingy that like everyone on here will not be satisfied with. Then there's
right, with the least amount of assumptions, right? So if I wanted to measure a 2x4 and I somehow wanted to use shadows to do that, probably wouldn't be the best way to do it. But if I knew how high my light was and I could do a bunch of experiments, not experiments, but a bunch of tests and a bunch of measurements, I could probably come up with a way that I could use a shadow to measure a 2x4 based on my light source. The only problem is the light source that we have that's in our sky, we don't have the ability to make those measurements, and there's way too many assumptions that need to be made in order for our shadow measurement to be accurate. So I wouldn't use that, because I would want to use the least amount of assumptions, right? Like if I was trying to claim that a certain piece of my anatomy was a specific size, I would want to lay tape measure to that and be like, boom, here you go.
Yeah. Oh, by
Here's
the
the
way,
evidence.
real quick with the whole least assumptions thing, that's only heuristic, by the way. Some facts actually require like lots of assumptions. Yeah.
Why would you have to make any assumptions when you're physically measuring the surface of the Earth? You shouldn't have to make assumptions.
Can you really measure the surface of the Earth, though?
That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. How would you do it?
I don't think you really can. I think you'd have to infer.
I can explain to you how right now.
Details. Okay, how?
Okay, so you need to use water as a level, right?
Okay.
It would cost a lot of money, I'm sure, but you could take poles or 2x4s or whatever you want to do and put those in the water and make sure they're sticking out of the water the same amount at every individual point. And if you could either put something atop all of the boards, which would be very hard to get something long enough to put levelly across all the boards to show that there's no bending, or you could get a light, which has been done before, a light or a laser or something. But the thing is light, it like widens up the further you are from it. It disperses. So you can only go so far with a light before. But so those are two ways you could do it. I'm not saying it'd be easy, but those are ways that you could measure.
You could measure the surface of the Earth with light. Well,
with light, or you could get the water level, right? You have boards sticking out 6 feet of the water for 100 miles or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Or you could have 3 that are in that distance. However you want to do it, but you would either need a light to go through all the holes in the boards, or you could take like another board and lay it over top all the other boards. And if the board on top isn't flush with all the boards laying flat across all of them, then there's curve.
So with this measurement, are we measuring the length or curvature?
Curve of the Earth.
Okay, curvature. Interesting. Question is though, curvature at like what scale? Because as we know, locally around us, things are bending everywhere, right?
Full
like
scale.
Huh?
Yeah, well, you would be able to, if you had the light, you'd be able to see the difference of where it should have been and how far it was from where it should have been. So then you could take that distance, and then in this distance, this is how much the Earth curved.
I don't think anybody should be using wooden boards to do anything.
He's saying curvature at what scale? Well, you claim to know what the Earth's shape is, so you should know what scale we're talking about, right?
Well, no, it's so as you would know from science, there's.
Did you just say science randomly?
Yeah,
from science.
Yeah,
I don't understand how measurement is now science.
Because science utilizes measurement. Okay, so measurement is very important in science. Okay.
How do they measure the shape of the spherical Earth? or close to a sphere, Earth.
How
Well,
did they
just 'cause-
measure it?
Just because science uses measurements does not mean that measurements are science. You
Of course
understand
not.
that, right?
Yeah, he's got that all backwards.
If I measure that I need an 8-foot board and I cut an 8-foot board, am I a scientist? Am I doing science?
Well, no, this is farcical because that's not even that's not even what I'm implying. I said, as you know from science, because obviously we're all wanting to be considered scientists in this, cool, huh? And in science, they're very good at measuring. You know, the real scientists, the ones that you guys think are real scientists, we can remove all the astrophysicists and blah blah blah. Y'all believe in like industrial science and stuff, right? I hope.
Yeah, the shit that I work with in reality in my physics lab.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. There is science.
Natural.
Yep.
Here's the deal.
And they everything they do is basically reliant on measurement, right?
Can you hear?
Yes, we measure stuff and we compare it for testing.
Yes, and in science, applied science is what it would have been called, at least in college or whatever. Industrial science, applied science, forensic science, blah 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 blah. All these different like real world sciences. Okay, they all heavily rely on measurement, and they have very stringent like criteria for the measurements. You know, there's lots of removing of confounding variables. Their margin of errors are super low.
Yes, we know. We
Right.
just have a category error, brother. When I go to the shoe store and I want some fresh Nikes, they don't conduct a scientific experiment on my foot. Okay, they just measure it. All right, so you just have a category error. It's not the same thing. We get the measurements in science, but
I want to know where you're getting the curve from, though, because like, yeah, we can do measurements, but they don't show a curve. The curve is inserted after the fact of the measurements being made. It's to make it. They make it work on a sphere. It doesn't already work on a sphere. They use mathematical equations to make it work, to make it fit.
But they need R to even do that, so they can't even make it fit. If you can't give R, there's no way. They can't get R, they can't derive R, there's no way to get R. So anything they say is actually just made up. It's just made up. There's no way around it.
Can't get R.
The radius of Earth.
That's like, was it 6,000 kilometers or something?
It's
Whatever
yeah,
you guys made up, I'm not
4,000, I think, but I don't know in kilometers.
So how do we don't measure the surface of the Earth? Kind of not really possible. You know, we ain't got rulers that we can be doing that with. Ain't got lasers we can be doing that with. Obviously, as mentioned, you know, diffusion of the light and all. So the only way you could really derive that the Earth is curved is through inference.
What about the rotation of the Earth? Do you think
the rotation? The rotation of the Earth is easy to explain away. Conservation of momentum. That's why you don't feel anything whilst you're spinning.
no, but that's just explaining. We need the proof that it is moving to begin with, though.
How can you prove that it's moving?
How can you prove that the Earth is moving? Well, I mean, we have a bunch of movement going on around us, and it's in certain cycles.
Yeah, but just because there's cars moving outside of your car doesn't mean that your car is moving.
So this is where relative motion would come in, but I imagine y'all don't like that word. So
No, it's look. There's no. We understand relativity, so you don't have to. You're like don't need to explain things.
Yeah,
really, because people understand it very well. Most of us used to believe the same exact things as you. So like hearing it again isn't the thing. It's about proving it to be true or not.
the idea is, if we see things move in the sky, we can't prove whether we're the ones in the absolute position or they're the ones in the absolute position, right?
So just let us know what we can prove, and we'll stick with that. Because we're familiar with what relativity is.
Really quick, can you hear me?
Well, we're just trying to speak on what's objective. Go ahead, Glad.
Okay, sorry. Real quick, I just wanted to say, Mister, that, you know, all due respect, we're here to teach you. So if you have questions about reality that you've been confused about, given the mainstream narrative of the globe and outer space and all that nonsense, then we can help you out with that. But it isn't that you'll teach us anything, or at least this is coming from my objective position. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Teach.
Well, the best thing about your model is that not only is it a rotation, but it's an orbit around the sun that you would have to prove, right? As far as the Earth is concerned. So it's not just one movement of rotation, it's also orbit, which hasn't been substantiated at all whatsoever.
If we're making all these movements as well, and you think that we're the ones that are moving, then why does the North Star not move from the same spot that it's been in for thousands of years? Because if we were the ones moving in all those directions, I can guarantee you that North Star wouldn't stay in that same spot for that long.
Well, the thing about his position is that they can just basically say that the stars are infinite distances. That's kind of their idea.
They all
the
add up.
Stars are so far away. We haven't measured them, but they're so far away that we just don't experience that movement. The movement of the Earth is just so consistent that we don't feel it, right? Everything is just, there's a perfect story as to why our reality doesn't present itself in the way that it is claimed to be under the heliocentric ball solar system model.
Yep.
Yeah. So the thing about acceleration is that
we know this. We understand this. You're not going to teach us that. Well, it's one rotation per day. You're moving at a constant velocity, so you wouldn't be able to feel that.
You're not moving at a constant velocity.
Our argument isn't that you should be able to feel it. You should be able to measure it, right? So you should be able to measure the rotation and the orbit of the Earth. You should be able to measure these things, not come up with ideas, come up with calculations as to why you don't feel them. We're saying you should be able to empirically measure them to substantiate that they're taking place in the first place.
I just wanted to quickly point out that he said we're not moving at a constant speed, so he just claimed the Earth changes speed from time to time. Wonder where he got the evidence for that. Interesting.
Yeah, no. So here's the thing: is I didn't say changing speed. What I said was we don't move at a constant velocity. Velocity is a vector. Vectors have an orientation and a magnitude. All right. Now, if you keep the magnitude but you change the orientation, then you're changing your velocity, even if you haven't added any more or any less, speed.
Okay, so what happens if you're in a car, right, and you change your velocity? Say you have a plate of water, and you're holding it in your car. If you're going a constant speed straight and you're not moving at all, you're not taking any turns, then the plate will stay decently still. The water won't come off the plate. But as soon as you start making the slightest turn, the slightest change in speed, any of that, the water comes flying off the plate.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're constantly going in a circle around the sun, and you say our velocity is changing, then why doesn't the water get sloshed around? Why do things like this not happen? The water's completely still.
Again, it's conservation of momentum. The water was already on the planet, already moving with the planet. So,
Excuse me. I'd like to point out that he's starting with the presumption that we're already in motion. Like, you haven't even proved it, and you're just assuming, oh yeah, no, we're moving, man.
Corpus, are we moving now? Are we moving? Earth is moving.
What's he saying?
Does Earth moving now?
He's asking, is the Earth moving now? Because you failed to substantiate a measurement of the movement.
I will come to the point, but I want to know, do you believe that Earth is moving now?
Yeah.
Okay. Does stars moving now?
Yeah, everything's moving.
Everything is moving. Okay.
Nothing's staying still.
Okay. Can you tell me situation? I don't feel the movement.
Of course you don't.
Why I don't? Why
conservation of momentum?
Okay.
You're turning.
Good.
Really slowly.
I understand. That is when you're moving. Can you tell me now which is the case when you really don't move? How then it's what is then going on? Now we are moving, and when I'm on the Earth, I don't feel the movement. Now tell me the case where we are stationary.
It's nothing can be stationary. It's literally not provable.
Oh, it's not provable.
It's not provable.
It's not provable.
No.
That means if you're standing now and if you are not moving, and if you're standing on one point, that means that you are moving.
Yeah, I'm stationary relative to the surface of the Earth, but not relative to literally everything else going on.
I'm asking you for first your example, human being. You are in the room. You are not moving. You are on one point. Are you stationary or are you moving?
I'm stationary relative to my chair and my floor. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Now we are on the Earth. You are saying Earth is moving. Because you believe that. Now tell me the case. In which case Earth could be stationary?
In which case could Earth be stationary?
Yeah.
Earth could be stationary if we believed in absolute location, absolute motion, blah blah blah, and we believe.
Can I ask you like a child? Can Earth be stationary without moving?
Can Earth be stationary without moving?
I think he's trying to ask you. I think he's trying to ask you what would it feel like if the Earth was stationary. The Earth is spinning, yet we feel like it's stationary. So if it was stationary, what would it feel like?
Well, assuming we're still on the Earth,
It would feel exactly the same. That's the answer.
It would feel exactly the same.
If the Earth was stationary, how would it feel? Since we are spinning on a ball, as you say, and we don't feel it, how would it feel when it's standing still? Just explain that.
Yeah.
Well, it would feel the same. Depending on which inertial reference you're using. Yeah, of course. This is
tell the difference.
Relative, right? That's a thing of relativity. Yes.
Did you say the same?
Yeah, I already did. Were you listening?
Oh, okay. Why should I feel that that I'm moving if it's the same? I'm not moving.
What?
What?
So when I'm in my car, when I'm in my Chrysler 300C trim with the Hemi engine, and I'm doing like 160 and a cop pulls me over to give me a ticket, I could say, "Officer, I wasn't really moving. I was just sitting in my car."
Well, then they could retort, but your car was going at 160.
No, it wasn't. It was stationary.
The Earth was just spinning underneath
It was moving underneath me.
Yeah, the Earth was spinning at 160 kilometers under my tires. You're going to fault me for that?
And then the officer could have retorted, "Well, you should have put on the brakes, and you wouldn't have been doing that."
And you fucking did. And on top of that, Piggy, you did 170 to catch up to me. So what about that?
Okay, yeah. So this is totally off.
Practically this, Corpus. You are saying
that was
when
pretty
you're
funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Corpus, you are saying when you are not moving that you know that you are moving, but in the same case you said it's the same when you are not moving that you feel that you are not moving. But you will choose that you are moving where you are not moving. You will not choose where you are not moving that you are not moving. You understand?
So what tells you that you're moving now? What senses are telling you that you're moving? That's what you have to answer right now.
What sense is telling you that you're moving? Well, we've already I already discussed ages ago that your senses aren't the only way of perceiving the world. What?
And they tell you that the Earth is stationary. So where are you getting the information that it's spinning or moving other than what you're told in school?
Oh, okay, because the reason why your brain isn't constantly like, "Hey, yo, I'm spinning," is because it's moving so slow that the brain literally...
Not what we're asking. Listen, we've already covered the census thing. I disagreed with your take on, well, if you can't sense it, then that's for sure not true. That's not what we're saying. We're just asking for the proof for sure. So don't have to worry about, well, you guys just can't feel it. You can't tell. Just let us know when you can prove that it is moving. Otherwise, we're just going to falsify it.
Wasn't it proven with the laser gyroscope or some shit like that?
No, it wasn't.
Actually, that disproved movement. It proved stationary.
Same with Michelson-Morley.
Yeah, they were expecting...
It proved what should happen when you do that on a regular stationary Earth.
They already had the results of the experiment if we were moving ahead of time. They knew what to expect if we were in motion. And when they did the experiment, it did not do what they expected it to do because we're moving. It did the opposite. So it proved we're not moving rather than that we are. But good point there.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, man. Well, you got to remember that most of the people here, like me included, passionately believed in the globe and all this stuff that you currently believe in. So you don't have to just say it one more time and
You do not believe in all the things I believe in, but we can talk about that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. That's why we know more about this stuff than you do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like we all used to believe this. It's not about a lack of belief or understanding anymore. It's about a lack of proof, evidence. You see? So you don't have to just say it again one more time. That's not the spell that's going to unravel the mystery. It's about like presenting the evidence, the facts, the proofs. That's what we're looking for, not just a repeat of the story again one more time.
Well, I'm not quite sure whom we're interacting with. Sorry if I cut you off there, but I just wanted to interject here. If one thing lined up, if we could prove movement, if we could physically see curvature, if just one thing lined up, you might have us a little more in your direction. But everything you guys have presented, we look at it and it's nothing.
Well, or at least to be fair, if you say why don't you guys believe in the globe, and we say because there's no evidence, and then you say I got some evidence, we're willing to look at it. But if your evidence is an explanation that involves a fallacy or premise that hasn't been validated yet, then that's not evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like right now, if you have evidence right now, you can present it as long as it doesn't come attached to a fallacy. Like if you can give a piece of evidence that also doesn't happen to include or at least in the way that you present it, come in the form of a logical fallacy, then we're all good.
Mm-hmm.
He's already pretty much admitted that he doesn't have any evidence.
Yeah, no, I already said earlier, I don't have citations. I'm just going off what I remember from like science class.
Hey, Corpuscle, are you religious?
Yeah.
So you believe in God?
No.
Okay.
How is believing in God religious?
So
we know there's a creator because things don't just pop up into existence for no reason. So there's that. The question you probably asking is, do you have a particular theology?
Correct.
Yeah, I have a theology.
Because I'm not religious at all. I'm just asking a question so I can get some background.
Yeah.
I'm religious with my coffee. I drink coffee religiously.
I smoke pot religiously, believe it or not.
I'm religious with my plants. I love them, bro. Rituals on them things.
I'm not the Rasta, but
what kind of plants do you have?
Beans, greens, tomatoes, potatoes.
Yeah, stuff that comes from flat stationary Earth because it wouldn't be able to grow on a ball.
Hell yeah, bro. Onions, leeks, fucking garlic, all of them.
So
corn. Oh, love me some corn.
So you know that you can't go to Antarctica, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Well, I mean, maybe like the shore, but like the pole, no fucking thank you.
Well, you can go to like certain areas, but you have to pay not a lot more than $1,000. You have to pay a lot of money to take a tour where you can't freely explore Antarctica. Okay, so why is that?
Keep in mind, you also don't. The navigational equipment doesn't work, so you're not going to really, unless you're an experienced navigator. Even I don't know how the fuck they got a different method how they travel there because some things don't work.
They said they use celestial navigation off of known stars in the south, and that's how they base it off. that.
So you know that in order to do celestial navigation, it requires an elevation angle or elevation angle.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Do you know what an angle is?
Hell yeah, I know what an angle is. I love me some angles.
What's an angle?
An angle is the separation between two intersecting. Actually, okay, well, no, two segments of intersecting lines, which could also include the entire lines.
Exactly.
The line is straight, right?
The measure of degree in the vertical from okay. So that's number one. It could be any two lines meeting at a vertex or a corner, an intersection.
Oh no! They don't have to. So they could just be segments, but if they were extended, then they would intersect. Yeah, and that would make an angle.
Well, a segment is a segment, and an angle is two lines meeting at a vertex.
No, but like if you have two lines or whatever, going in like two different directions, you can work out the angle between them, right? Because they're clearly going off in different directions, even if they aren't literally like touching, right?
No, because two lines meeting at a vertex forms an angle. You don't have an angle if you don't have two lines meeting. So maybe
I
you're
don't know who
trying
taught you math, but they should be fired.
I think he's talking like in reverse.
Maybe you're trying to express. Maybe you're trying to express something. Maybe you're trying to express something different. So you're saying somebody taught me math wrong. You want to go ahead and pull up the definition for an angle, please?
Yeah, let's go. One sec. Let me get that real quick. No, but like for example, let's say you have like two chips at sea.
I don't want an example. Because example.
No. This isn't an example to prove anything to you. I just wanted to give you like an intuition.
It's a waste of time. I'm pretty sure I know what an angle is. You're pretty sure you disagree. So now we have to agree on terms before we explain anything, right?
Oh, I mean,
that would make sense. Like, because if I spoke Chinese and you spoke English, well, we don't have an agreed upon medium to communicate. So before we communicate, we have to agree. That's what definitions and the meaning of words are for. So before we move on to explanations and all of this, we need a definition for angles. So I said an angle is defined as two lines meeting at a vertex. And you said maybe my math teacher failed me. So now, in order to satisfy that I'm tripping. That ad hominem attack, we're going to go to the definition of an angle first before we discuss anything else.
I get what he's saying. I think he means like when he says two lines. I
don't care what he means.
It would still be an angle.
If
you extend the line,
I don't care, bro. You're about to get muted. I don't care about that. I was very clear to him that an angle is defined as one thing. So he disagrees. So we're going to have to go ahead and validate what he's saying before we understand what he means.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think he was necessarily disagreeing with you. He was just.
I literally wasn't. I was just being more general.
I'm not agreeing with him.
Find out.
I don't think he was.
We'll find out when we get the definition, won't we? We'll find out what he meant, won't we?
Who's giving the definition? Am I giving it, or are you giving it? What's going on?
You're giving it.
It doesn't matter who gives it. Doesn't really matter. You get a definition, and then you cite the source, and if the source is valid, it's valid.
Give me a second. I'm gonna find me a definition.
Yeah. So corpuscle. When you were trying to say that you can have two non-intersecting lines that still have an angle, but if you extended those lines, they would intersect.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
in Euclidean geometry, anyway. Yeah.
It's still an angle, but they're just not intersecting lines.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. But here's the thing: the angle is still produced by the expected intersection, right? So obviously, there's still an intersection required. Again, Elijah's correct.
Looking for that definition still.
Okay, all right. So you guys know about the word array, right?
Definition of an angle.
Oh my god! Well, definitions have their own words, and those own words have definitions. The word angle comes from the Latin word angulus, meaning corner. Conjure words are the Greek. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that says. Okay, now we're skipping that bit. In Euclidean geometry, an angle is the figure formed by two rays. Okay, what's a ray? In geometry, a line is an infinitely long object with no width, depth, or curvature. Thus, lines are one-dimensional objects, though they may exist in 2, 3, or higher dimension spaces. The word line may also refer to a line segment in everyday life. Line segment, important, which has 2 points to denote its ends. So an angle can be formed by ray lines, and ray lines can be defined as infinite or finite, defined by 2 points on the ray.
Infinite and not curving. You read it to us, not curving. You already read it, so globe done.
Oh no, this has nothing to do with curves. This was simply a discussion on angles. And
it does when you're talking about celestial navigation, so that's where Elijah was going with this.
Yeah, but my point still stands. It was correct.
Yep, your point stands that a ray, a line, has no curve. Thank you.
Oh no, lines can have curve. There we go. In Euclidean geometry, they don't have curve on the plane. In spherical geometry, they don't have curve on the plane, but they can still have curve if they are imposed in a Euclidean space.
I'm back. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so the rewind back to the array and the line segment with 2 points.
Okay,
that's not an angle. So where's the aha push? How do you have how do you have an angle with as a matter of fact, go ahead and share the source that you're reading from.
Source, I mean, it's just the Wikipedia. I mean, I'm a simple guy of simple reasoning. Geometry.
Are you okay?
You're cutting out.
Like, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You're saying, well, I'm a simple man. You're going to keep talking. Like, no. The whole point was to get the definition of an angle.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see where you read that two lines not intersecting is also an angle. I didn't hear that.
Okay, we're getting to this. Okay. In Euclidean geometry, an angle is the figure formed by two rays called the sides of the angle, sharing a common endpoint called the vertex of the angle. Angles formed by two rays lie in the plane that contains the rays. Angles are also formed by the intersection of two planes. These are called dihedral angles. Two intersecting curves may also define an angle, which is the angle of the rays lying tangent to the respective curves at their point of intersection. Angle is also used to...
Okay, so far you have a line meeting another line, and then you have two circles where you use two planes to form an angle, but you're utilizing two planes and line segments off of that, right?
Yeah.
Even though there's a dingle area underneath it. So again, two lines meeting at a vertex is the definition of an angle.
We weren't done.
As you just read. Okay.
Oh, so you were cutting out, so I stopped for you because I thought you might be saying something. Angle is also used to designate the measure of an angle or of a rotation. This measure is the ratio of the length of a circular arc to its radius. In the case of a geometric angle, the arc is centered at the vertex and delimited. Never seen that word before. Delimited by the sides. In the case of a rotation, the arc is centered at the center of the rotation and delimited by any other point, and it's imaged by the rotation. Important here is in the Euclidean geometry, an angle is the figure formed by two rays. Now we click on ray. What does ray say? The ray says.
Hey, brother, real quick, are you able to drop a link or any copy and paste so we can?
Of course, yep, absolutely. Give me just a moment. In geometry, a line is an infinitely long object with no width. So rays are also just another word for extended lines. is an infinitely long object with no width, depth, or curvature. Thus, yes, a line in normal geometry has no curvature of its own. Thus, lines are one-dimensional objects, though they may exist in 2, 3, or higher dimension spaces. The word line may also refer to a line segment.
Right.
Which has 2 points to denote its ends. So what does that mean? A line can be finite or infinite, but a ray it is the object produced when you extend the line infinitely. So technically, you can have an angle between 2 lines produced by their rays.
I don't get.
It's
I'm not
very
following.
simple.
So why don't you draw a diagram or copy paste a diagram where there's one line and that's defined as an angle? Because what you're reading right now, all you said was, okay, you have a line which can be 2 segments, a line with 2 points, or it can be infinite. What the fuck? How does that lead to, therefore, you don't have to have 2 lines meeting at an intersection to form an angle? I'm not getting it.
By the way, this live stream voice text is nefarious. Oh my golly gosh. No, so the thing with angles is what?
Fuck, bro.
It's a balance, dude. You know?
Is anyone else getting how he's concluding that you don't need 2 lines to meet to form an angle?
They would eventually meet, regardless.
You're gonna come into my house and call me nefarious. This fucking kid.
How would if 2 lines?
This fucking kid.
If 2 straight lines are going in opposite directions, how do they eventually meet?
They meet if they're going in opposite directions, right? If you extended them on both sides of the line, then those lines would eventually have to intersect. The only way they wouldn't if they were parallel.
So
True Fourier, you really are the voice of reason right now. I love you, buddy.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but on the other end, like, did he or did he not just say, once you extend those lines, when they meet, that's an angle, which is the same thing I said from the beginning. 2 lines meeting at an angle. What are you talking about? You're supposed to be arguing that you can have an angle without that.
Oh my god, dude.
They still intersect. They will still intersect the great angle, regardless if they're
I'm not questioning that 2 lines intersecting is an angle. He said you don't need 2 lines intersecting to have an angle.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. So if you have 2 lines, right, and they have endpoints.
Why is he explaining it for corpuscle?
Because some people just have a hard time explaining themselves. I know what he's thinking.
Maybe if he figured it out for himself, he would know what he's doing wrong.
I mean, I already explained it, and Euphoria was the only one listening, clearly.
He's having a hard time explaining it. He's not doing anything wrong.
But
I'm a flat earther, bro. I'm not trying to prove it's right. I'm trying to help him. He has the logic to
relax. Euphoria, or whatever your name is, said the same thing. It said the same thing that I said. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, you're right. You guys both have the same.
Don't tell me that I'm right while interrupting me. Just be quiet until I'm done. I'm not talking to you, and I'm not talking to the other guy.
Okay.
I'm talking to. What's your name? I forget.
Corpuscle.
The flat earther.
Truforia.
No, I just see. I'm not understanding, but you didn't hear how clear I was when I said I wasn't talking to you, and I wasn't talking to the person I was telling that to, which was Truforia.
Yo, Elijah got me.
Didn't you just ask who the flat earther was?
So where's the third guy that I actually do know, but just don't know your name right now? And why aren't you thinking?
I think you're thinking about me, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Nigga, I know you. No, not you. Can I be more clear than that? Not you.
All right. Well, you said flat earther. I'm not a globe earther. I'm just trying to help you.
Not you. Just because I said flat earther doesn't mean I was talking to you. I made that very clear by saying not you, right?
And I haven't heard anyone talking for a while, so you don't need to get so mad at her.
No, I'm not mad. I just have to say, like a child, not you. More than
he's
more
not mad.
than should be.
Sorry, go ahead.
I shouldn't have to say not you more than once for a grown up to understand that I'm not talking to them.
All right.
I even used your name. And I was talking to you directly when I said not you.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, you're not talking to me either, are you, Elijah?
No, not you either. I'm talking to the where the fuck are Doctor?
Sorry, I'm trying to lighten it up, dude. I'm trying to lighten it up. I don't know who it was who just came in, but
the one that I would get confused with Lou, but it sounds like Lou's evil cousin. that sounds like a better time.
Are you talking about me, Elijah? What did I do? What did I do besides clarify what you were saying to him when you weren't there?
That's why I said not the other guy and not the other guy, but you, because you're the only other person that spoke in the last 3 minutes. Before I don't like it's so retarded. Like, hey, but we're retarded, right? You can't even follow a simple conversation. Not you, but anyway. So I was asking. So I said, well, an angle is two lines meeting at a vertex. He said, not necessarily. This guy comes in, Toucan, whatever his name is, no disrespect, to say, no, what he's saying is eventually if you extend the lines, they meet. So ultimately that's still two lines meeting at a vertex, right or wrong.
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, and he said not necessarily, then how is the other guy proving a point that I didn't understand when they're all just confirming what I said was right? You're supposed to be validating what you're saying is different from what I'm saying, because all I asked for what was the angle, because my next question would be, okay, great, two lines. What is an elevation angle then? We can't even get there because for whatever reason, Mans wants to argue that two lines meeting at a vertex is an angle.
I think we all agree with it there. I think sometimes people just they have a different idea of what someone is saying, or they can't get their thoughts out in words. And it creates this misconception. And I see it a lot with these discussions where
I don't believe that. I don't care. That,
so you don't think that words can be mixed up sometimes when
who was telling you to be quiet while I was telling him I don't want an explanation where we could get confused. The first thing I want to do is get a definition. Was that him or was that me? So that words couldn't be confused. Who was that, me or him?
I don't know what you're going on about, dude. I don't know why you're still like on this situation. Like this is
right,
like
so you might be muted for playing coy, because that is gonna annoy me faster than anything.
What did I tell me? What I did, dude? Like honestly, the thing is, I'm trying to.
You're doing this.
I'm trying to make
what you're doing right now. What you're doing right now, which is concern trolling, is actually a bannable offense. Because for me to say, for me,
I was in this chat the other day, and no one complained about anything I had to say.
Well, I'm not everyone, and everyone is not a lead mind.
All right. Well, I mean, the whole point of Flat Earth isn't to make people not like you. Okay. The whole point of it is
to tell people that it's not a sphere and show them specifically geometrically why that's the case. I don't care about people's feelings. I don't care about people on the sidelines talking about how they don't understand. Maybe they're just not getting it clearly. No, it's you, dog. You're being annoying. I'm talking about a definition for something simple. An angle. There's no way that anyone in their right mind could get confused about that. But I don't want to hear you. For as long as I'm talking about this subject, you're on mute.
For the record,
2 lines.
Try
Of,
to.
go ahead, Miggy.
Elijah.
No,
Oh, sorry, Elijah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening and in here, but I'm not on. Like I don't see the screen, so.
yeah, try to like I don't know, an admin.
People
or something.
listening even.
But that's my thing. Is like I hate when I say something clear to someone, and all of this confusion happens. Like that's not normal. I'm not promoting that level of dissonance. I can't do it. Y'all can do it. I'm not doing it.
The corpuscle, to get to the point, the angles. Okay, angles where 2 lines meet, correct? Yes or no?
Yep, of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So where Elijah was going, because we were talking about a half hour ago, was celestial navigation. And you need a flat plane to get your angle. You can't do it off a ball. So there you go.
Oh, but see here, you can. And I would have to direct you to a very interesting object called the Pyragon, if you've heard of it.
Wait,
Anyone?
hold on. Excuse. In celestial navigation, what they do is they're on a ship, okay, or a boat of some kind, and what they do is they use a sextant, which is an angle measuring tool, okay. And so what they do is they have to make sure that that tool is perfectly horizontal so that they can get the angle measurement in the vertical. That's what the beginning of celestial navigation is, if you're going to do it manually like that. So that's what they do. That was what was required for their GPS, for their map, and all that. They had to take what elevation angles to flourish from the surface of the earth, which means they had to get a perfect horizontal to measure the angle in the vertical. So when you say not necessarily, I'm expecting you to show another method that you can cite and source from a celestial navigation school, not a video or not an idea or not a mathematical idea, but rather a practically used angle in celestial navigation. If you have some other method, I would love to know about it.
Okay. So, no, the method with the sextants and all that crap, yeah, absolutely valid. I'm not saying that's wrong at all. Been used for centuries. Great tools. Thing is, you mentioned they have to get a perfect horizon. I'm pretty sure we can already establish the fact that there's nothing humans can do that are perfect. We simply approximate the horizon.
No. I said you have to get a horizontal, and if you can bet your fucking ass that humans get a horizontal. That's how we build things. Why? Because the nature of our reality already gives us a horizontal. See, when in building, when men have error, guess what? Because over an area, they're trying to get a horizontal, and my friend in another server, right? He's been doing this for plenty of years. The name is Rakia. And what he does is they have like this, they make this plane, okay? And then they fill it up with plastic, okay? And then you know what they do after that?
What?
They fill it with water to see where the imperfections are, to see where the plastic is not level. Why? Because the water is perfectly horizontal. So you need a perfect horizontal. And there are two ways to achieve this. By using a plumb bob and getting a perfect vertical, a 90, that you can then get your horizontal off of, or you can use the horizon, which has a degree of error, but it's not much. I'm talking about navigating over hundreds of miles and then arriving to your destination less than a mile off. So, we don't have to talk about, humans getting things imperfect and this, that, and the third. No. We know how to measure things because ball bearings, they're all roughly the same size. Okay?
Roughly, yeah.
Just practically, as far as we can gather, for practical use. Okay, when we're using other tools like a yardstick or a ruler, and we're using a particular unit of measure or metric, we can use it practically and build things to a level of precision that machines work.
Those words are going to be so important having come from your mouth.
Okay.
To a level of precision that you choose that's practical good enough, right?
No, it's not
So,
what you choose, it's what is.
when it comes to producing a horizontal for a sextant, you're absolutely right. If we wanted a perfectly straight and horizontal line, yes, the Earth could never provide that. Of course.
Oh no, that's dumb. What you have to establish.
Wait, but using roughly the same size ball bearings isn't dumb?
But ball bearings is the ball bearings is a non sequitur that I answered only because you were answering with the non sequitur. Because precision doesn't really have anything to do with establishing a horizontal. There's
Absolutely
no error.
Does. What?
Well, listen, a horizontal extends forever. Okay, so the whole point is you need to establish that it's horizontal. Horizontal could be from any elevation. All horizontals are parallel. But how is that? It's because horizontal is just horizontal. So regardless of where you are, if you're drinking a cup of water, no matter what orientation you tilt the bottle or the cup, if the water is at rest after you've tilted it, it's going to rest in a horizontal position. That's horizontal. There's no imperfect horizontal because guess what? That means the angle isn't zero on the horizontal. So when you have zero on the horizontal, that's a perfect horizontal.
How'd you prove it's perfect?
What do you mean, how do we prove it's perfect?
You just assumed exactly, practicability. It's practically horizontal enough for you.
And I just gave you an example of when he filled the square foot area with plastic and then filled it with water. The water told him that he didn't establish a perfect horizontal. Are you arguing with the axiom that water at rest is level?
Absolutely, under your definition of level.
No, level is my definition of level is every definition of level except for one definition, and that one definition is in Merriam-Webster under like number 3. And the problem with that definition is it actually contradicts itself. We can now, you don't have to accept that that's true, but we can investigate. You can say, well, pull it up, let's see. But the bottom line is level is level. Level is equal to horizontal and flat. They're all synonyms of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're going to say that I'm wrong, then you can stop me here and let's go to, I don't know, Oxford or any other dictionary. I'm good with that because I don't just say shit that I make up.
No matter how badly you want to think he does.
You understand the difference between making up shit and actually not making up shit, Corpuscle?
Of course. I'm a big fan of fiction.
Okay, so level means level. It doesn't mean curve.
So back to my point, my definition of level is all of the definitions of level. Now, level in the context of a sphere, there's only one definition that I can find, and that's in Merriam-Webster, and that definition has a contradiction in it. And last I checked, the law of contradiction was a fallacy.
So, since as I've been asked to link the things I was mentioning, I ask you do the same.
What the
I'm going to need this link to the Merriam-Webster definition. I got to hear.
Google it. He
asked me to link the things I was citing.
But you understand that when you contended with, according to your words, my definition of level. My rebuttal to that was, no, my definition of level is the same definition of level everywhere, and it matches with the practical use of level and its synonyms. However, I assume, and I could be wrong, but I assume that the level you're talking about is equidistant from the center of the circle. Now, we need, one, a definition for that that's it's self-contradicting, obviously.
I posted it for him, Elijah, so he can get over posting things.
So you want me to actually pull up the only because you probably thought there were thousands or something.
Yeah, he wanted you to pull it up for him because he didn't want to look for himself. So I pulled it up for both of you. You didn't have to because I know you're on your phone.
Thank you.
I already pulled it up. I thought I was going to be treated like I was asked to treat.
You found the Merriam-Webster? Yeah, we don't have a problem with pulling citations. It's my favorite thing to do. You don't. Is it the Merriam-Webster one?
So number 3 says of even altitude, which I guess is the one that you have an aversion to, right?
Well, read the entire thing from top to bottom.
He said aversion.
No, I don't have an aversion. I told you there's a contradiction there. If you don't see
aversion implies it's his opinion. We're just trying to inform you of facts. Here we go.
So read
equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude.
Okay, well,
an even altitude.
I'm sorry. No. That's not the definition I was looking for. I'm looking for the definition that includes, the belief of a sphere. I thought it was number 3. Hey, we can't even find it. Where's it at? I thought it was number 3.
You may have talked about
you want me to find one about
update their dictionary. You know how that goes. We talk about things that the internet changes.
Yeah, it should be the third adjective on there on Merriam-Webster's dictionary.
Adjective. Okay, one second.
Now scroll down just for the gentleman that's crepuscular, or that's your name. It's in there. It's in there, but read it out loud so Elijah can hear you say it. That way.
Yeah, it would be an action word specifically because you're doing something, and that's what I'm talking about the definition being practical versus making shit up.
Oh, okay. So there's a cool one here, all right? So we have, where is it? Number 5 in adjectives, being a surface perpendicular to all lines of force in a field of force, a force field, a vector field, like mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but try to read the third one. I think that's more along the lines of where you're at.
One. What, third in the adjectives?
I think so, yeah.
Desperately searching for something to defend his globe with. Go ahead.
I'm not desperate. I'm bored.
You are desperate, and you are bored with globe.
Yeah, did you... Crepuscular, did you see the... adjective?
You're here to see if we're right. You're not here to fuck with us, dude. We know it. We can smell it.
Yeah, we know it all the way.
Corpuscular rays. That's a good one. Level. What is level? A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. Like, for example, the center. I'm just joking.
Yeah, keep going.
A position on a real or imaginary scale of amount, quantity, extent, or quality. Having a flat or even surface without slopes or bumps. Well, okay, in that regard, that wouldn't even apply to the flat Earth. So
First
that's
definition for an adjective, okay? First step, and here's the thing: we're talking about the descriptive element of the term, i.e., the adjective, okay? Flat and levels, and it's the first definition for it.
Well, can I just point something out? Can I point something? Look, listen. All day you've been bringing this conversation to a level of absurdity that I continuously try to drag it away from. None of us think that the Earth is literally with no altitude change. For God's sakes, we fucking know that there are altitude changes and elevation changes. The point is, over a large distance, it's considered flat because it's not continuously sloping or curving. Okay? Like sea level is flat. Geometrically speaking.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Geometrically speaking.
Okay.
We're not saying the Earth is geometrically flat, but purely geometrically speaking, you can put an imaginary horizontal line over the Earth, and the orientation of the Earth would be the same orientation of the horizontal line. I think you know that we're saying that, and not that the definition is saying that the Earth is completely flat. For God's sake, I'm standing on a hill right now.
Yeah, There's really no need for the facetiousness that is taken into consideration when thinking about this, because the idea, however, is that we are standing antipodal to the people on the other side of the globe. Now that is, however, something that needs to be examined. But other than what this is what Elijah's talking about, is the reality in which you live, the realm in which you live. We understand that. We see everything you see, basically. There's no, we're not messing around with it's all flat, man. It's not that way. We understand there's hills and valleys and, land topography, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, also to add to that, again, the level of confusion is annoying because, remember, I told you that the definition that we found was the definition. Why? Because it's defined based on the practical use of a horizontal and levelness. That's what the definition is based on. That's what definitions are based on. So now you're saying, oh, well, this doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth. No, actually, that's a straw man because no one said that the Earth was flat in the sense that you just described it. So that being the case, back to the definition that I told you to find, which had to do with your definition of level, since you said that mine was something that, is mine. It's not really mine. It's just the definition. So where's the definition that we were going to examine that you would accept? That's what I'm still looking for. Has anybody found it? The one that includes...
Yeah, I was trying to point him to it, but I think he's getting distracted by going further past what I was telling him. So, Kaproskil, it's the third adjective. If it's not there...
Third adjective. Give me a second.
That's going to speak to what you're talking about directly.
Third adjective. Was it that shit that you posted in the channel?
Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't post. So... I'm on my phone driving, so I'll let somebody else. Somebody. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're all good. Yeah, no, stay safe on the road, bro. Don't be googling nothing on the road. These types are just pseudo intellectuals at heart. That's mean. That's not true. Anyway,
what are you doing?
Third adjective.
It's taken 30 minutes. I told you specifically where it was. Miggy also told you where it was. Merriam-Webster, third adjective, and we're still here trying to get that done. You really feel good about the perception of this conversation and your role in it? You feel good about it?
I am neutral on the matter.
Wow.
I didn't ask you how you felt about the debate topic. I asked you. Forgive me. I like. See, people at my level just disengage. Is that how these people continue to live and thrive? Because we just can't deal with it? Because I can't. How do I say one thing and based on his response, he heard an entirely different thing? And it's a recurring theme today. It's weird.
Is the gentleman having trouble finding it?
Nah, I was spacing out for a bit because I was listening to Elijah, and now I kind of forgot what I was even thinking. Y'all can just bring up something else.
I also heard you yawning earlier because, you know.
Is there anybody in here that can pull that up? Because I could pull over and pull it up real quick.
Well,
but
no, Miggy, it's okay, buddy. Keep safe.
He just said, "Can we just move on?"
Yeah, I really wish we could have him take this seriously. Sorry.
Take this seriously? I've been responding properly the entire time.
I don't need him to take this seriously. I just need to play this at the next family gathering for laughs. Because they always go, what? We thought it was crazy before, but then you let us hear some of the crazy things the Globers say. Do you have anything new? And I'm going to say, sure, get a load of this guy. And they're going to say, why the fuck couldn't he just agree that it was 2 lines? Like meeting at
Bro, we did agree. Oh my God, we agree. Oh.
So you know how we do this thing where Flat Earther and Globe Earther goes back and forth on a position that they disagree with, and then magically at the end of the conversation they're like, no, we agreed. We meant the same thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, isn't that a trip, Biggie?
Bro, I never for a moment disagreed with the idea, okay, that an angle is produced from an intersection. My only stipulation that you didn't want to agree with was that you can have an angle between 2 given lines that don't themselves intersect. Lines aren't infinite, rays are infinite, okay? Lines can be finite, defined by 2 points.
You changed
how is this not hard to understand? Are you coming it out to you?
I'm assuming you're talking about a horizontal
It's like you don't listen to a single word I say.
I'm assuming you're talking about a horizontal line or any line where there are 2 other lines on it that don't meet. But they're still both individually creating an angle off of the line that they're both on. Which is why I said, you know what? Why don't you just post a diagram? Because you're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about. But you do still need 2 lines meeting. Now you can have.
Yeah, bro, I agreed on that. I said that. That was in the definition I read.
Yeah, and that's why I said that has fuck all to do with celestial navigation.
Yeah. And the only point that I was making is you can have an angle between 2 lines, okay, segments that don't intersect because you can extend them so that they intersect. It's so simple to understand. It's so simple.
Yeah, but it's non sequitur. So you're ardent in telling everyone something is so simple that was completely non sequitur to the premise that we were trying to prove.
Which was about the sextants, which, by the way, also click on my link on the paragons, okay? Because curved things do, in fact, approach lines, okay? Like basic calculus stuff. All right. So, and by the way, you mentioned as well that we use things in engineering and science all the time to approximate things because we can't make things perfect, which is what you would do with a sextant. You approximate a horizontal.
So you're using calculus then?
Oh yeah, I love some calculus.
So, I'm sorry. So, what am I looking up?
He said using calculus, you can have a straight line on a globe.
Hell?
Oh yeah, no. I already. Yeah, but that has nothing to do with an elevation angle to Polaris. They can say it does, but no, because the math is derived from the elevation angle. Now, you have a plane on top of a globe. That is not proving that you can have that horizontal plane without the horizontal plane. You can't have a line and you on the curving surface of the earth are taking an angle from there and the end. That's not how it works.
Bro, when you have enough, when you have a big enough pile of sand next to a body of water, yeah, okay, we call that a shore, right? It's all about the limit. When something approaches something else, that's how we get.
All right, I found it. I found it. I had to look it up because I just want to make sure it's not the third adjective. It's actually the first, and it says 1A. 1A. Just read that. Koprosko. 1A. It's right there. If not, I'll read it.
1A. Okay, give me a sec. I'll quickly look it up. 1A. 1A in adjectives. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
For Merriam-Webster.
Oh, okay. So,
there you go.
Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
There you have it. We finally got there. Finally.
So that's
what an overly emotional male. Yeah, no, bro, emotional men. Women love those. Absolutely.
No, they don't. They think you.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Because they think you're a girl. They think you're a girlfriend. That's why.
Oh fucking yeah, bro. Then all these girls must be lesbians. And I love lesbians.
As he bursts and yarns into the microphone as he got flat smacked the shit out of today.
Let's keep focused right now. We are back to the adjective, right? The first one, A. And so that is what Elijah was trying to get to, so that you could read, so that we can all hear, what it means together, and then let's reason with that, right? Is this what's happening? Because the definition there, or the adjective for that, is that's what it is, following the liquid parts of the earth.
Bro, women love stone cold killers, let me tell you. Anyway.
I feel like we're talking about other things when this is the most important thing to be discussing at the moment.
Bro,
I'm just saying.
Okay, no, I'm still paying attention, but this obvious.
This is a detract,
he's funny as shit. I gotta give it to him.
Still,
managing the camera.
Hello.
It was up.
What's going on here? I feel like we're being detracted with another conversation that has nothing to do with the immediate conversation that's taking place with the paradigm of which you are ascribing to. It's most important that we get to the root of the issue.
Miggy.
Yes.
funny.
Miggy. Bro, check live stream voice chat. This shit's hilarious.
At this moment, it's spiraling.
I feel that way.
He got his cognitive dissonance is holding him off right now, guys. Give him a minute.
He won't talk about anything. He wants to talk about the live stream chat now. He just
no. I just wanted to interject. We can go back to discussing. Come on now, boys.
Well, hey, we're not the ones detracted. Elijah, go ahead. Go ahead. You're on your good phone, so I know what that means.
Read it again. Read it again.
If not, I will. I will.
I got you. Level, adjective, Merriam-Webster. 1A, having no parts higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Is it Waterhill?
Shut the fuck up, everyone else. After the point. Fuck. Before I start just banning people, and you gotta get India to undo it and shit. Read it again.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, Merriam-Webster. Level. Adjective. 1A. Having no parts higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
contradiction.
Oh, really? I mean, it's in there.
Having no part higher than another. And I think you know that because remember when you retorted with, oh, that means that the earth can't be flat? So you understood exactly what they meant when they describe having no part higher or lower. So that's the context for that. But then when they say conforming to the surface of the earth, well, where I'm standing at, the further out I go, there's an elevation drop, aka a part lower than where I am in every direction. It's a contradiction right there. It's the only definition pertaining to this subject that is a contradiction. Every other definition of level everywhere else is the normal definition of level.
You just don't like this one.
Well, it's a contradiction. It's not. I don't like contradictions. That's correct.
It was made up for people that believe in globes to be able to look up something.
But I don't like contradictions. That's what I don't like. You're correct.
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Do you like contradictions?
I love contradictions because they're interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that makes sense. That's why that's why we are where we are in this conversation. Because I show you a contradiction, and you say, so you don't like that definition? No, because it utilizes the law of non-contradiction.
Well, then there's also they're conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. We didn't touch on that bit now, did we?
Yeah, that's what that statement, along with the first portion